killing game is finished. So now we gotta go and say no to it. We'll see where this leads us to. Yeah, join the invader hunt? No. No.
Guys, here's what I think. I'm not going to join this invader hunt thing.
Yeah. Right, of course not. A rational decision. I hope you can all follow in my lead in this. I know I will. There's nothing to be afraid of if we all reject it together. Yeah, of course. Hey, don't speak for everyone just yet. What, you mean you're joining? Of course, I'll never get a chance to live out my fantasies like this again. Besides, the name Invader Hunt makes the game sound like it's going to be an absolute blast. I'm with Takumi on this one. You'll find me playing that game over my dead body. This Invader Hunt is just the culprit trying to trick us into believing it will be fun, but it's clearly stated on the blackboard that this is a killing game. The recording said as much too. I'll follow Takumi's lead as well. It's against my artistic principles to kill for entertainment. This message don't make sense anyway. The sponsor said those not in the game will be eliminated, but we'd still get eliminated sooner or later if we did join. Don't be stupid, nobody has to die if we win, right? Right? And how do you win it? I guess if you make the sponsor attack you. Well, yeah, I guess you can make that work somehow. Darumi, are you listening to yourself? Huh? You're taking this I love killing games persona a little too far, aren't you? I'm not, I'm just saying what I really think. Darumi's pigtail swayed as she vigorously shook her head in denial, but there was definitely some uncertainty in her eyes. What about you, Hiroko? You haven't said anything yet. Either choice is fine with me. What do you mean? I'm not interested in this game at all. I am, however, interested in finding out the sponsor's identity. They'll make their move eventually, whether we join the silly game or not. That's when we'll swoop in and bring that sicko down, right? That's more or less what I was thinking. Then we have an answer. Yes, we're not going to join the invader hunt. Darumi, you don't mind, do you? I do mind, but it's not like I can play a killing game by myself. Fine. Fine, I'll go with the majority. After that, we decided we had to stay together until the stipulated time. We didn't know what might happen, and there was always the possibility the sponsor was actually one of us. Staying together meant we could prevent the sponsor from trying anything. I didn't tell anyone about that second reason, though. They all seemed convinced the sponsor was an outsider who had infiltrated the school. Well, they were acting like they thought that anyway. The sky turned dark as we whiled our time away. Finally, it was 7 p.m., the time mentioned on the voice recorder. That was when I threw the door to the leisure lounge open. Not because I wanted to join the game, of course. I was there to declare as team leader that none of us would be joining. Everyone else stood outside just in case. Turning around, I could see the others trying to peer in through the door, which was slightly ajar. There was nobody inside the room, not even a faint presence. After looking around, I lifted my head to the ceiling and shouted, "Hey, are you there? Can you see me? I'm here to tell you none of us will be joining your stupid invader hunt." No response at all. Have it your way. That's all I wanted to say. Have a bad night. After that cold farewell, I turned around and stepped out of the leisure lounge. Oh boy, you really said it, and after the sponsor said they'd kill us all if we refuse to play the game. Don't say I didn't warn you. Will we be okay? Gaku got killed the last time we did this. But that killer fled and went outside the wall of fire, right? Right? Most likely, yeah, that's why the sponsor of this game probably isn't one of us. Taco even said this morning that the handwriting was different for this time. I can't be completely sure because they used spray paint. If the sponsor wasn't the one who killed Gaku, there's also the possibility this entire thing was just a prank. So we need not be unnecessarily shaken. That's if the sponsor wasn't the killer. The truth of the matter remains to be seen. Everybody felt momentarily silent after that. Question, what's the plan for tonight? Plan? Our sleeping arrangements. Where should we all spend the night? I'm definitely sleeping in my dear sister's room. I'll stay with the Kamaru. No way. What? You don't trust Takumi even after he saved my life. You and me are through, man. But, okay, now Takamaru is trusting, nice. Let's Kuma twins aside, why don't we sleep in our own rooms like normal? Just lock the door and you'll be fine. I agree, there are 13 people here. Making everyone sleep in pairs would leave one person out. Why not the trio? Yeah, alright, but no, why not put that person with one of the other pairs? We should avoid having 3 people in one room, it's too risky. What? Risky, why? Alright, not again, our teams already discussed this to death, now I have to repeat myself? Despite her complaint, Yuriko carefully explained to those from the other academy why we decided having 3 people in a room together was a bad idea. I don't remember why, am I stupid like Yoshika? That does make sense. We should all go back to our own rooms then. No, you've just triggered the mother of all death flags and you don't even know it. Well, anything to spice things up around here. That decided we all returned to our rooms to sleep after dinner. Yuma insisted on sleeping in Kako's room, but nobody protested on that point. Who's dead? In the morning I headed to the cafeteria for breakfast only to find that everyone else was already there. 139, oh my, how is it that I count 14 souls? Because you're terrible at math, there are only 13 people here. Does she know? You see, nothing bad happened. So it was just a prank after all. But by who? And for what purpose? If you're asking me, I think the most likely suspect is... We all turn to look at Darumi. Wait a minute, you're accusing me of being the game sponsor? I don't think so. Darumi doesn't have the guts to pull off something like that. Here, you underestimate me. I may not have guts, but I've still got my brain meats. They're small and overpowered, but they're there all the same. Oh, for the love of murder. Hey, can't we just be happy that nothing happened? Please excuse me for exposing you to my foul-smelling dumpster breath, but why don't we all have breakfast together? Wow, his sentences are like 2 times as long as they have to be. After breakfast, we all headed off to do our own things, relieved that nothing bad had happened after all. As for me, I went back to my room. Almost immediately, a visitor came knocking. I opened the door to find Tsubasa standing outside.
Huh?
Did something happen? You asked about Ava's mask yesterday, remember? I brought it here for you. Oh, thanks, sorry for the trouble. I took the mask from her. What are you going to do with that? I was thinking of returning it to Ava. What, you trust her now? Not really, it's just... Oh, I know you fell in love with her. What, of course not. That would never happen. Tsubasa narrowed her eyes at me and I felt my palms get sweaty. Never mind, it's none of my business. Everyone's free to love who they want. I told you that's not it. Since we're talking about the mask, I looked it over out of curiosity and found something pretty interesting. That mask isn't an ordinary accessory, it actually comes installed with a bunch of high-tech features that'll let her escape. Infrared night vision, zoom functions, organic life detection. There's even a miniature air tank inside that allows it to turn into a gas mask. Using that air tank, the wearer can survive completely shut off from the outside world for as long as 30 minutes. That's amazing. It almost sounds like it'd be a waste to give it back to Ava. You wouldn't be able to use it, Takumi. It's custom made to fit a specific shape. Ava's the only one who can wear it. Guess I might as well give it back after all. Even with the best technology in the world, she can't possibly harm any of us from inside that cage, right? Tsubasa thought about it for a while before nodding in agreement. By the way, when she's gonna give us more information about the enemy, she did promise to be useful if we spared her life. I actually think it would be best if we could get her to join us as an ally. An ally? Yeah, so that she can fight in defensive battles along with us. We'd need some kind of safety measure before allowing her to cut loose, of course. Like a collar with a bomb, maybe. That should put everyone at ease, right? Well, that's good, because she has a bomb in her already. If she tries to run or do anything funny, all we have to do to stop her is press a button and activate the bomb. A bulb built up in my mind as Tsubasa was speaking. Tsubasa. Let's say there was already a self-destruction device in Ava's body. Would it be possible for someone else to activate it? Oh, did she already tell us? I mean, it depends on how the bomb was built. If the detonation mechanism was designed to be triggered remotely, then maybe. In that case, her plan would actually work. Oh yeah, she already told us, okay. The detonator is on a joint on my left hand pinky finger. Moving it in a particular motion triggers an explosion. Avada Kedavra motion. Wow, Harry Potter reference, really? Wait, you were being serious? You weren't just speaking hypothetically? Do you think that's something you can do? You want me to create a detonation device for the bomb inside her? Yes, once it's done, we'll have the perfect safety measure. No half measures. And then we can allow Ava to join us, huh? Alright, I'll give it a shot. Awesome, I'm counting on you. After Tsubasa left, I wanted to look for Hiroko to get the key from her. The key that would open Ava's cage. I walked into the courtyard, her mask in hand. Takumi. Here you go, as promised. That's my mask. Sure is. Opened the cage using the key Hiroko gave me. After handing Ava's mask to her, I closed the door and locked it again. Thank you, Takumi. I don't know what to say. No need, just keeping my promise while I'll be seeing you. I turned around, giving a casual wave as I walked away. I'm back in my room, but what now? There's nothing for me to do here. I may as well go take a walk around the school. Speed time. I went to bed after an uneventful day. No, it only seemed uneventful. Something may have been brewing behind the scenes without me noticing. But since I had no way of ascertaining that, I decided to simply go to bed and embrace the sleep for the night. I woke up as the morning announcement played. It had barely finished when a piercing scream resounded in my ears. Shoma jumped out of bed and dashed out of my room. Hiroko, Tsubasa, and Takemoto were out on the roof already. Was that Shoma just now? Yeah, I came running out when I heard it. I was already here when she came out. The scream came from the back of the building. Are you sure? Trust me, I've got a dog's hearing. Got a dog in me. Okay, let's go. We made our way down the stairs as quickly as we could and headed for the back of the school. It didn't take long for us to reach our destination where we saw.
Shoma!
I rushed towards to check his pulse and breathing.
Nothing. He's dead.
No way!
By this time, other team members had come running as well. It was Nozomi, Kumoko, Kyoshiro, Yogami, and Kurara. They gasped and their eyes went wide when they saw Shoma's corpse.
Shoma!
Impossible! What is this?
Is he breathing?
No, unfortunately.
Get your act together. It's too early to give up. We just heard him screaming. He can't have been dead longer than 10 minutes.
The plot demands he dies.
Right. We can use the Revive-O-Matic to bring him back.
Let's get him to the infirmary! Yes, but just one moment.
The hell?
Sir Ima, Lady Kako, and Lady Darumi have not shown up yet.
Hey, you're right.
Maybe they woke up early and went to the cafeteria first?
Even so, they should have heard the scream. Weird that they didn't come running like the rest of us.
This isn't the time to discuss that. Get Shoma to the infirmary now.
Yeah, I'll carry him there on my back. I don't know how to work the Revive-O-Matic though.
I'll come with you. The rest of you can go look for Ima, Kako, and Darumi.
Got it.
Got it. Takemoto put Shoma on his back and immediately ran off to the infirmary with Tsubasa. The rest of us then split up to look for Ima, Kako, and Darumi. Since the person who attacked Shoma could still be lurking nearby, we split into teams for safety. I partnered up with Hiruka. We decided to start with the cafeteria. We made our way there as soon as we could, but there is nobody else inside. Ima, Kako, Darumi, anybody there? No response. Looks like they're not here. Yes, let's try somewhere else. Turning around, we dashed down the hallway toward the gym. When we got there... It's locked? No. Oh, it's locked. Hey, I can't open the door. Is it locked? I peered through the small opening in the slightly ajar door. There's a latch. Someone latched the door from inside. Hiruka and I looked at each other nervously, neither daring to breathe. We're going to have to break down the door. Break the door down. You're right, on 3. 1, 2, 3. One more time, 1, 2, 3. The door refused to budge even after we threw ourselves against it numerous times. Soon, the noise we were making started attracting the others to the gym as well. We need some help here, guys. What we were trying to do was obvious enough that we didn't have to explain. Everybody nodded, took a couple of steps back, and prepared to charge the door. Ready, go! The latch broke apart with a cracking sound, and we all tumbled into the gym together, and lying on the floor in front of us. Poison.
This is...
Unbelievable.
I ran to Kako and put a finger on her neck. There was no pulse. She was deathly cold. Now the revival-matic should work, right? Because she didn't lose much blood. Or maybe it's been too long. I don't know. Yuruko came from behind and started examining Kako's body. When she had finished, she turned to look at the others and silently shook her head.
But it's okay. She couldn't have been dead for too long, like Shoma. Then we should take her to the infirmary now.
Yeah.
Nozomi ran over to Kako and lifted her up. As she did, something fell out from Kako's right hand. TTX. What's this, a medicine bottle? By the time I noticed it, Nozomi had already run out of the gym carrying Kako's body. As the rest of us started to leave, Hiruka suddenly spoke up. Wait, Tugama, you go with Nozomi. Moku, Kyoshiko, Kurara continue looking for Ima and Darumi, and Takumi, you stay here. What, why? Just do as I say for now, I'll explain later. Alright, let us be off at once. The others nodded at each other and then ran toward the hallway, leaving only Hiruka and myself at the scene of the crime. Why only me? There's only one exit here and it was latched shut. Oh, closed drum murder. I turned to look at the exit. Lying on the floor nearby was a mop that had been broken into 3 pieces. The mob handle has been used as a makeshift latch. It would be impossible for someone to latch the door like that from outside, which means this incident happened in a locked room. Oh wait, there is the secret hangar, right? Does it have any other exits? I don't know. It would be impossible for someone... Yeah, locked room. So assuming this is true, there are 2 possibilities I can think of. Can you guess what they are? I answered hesitatingly. The first possibility is that, as much as I hate to say it, Kako killed herself, right?
Oh.
Yes, look at the bottle that dropped from her hand. What does the label say? TTX. It's an abbreviation from tetrodotoxin. It's extremely poisonous. Swallowing just 1 or 2 milligrams is fatal. Are you saying Kako drank this? I don't know, but we'll have time to think about that later. The other possibility is the more pressing one. Guess if Kako didn't take the poison herself, it didn't take me long to make the connection. Is the killer still hiding somewhere in the gym? Yes, if there's a killer, that is. That's why I told you to stay behind. Alright, let's look around. Hiruka and I searched the gym as cautiously as we could. Despite leaving no stone unturned, we didn't find anyone hiding anywhere. That makes it clear that Kako took her own life. Thus, Shoma was found sliced up at the back of the building around the same time. Don't you find it strange that somebody killed him while Kako killed herself? No, there's nothing strange about that if Kako had been the one to kill Shoma. After stabbing him to death, she ran into the gym, blocked the door with the mop handle, and ingested the poison to kill herself. I decided to state my opinion objectively, even though I really didn't want to say those words out loud. Maybe, but that wouldn't make sense if Kako died before Shoma. Yeah, remember how Kako felt when you touched her body? Yes, she already gone completely cold. Yeah, she would be revived if she died at the same after Shoma. I noticed it too. It's probably been several hours since she died. So Kako killed herself sometime last night and then somebody killed Shoma sometime this morning? Or Kako was also murdered, that's a possibility as well. How is that possible when the door was latched from the inside? Wait, there's something more important here. If Kako had already been dead for a few hours, yes, I'm afraid it's already too late for her. Oh no. I forgot what was that. Wait. How is that said? Oh fuck. Knox third. Not more than one secret room or passage is allowable. Really, not more than one? I thought it was none, but I guess we learned about this in another route, so it's okay. Tsubasa, Nozomi, and Yugam were in the infirmary when Hiroko and I arrived. That's if the culprit is in the hangar. They were standing around with grave looks on their faces, but wait, Shoma died after Kako. Unless there are two culprits. I mean, there's also the possibility that it's the Kako from another timeline. But I don't know why she would kill herself, or maybe she killed herself in this timeline, and then I don't know what will she do. They were standing around with grave looks on their faces. How are Shoma and Kako? Well, we managed to successfully revive Shoma. Oh, that's great. Yes, what a relief. But he's still unconscious. His physical body has been restored to full health, but it seems he hasn't recovered mentally from the attack yet. Where is he? Sleeping in his room. Takamato's taking care of him. And what about Kako? We did put her body in the revive-o-matic, but alas. Hiroko and I went behind the revive-o-matic to look at the monitor. What was written on the screen made our hearts sink. Cause of death, respiratory paralysis induced asphyxiation. Estimated time of death, day 27 between 1 and 4 a.m. Traces of TTX poison detected in body. Oral intake of TTX presumed to have led to respiratory paralysis induced asphyxiation. No external injuries found on body. Too much time has passed since death. Impossible to revive. The silence of the room was broken by the door being thrown open and 3 people running in. Darumi, you're safe. Where were you all this time? In the rec room, playing slots. Gambling, nice. You were doing what? You can't blame me. I overslept this morning, didn't see anyone in the cafeteria. I just assumed everybody was off doing their own thing. Yoshika and I found her in the rec room and dragged her here. We've already told her about Shoma and Kako. Still, we didn't yet know if they'd been successfully revived, so here we are. Did it go well? Just then, 2 other people barged into the room noisily. Miss Osuzuki told me what happened. I fell asleep in my dear sister's room last night, but when I woke up, she was nowhere to be found. I've been looking around for her ever since. I saw him running around the hallways like a headless chicken and brought him here. Where's my dear sister? What has happened to her? Explaining the situation to everyone who had just arrived, the news that Kako could no longer be revived hit everyone like a ton of bricks. Tears started welling up in Moko and Kyoshika's eyes while Kurara was sniffling away out under her mask. Darumi alone shed no tears. She had a vacant look on her face as she stared absently into space. And as for Ima...
No! 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 Dear sister! My dear sister! No!
With an anguished cry, the distraught Ima lost control of all reason and started lashing out. We managed to wrestle him to the ground and pin his limbs down even as he struggled violently.
Wait here while I go grab the gamma feel.
Gamma feel?
What's that?
The powerful anesthetic. We have some in the biolab.
Yugama dashed off as quickly as he could. He came back a while later with the gamma feel, which he then injected into Ima. The drug caused Ima to weaken and slump over. Yugama observed him closely.
All is fine now. He's unlikely to wake up before tomorrow morning.
We moved the unconscious Sima to his room and assigned Boko to watch over him. After that, we took Kaku's body to the morgue. There were now 3 bodies lying on tables in the morgue. Kaku's body was the smallest. I kept staring at her. When I closed my eyes, I could still see her innocent smile. Couldn't believe the girl I had thought of like my own little sister was now gone. You did? An indescribable ache spread through my chest at that thought. Unable to stand the pain, I forced myself to look away. After that, we went to the courtyard to check the cages. Ayo was still inside hers, the door securely locked, but we didn't want to paint to draw another sprite of her wearing a helmet. Hiroko and I went on to tell the others what we'd learned from investigating the gym. The improvised latch, the bottle of poison, how there had been no one else inside. While we were talking, the sun had set and the darkness of night was slowly taking over. It was already evening. Since nobody was in the mood for a meal, we gathered in the leisure lounge instead of the cafeteria. Sir Takemoto, we're not supposed to be attending to Sir Shoma. Yugama took over. Shoma's still out cold, but she's physically fine now. I just don't understand why Kako would kill herself. As I've already explained, we don't know for sure that it was suicide. We haven't found a suicide note out in the gym, but on her clothes or in the room yet. In her room yet. But the gym door was latched shut from the inside. And you didn't find anyone else in there, correct? Yes, but I find it hard to accept Kako had killed herself when Shoma was clearly killed by someone else. How fast does the poison work? Because she could have just closed the door by herself after being fed poison. But why?
Oh.
Why would she even do such a thing? I won't be fully convinced until a clear reason surfaces. I think she was murdered too by that sponsor who was trying to get us to join the invader hunt. They did warn us this would happen. We all heard what the recording said, remember? All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. All who refuse, that means the rest of us are targets too. You're telling us that sponsor wants to kill us all? The first threatening message says something about everyone dying too. It sure did. The first and second threats. We assumed they were written by different people because of their handwriting. But I'm starting to think it was the same person after all. We went against the first note. We ignored their demand to leave the academy and chose to stay behind instead. That gave the culprit an idea. I'll hold a killing game and force those guys to murder each other. But when we went outside the second request as well, they decided they were going to have to do it themselves. And by it, you mean killing us. Yep, it all makes sense when you think of it this way, doesn't it? That would mean the perpetrator has already murdered 4 people. 4? Sir Gaku, Lady Kako, Sir A, and Sir Shoma. Though Sir Shoma was lucky enough to escape the jaws of death. So we're up against a ruthless serial killer here. We can't just let someone butcher our friends and get away scot-free. But how do we find them? Haven't I mentioned this before? The killer may well be one of us. Dun dun dun. Everyone tensed up at Hiroko's words and started exchanging suspicious glances. Not everyone is a suspect, though. It would have been impossible for Takumi, Tsubasa, Takemoto, or me to have done this. How can you be so sure? Oh, that's right, the 4 of us met each other on the rooftop this morning immediately after hearing Shoma scream. He was stabbed at the back of the building. Even if we could teleport, there was no way we could have appeared on the rooftop right after slicing him up that badly. He wasn't thrown down from the rooftop after being stabbed either. His body hadn't taken any fall damage. There's just a moment. What if all 4 of you were working together? Yes, it would definitely seem possible from your point of view. That would also mean 1 in 3 of our team are killers. I don't think the SDU would be worth much then. That line of reasoning isn't strong enough to prove their innocence. Anyway, what were the rest of you doing at that time? I remember those who came after us were Nozomi, Kyoshika, and Kurara. Moko and Yugama too, though they aren't here right now. Where did you guys come from? I ran from the entrance hall. I simply found myself in a group as I was heading to the back of the building. How did you know to go there? Well, I heard Shoma scream, but I chose to wait in my room first before making a move. Then I overheard you guys talking outside. Said something about the scream coming from the back of the building, remember? So I followed you to the scene of the crime. Nozomi and Dorumi said the same thing, but I couldn't tell if they were telling the truth. Whatever the case, there was no denying the perpetrator could have joined up with the group halfway through without anyone realizing. Your suspicions are misplaced, especially when there is a much likelier suspect to cast aspersions on. Yes, someone who didn't even show up at this crime scene. Oh, wait, you mean me? You were totally trying to get us all to join that stupid killing game. So when we refused to cave after the second threat, you decided to... It wasn't me. I had nothing to do with that threat. I overslept, that's all. We all shot Darumi deeply suspicious looks. Her dismay and bewilderment were palpable. Beads of sweat rolled down her face, making her makeup run. Hey, can I say something? I think it's counterproductive for us to be doubting each other like this. How are we going to handle future battles? We can't even stay united. Let's calm down and think about things rationally. Under normal circumstances, the probability of the killer being an outsider is a lot higher than the alternative. But would an outsider be able to slip in without triggering the alarm? Well, that's... Maybe it was Ava. Impossible, we checked the cage just now, remember? She was still inside and the gate was properly locked. Not only that, I have the key right here. This is the only key, and it can't be duplicated, as Hiroko said. Also, I locked my door last night, so nobody could have stolen the key from you while I was asleep. What if you were working with her? I can't debunk that theory. Takumi has been with me since morning. Even if he had let Ava out of her cage last night to stab Shoma, he couldn't have locked it back up this morning without my knowledge. You need the key to lock the cage just as much as you need it to unlock it. That means it's one of us. No, it can't be. There has to be a way for someone to come in without triggering the alarm, like Dalsha, but he's in prison. There's always the possibility that nobody slept in it at all. What are you saying? I'm saying the killer could have already been hiding in the academy before the first team was dispatched here. That's true. If they were here already, they wouldn't have triggered the alarm. So that person's still hiding somewhere in the school right now? All of a sudden, Tsubasa raised her voice. I know, I can make an organic life detection device. Yay! Organic life detection device. Put simply, it's a machine that detects the number of large living organisms on school grounds. Is it gonna be that invader again? I hope we see it more. Not just, oh, I'm here and oh, I'm dead. Won't be advanced enough to pinpoint their exact locations, but having a precise number should tell us if there's really an outsider hiding here. You can make something like that? Found a similar function while investigating Ava's mask 2 days ago. I took the opportunity to study it through thoroughly, so yes, I can make something like that in 7 days maybe? 7 days. Until then, let's stop being suspicious of each other, like Nozomi suggested. We assume that the killer is an outsider until proven wrong. What do you guys say? Everyone nodded in agreement the moment I saw that the world around me started to spin. What is this? That was the last thought of my mind before it shut down completely. What? Oh yeah, we're skipping. What's happening? I woke up to the now all too familiar sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. It was deja vu times. She noticed right away that I was awakened. Leapt to her feet with an ear-piercing scream. She scuttled frantically around the room a few times before, more than the last before finally coming to a stop. And then she just stood there in a daze. I watched the entire scene play out before sitting up. What day is it today? Day 39. I fainted on the night of the day 27, so I've been out for 11 days. Yes, we're almost out of emergency feeding drips. Why did I lose consciousness? I didn't get stabbed on day 27 when my old wound didn't reopen. Nozomi regarded me with a somber look on her face as I mumbled to myself. Then she gave me the diagnosis. I think you have the fainting disease. What is it this time? Fainting disease, also known as psychogenic pseudosyncope. A disease that causes you to suddenly lose consciousness after being exposed to strongly psychological shock or stress. Like your mind just blows out. I have a disease like that. Yes, after what happened to Showman Kako Day 27. Your mind suffered a heavy blow, and even though you somehow made it to nighttime okay, the moment you felt like you could relax, your mind completely shut down just like that. How could you tell I had this disease? This is the third time you've fainted out of the blue, right? And it always takes you a long time to regain consciousness. This didn't seem like normal behavior, so we decided to scan your brain using the Revivomatic's diagnosis function. I don't remember contracting any disease like that. This is what the machine's analysis said. Traces of treatment found on damaged parts of the brain, feigning disease likely developed as an artifact. Traces of treatment? Treatment on damaged parts of my brain? I don't know what exactly happened. At any rate, the damage isn't life-threatening and doesn't affect your cognitive functions or your judgment. So that part's nothing to worry about, at least. Easy for you to say. Is that the GI data?
Huh?
This means I could faint again if something stressful happens, right? Yes, but I'm sure it'll be alright. As long as we make sure nothing too stressful happens again.
Huh?
So has anything changed? Changed? Like, have you guys learned anything about the killer while I was out? No, the plot cannot move on without you. No, we haven't made any progress in that area. The unknown killer remains at large and we don't have a single clue to follow. What about the live detection device? Nobody's been attacked since then, so we're still alive at least. What about Shoma and Ima? Shoma's regained consciousness already, but he said he doesn't know who stabbed him. Yay. You can ask him about it for yourself later. And Ima? He's barricaded himself in this room and hasn't said too much to us. Just a word or two when we deliver food to him. Needless to say, he didn't fight in the defensive battle that happened on day 33. Ima, Shoma, and Darumi set out the battle as usual. Are those three still suspicious of me? Yes, they seem to think you're the most likely suspect, but even if you weren't the one, it had to be someone from the SDU. That's what those three believe. Ozome and I headed to the cafeteria together where everyone except Ima, Shoma, and Darumi were gathered. When they saw me, they said things like, "You're awake," or "Thank goodness." Everyone was quietly rejoicing about seeing me on my feet again. Their reactions were a lot more subdued than before. I could hardly blame them. This was the third time I'd woken up after losing consciousness for several days. At least that was what I thought. It turned out they had another reason to be despondent. The dark gloomy aura that hung over the group indicated there was something more at play here. I finished breakfast and returned to my room soon after Tsubasa came knocking. You saw how dejected everyone seemed just now, right? Wanna know why? Sure, the device? She pulled out something from behind her back. What's this? The organic live detection device. Oh right, you finished it. 5 days ago, yeah. But now I wish I hadn't. Why not? Because this is the reason everyone's jumping at shadows. She turned the device on as she spoke. 13? Yep, the total number of life forms in this academy. That's all of us, including Ava. Which means there are no outsiders in this school and the culprit is really one of us. Yeah, that's what everyone believes now, except for me and Nozomi, that is. You two still think it was an outsider that did it? I don't know, but the killer could have fled outside after stabbing Shoma, right? The possibility of that happening seemed low to me, but I forced myself not to voice those doubts. Anyway, that's why everyone's so down. Basically, it's because they're all suspicious of one another. This isn't going to end well. Without trust, it cannot be seen. We won't be able to put up a united front during the next defensive battle. Can't you do something, Takumi? I'll do what I can to help as well. Just tell me what you need. Oh, I just remembered I finished that other thing you asked me to make a while ago too. What thing? You know, the remote detonator that'll trigger the bomb in Ava's body. I managed to complete it after carefully investigating her body with her consent, of course. Tsubasa rummaged through her pocket and took out something that looked like a remote control. I took it and gripped it tightly in my hand. Thanks, this puts me at ease. I'll probably add Ava to the team starting from the next battle. Yeah, that should help out our combat power. The problem is getting the others to trust her. Oh well, I've done my part, the rest is up to you. With that, she left the room. Up to me, huh? How should I do this? What was it Tsubasa said before? The killer could have fled outside after stabbing Shoma? To be honest, I didn't think they did. I had no concrete proof, but Everything that had happened so far felt like a part of a larger scheme that someone was orchestrating. Boom, 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 boom. At the very least, I was convinced the culprit wasn't going to stop at Shoma's stabbing. In that case, excluding myself, the killer must be one of the other 12 students at this academy. I mean, at least for show, it couldn't have been us, I think. But for the others, I mean, I wouldn't like if they reused the culprit, but maybe. No, wait. Shoma was a victim. If Yuriko, Tsubasa, Takimaru, and Eva were also innocent, that leaves just 7 suspects. Darumi, Nozomi, Kyoshika, Yugamu, Moko, Ima, Kurara. I'd never willingly choose to treat any of my friends as suspects, but as it turns out, I don't have a choice right now. I won't gain everyone's trust until I identify the real culprit. And if I don't have their trust, the SDU would fall apart and everyone would be annihilated by the invaders. The only way to prevent that from happening is to reveal the identity of the killer. You must solve the future case, and at any rate, this was the only way of resolving all this that I could think of. I have to find the culprit no matter what. I clench my fists and resolve to devote myself to the investigation. Oh, collect information. Ding dong, no answer. Tried to the Nordob, but it was locked. Ema, I know you're inside. Can we talk?
Hey!
I'm trying to track down the culprit, but I need something to go on. At that, a voice called out from the other side of the door. Ah, you're awake, Mr. Sumino. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can tell you. Come on, there's gotta be something. You see, I'm suspicious of you too. I think you may have been the one who killed my dear sister. What are you talking about? I didn't kill her in the first place, Kako. She killed herself? Is that what you're trying to say? A preposterous suggestion. There was absolutely no reason for my dear sister to do such a thing. She had no worries, no sorrows. Even if she did develop any, she would have told me about them. My dear sister did not kill herself. I have no doubt she was murdered. Is Kako Epstein? Like I told you just now, I suspect that the killer may have been you, Mr. Sumino. The only reason I haven't exacted vengeance yet is because I'm not completely sure it was you. Accidentally killing the wrong person would be playing right into the hands of the real culprit. But I must lose my sense of reason if we continue to speak much longer. Can you please leave now while I'm still in my right mind? I could sense that prolonging the conversation would lead nowhere. Ema refused to respond to any further attempts to talk. Oh, you're still in the cafeteria. Don't talk to us now. You're in the midst of a very serious discussion. Nozomi just refused to listen to reason. What's the discussion about? Still don't believe the culprit is one of us. I'm trying to tell everyone to stop being so suspicious of each other. You saw that device's total for the number of life forms in the school. Yes, but that doesn't prove the crimes were inside jobs. The culprit must have fled outside the wall of fire after stabbing Shoma. And we're trying to tell you that it's not possible. Yeah, this doesn't seem like a killer who would stop at 1 or 2 victims. They clearly said they wanted to kill everyone, both in the tape recording and that first message. But I just can't. Takumi, say something. Well... I stammered hard because I was more in line with Kurara's way of thinking than Nozomi's. I did feel bad for Nozomi, so I decided to simply avoid committing for now. Sorry, just remembered I have something I needed to do. Gotta go, bye. Wait, Takumi, hey, come back here, please. Nice, I ignored Nozomi's pleas and quickly bolted out of the room and entered the hallway. Takumi, long time no see. I heard you were out cold for a while. I woke up all of a sudden for some reason. I'm glad you did. Is there something I can help you with today? There was no point asking Ava about the case, so I decided to talk about something else.
Huh?
Do you remember what you told me before? It was bothering me that much. I had to choose between lying to you and eventually killing everyone. Or telling you the truth and joining your side. Then you said you decided to take your chances with us, right? Yes, I will no longer try to self-destruct in everyone's presence for the reasons I previously explained. Then will you fight with us instead? What? Vishnu, the one who betrayed you, is still alive, right? By joining us in battle, you can personally take revenge against her and her underlings and destroy all of the people in this planet. Is that why Tsubasa has to conduct a thorough investigation of my body the other day? So that if I ever tried anything, your team would be able to detonate the bomb inside my body remotely? Using the device she made? Yes, but I just want to make one thing clear. I didn't ask for the device because I'm suspicious of you. It's just something that's needed to put the others at ease. Ava thought for a while about what I said. I'll try to save my life, so if there's anything I can do to help you, I'll do it. Thank you. Unfortunately, you'll still have to wait for a while before I can let you out of here. I need to clear it with the others first. Understood, I will wait. Hiroko, you were here the other day too. What's so interesting about this place?
Oh.
I wanted to investigate Kaku's body again. What about you? I'm here to investigate the case as well.
Oh.
As if your clumsy brain could ever bring us closer to the truth. Oh, be quiet. Hiroko decided to repeat herself in a hushed voice. As if your clumsy brain.
Hey!
You know that's not what I meant. Anyway, have you already looked at Kaku's body?
Oh.
Yes, and the other two as well. Eito and Gaku too, didn't we already check Gaku's body on day 24? Yes, but something happened to make me realize I needed to check it again. I've discovered two surprising facts after reinvestigating Kaku's body. Surprising facts? The first one concerns her cryptoglobin. Her body's been almost completely drained of it. What? There's a cut on her ankle. Her body was likely moved somewhere and hung up for an extended time. It was returned here after being almost completely drained of cryptoglobin. Why didn't Takumi do that? Cut their ankles? And the other route? When? I'll get to that later. Let me tell you about my other discovery first. Hiroko walked to Kaku's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. Then she flipped the body over and what I saw flabbergasted me. What the hell? What's this? A hole? Marks of a stolen heart? Phantom thieves? What? Somebody cut a hole in her back, smashed her ribs, and dug her heart out. Why would anybody do that? Before we talk about that, check the other bodies as well. I did as I was told and flipped Eito and Gaku's bodies over only to see the exact same marks on them. A large empty cavity on their backs. Wait a minute, what's going on here? What indeed? Why are you so calm about this? Their hearts have been removed from their bodies. I know, that's what I've been trying to tell you. When did this happen? When we investigated Gaku's body in day 24, his back was still intact. It still was on day 27 too. I checked Eito and Gaku's bodies when we moved Kaku's body here. Nobody had holes in their backs at that point in time. That means it must have happened sometime after the night of day 27. Someone is getting freaky. The perpetrator likely did the deed to all the three of the same at the same time. They may have been when they extracted Kaku's cryptoglobin as well. Ooh, simple logic dictates that the culprit behind this series of events did it. But why? How should I know what the culprit is up to? Perhaps they're simply a lunatic who collects hearts as a hobby, or a gourmet who enjoys the spot of grilled myocardium with lemon on top. Both examples are crazy. There's just one thing I can't seem to figure out. Why were the hearts extracted from the back? Yeah. I don't know, making an opening in the chest would make removing them so much easier. Why go about it this way? Neither of us could come up with anything feasible, so we decided to investigate the bodies again. But there was not a single further clue to be found. On the back, what could possibly be different? It's a weeping angel that can only attack when the targets show their back. Of course. Medicine, one of mankind's most eminent inventions for sustaining life and dealing death. How can I help you today, Takumi? Told Yugama that I was investigating the case. Does that include Kako's death too? Yes, the suspicious circumstances of her death bother me as well. My main objective was to solve the attempted murder of Shoma, but that didn't mean it was my only concern. Any information that might help solve Kako's case would be more than welcome. There were other cases to think about as well, like Sir A's destruction and Gaku's murder. But I hadn't found any further clues to those cases despite my thorough investigation on day 24. So I decided to focus on Shoma's case first while the trail was still fresh. Is there something bothering you about Kako's case? Yes, there is. Remember her cause of death? She'd ingested tetrodotoxin, an extremely potent poison. While we found her, she was holding a bottle labeled TTX tightly in her right hand. That bottle was originally from this biolab. So the poison was taken from here? That would appear to be the case. Whether by Kako, or who then killed herself with it, or by someone else who used it to kill Kako. Is this room open to everyone? Sure is. There's no lock on the door and the cabinets are secured too. Anyone could have taken anything at any time. Somebody also stole some gamma fuel, plus syringes and needles to administer it. Gamma fuel, the substance used to knock him out on day 27? The very same. But if it's still here, it hasn't been stolen, right? There are multiple bottles here, several are missing. It didn't happen recently either. I first noticed the missing bottles on day 27. When I came here to get the supplies needed to help with Ima, I saw that there were already some missing. Why would the killer do that? We don't know for sure if the killer was the one who stole them. The thing is, at the proper dilution, the substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. I don't know. Perhaps that was the thief wanted to use it for. Numb. Body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. Shoma screamed, so he wouldn't have this thing. Kako was injected with poison in this thing, then she just locked herself up and died? I don't know. Too many mysteries. What's with this route? What are you guys doing here? If it isn't serial killer Takumi, you're awake. I'm not a serial killer. I'm a serial killer. So stop calling me that. Anyway, I'm investigating the identity of the culprit right away. Do you mind if I ask a few questions? Well, can you be any more shameless? I'm the criminal's role-playing as detective now? I'm not talking to you, I'm asking Shoma. Oh, you want to know about the person who stabbed me? I've told the others a bunch of times already. I didn't get a good look at them. Wait, I thought you were sure Takumi did it. Yes, but it's not like I have any proof, so... Does that mean you didn't see the culprit when you were stabbed? No, I did see someone, but they were wearing a mask. How about the person's height or body structure? I can't be sure. They were dressed in a long black poncho thing. Is that the jumping suit? The time jumping suit? You must have seen some identifiable features. I was attacked the moment I turned around, so I'm afraid not. I screamed immediately, and before I realized it, I'd been shoved to the ground. Don't remember anything after that. I fainted after the first 2 or 3 stabs. So we don't even know if it was a man or a woman? No. Did they say anything? I actually did hear something as I was being stabbed. The person kept saying, "Die, die." Then you should have been able to recognize the voice. The thing is, I didn't. Why not? Their voice had been changed with a voice changer. A voice changer, huh? Could it have been a Kako from the other timeline? I went to the gym last. When I stepped inside, I saw that Tsubasa and Takemaru were already there. Does Tsubasa know about the secret passage? Tsubasa, Takemaru, perfect time. I need to ask you guys about something. What is it? Remember the voice changer you showed me in the garage the other day? Is it still there? Shoma told you about the culprit using the voice changer, huh? Yeah, he did. You guessed right, Takumi. The device has gone missing. I knew it. The culprit stole it, huh? I think so. When did you realize it was gone? On day 28, the day Shoma regained consciousness, I went to the garage to check after hearing his story, and the voice changer where it was already gone.
The voice changer?
Yeah, without anyone realizing. She showed us the voice changer on the afternoon of day 24. Okay, I have to make sure. Don't you leave it on. It must have been stolen between that time and the other morning, and the morning of day 27 before Shoma got stabbed. What are you two doing here, though? I did a lot of thinking myself while you were out, and I just don't believe Kako would kill herself. Me too. At first, suicide seemed like the only possibility based on the situation. After listening to Hiroko, though, I started to realize how natural the whole thing seemed. But if she was killed, how did the culprit get away? That's what we needed to figure out. And so here we are. Maybe there's a secret tunnel or something here that we completely missed, you know? I don't know, maybe there is. We're all here to do the same thing then. You mean, yes, Kako died under such mysterious circumstances that I can't stop thinking about it. Let's check the place out together. Yeah, and we can trust each other since all 3 of us here are safers. Safers? Those of us that can be safely removed from the list of suspects, safers. That's true. Why? And thus we began to investigate the gym because we met up on top of the roof. We went around knocking on the walls and floors to check for hidden doors. Some time passed before Takemaru shouted at us from the stage. Hey, come over here, I found something crazy. He was standing at a corner of the stage. Tsubasa and I hurried over. What in the world? No way, there were really a hidden tunnel, or should I say a hidden ladder. I checked this place before, but I found nothing. What did you do? Told you I got a dog's hearing. I knocked on the floor and knew right away there was an empty space underneath. Then I groped around the surface and what you know, a rotatable handle came flipping out. Grabbed the handle, pulled it, and there you have it. Let's go see what's down there. Yeah. Slowly made our way down the ladder. Long ladder. Eventually I felt my toes touching solid ground. What I saw there was... Isn't this, you know, this thing? Yeah, remember what I told you before? This is the escape pod that deploys on the last day. Ah, no way. Damn. Does that mean if we can get inside, we can go to the artificial satellite? We ran to the entrance of the pod and checked the door. There was a note pinned to it. The door to this pod automatically opens on day 100, no manual override available. Despite the note, we kept looking around for a way to open it manually. However, we were unable to find anything. So this time Tsubasa won't be able to do it. Nope, this thing can't be opened from outside. How about we use a crowbar to pry it open? Then the pod becomes useless because outer space is a vacuum. So we have no choice but to wait until day 100. We'll have to give up on the idea of boarding the pod before then. Shit. By the way, have you guys forgotten why we came down here in the first place? Of course not. We're trying to solve the locked room case, weren't we? Yeah, Hiroko and I thoroughly investigated the gym after discovering Kako's body. But if the killer had been hiding in the storeroom or the ladder shaft at that time, you couldn't possibly have found them. Then after you and Hiroko left the gym, the killer got out and walked through the exit like nothing ever happened. Which means Kako really was killed. We don't have concrete proof of that yet, however, this does disprove the previous notion that it couldn't possibly have been murder. Wait, assuming for a moment she was murdered, wouldn't that also prove the killer was an outsider? Because when we found Kako's body, Takemoto, Shoma and I were in the infirmary, whereas everyone else was in the gym. No, not everyone else too were missing. That's right, Darumi and Ima. Ima couldn't have been the killer. He worshipped the ground she walked on. Darumi, though, she said she was playing slots or something. She could have been lying through her teeth. But it's always possible that an outsider did it. You made that live detection device yourself, and unless you're telling me you made that number up. I did no such thing. That was the correct number, but the killer could have already gotten away by the time I finished making the device, right? Just then noticed something out of the corner of my eye, an item on the ground next to the cockpit of the escape pod. It caught my eye for some reason and I walked slowly over to pick it up. It... Imatsukumo? A handkerchief? So it seems. I see something embroidered on it that reads IT. Information technology? Or maybe just it as in it girl? Could it be referring to initials of a name? Ima, Tsukuma. Oh. When we exited the gym, we saw that it was already nighttime. I asked Takemoto and Tsubasa to gather the others before heading to Ima's room myself. Come out, Ima, I need to ask you about something. Somehow it felt like he would keep hiding if I'd told him about the handkerchief, so I decided not to say anything for now. I found a clue that may lead us to Kako's killer. I made that assertion even though I had no solid proof she had been killed because I wanted to get him out of the room. A short while later, I heard the door being unlocked. And then Ima appeared from behind it. You believed me about my dear sister being murdered? Yes, can you come with me? Slowly but surely, Ima nodded in assent. Takemoto, Tsubasa and I took everyone to the storeroom where the escape pod was being kept. We told them how we found the place and how the pod could only be used on day 100. After climbing back out, we all headed to the cafeteria. So what was the clue that you found? Before that, I need to check something with Darumi. On day 27, when we found Kako's body, were you really playing slots at that time? You're still suspicious of me? Then check the machine's play log, then you'll know for sure I was playing around that time. And how could I have possibly stabbed Shoma if I'd been hiding in that storeroom the whole time? The only way out of that place is through the tunnel, right? I wouldn't have been able to get out of the gym until the coast was clear. Mayhaps you clambered out of the escape pod's elevator shaft. I'm no Spider-Woman, and that shaft has no footholds. It's impossible to climb. The ceiling of that shaft is covered with a thick wall. It's not something that can be opened by human hands. How about this? You are the one to kill Kako, but not the one to stab Shoma. You're suggesting there were two culprits. Indeed I am, and what does the two... and does the number 2 ring any bells with regards to this situation? When we found Shoma's body, there were 2 people missing from the scene. You're suspicious of me as well? Ima's face twisted into a grimace. I hesitated for a moment when I saw his expression, but decided to show everyone the handkerchief we had found. This is the clue I was talking about. We found it in the escape pod storeroom. The letters IT have been embroidered on it. Who else IT? Maybe it's the last letters. I-O, I-U, O-A, I-A, O-I, I-A-O, A-A, U-O, A-O, A-O-O, A-I, I-I, A-I, A-I, U-E, O-O. Okay, no, this is... Are these initials? Wouldn't that refer to Ima Tsukuma? I thought so. This is your handkerchief, right, Ima? And the fact that it was in the storeroom means Sir Ima killed Lady Kako? Are you too out of your mind? Me kill my very own dear sister unless she was from another dimension and was a crazed one? I didn't think that was possible either. Unless Ima was the one to stab Shoma and Darumi was the one to kill Kako. Ima dropped the handkerchief in the storeroom when he was casing the joint. Casing the joint? I don't know. What is this expression? Means to observe or examine a place, often with the intention of planning a robbery or other criminal activity. I told you it wasn't me. You think Miss Ami and I were accomplices? And that I tacitly approved of my dear sister's murder? That's no different from accusing me of killing my dear sister myself. You're all crazy. I can't believe that thought even crossed your minds. So you deny the charge? Of course I do. Then explain yourself. Why was your handkerchief in the storeroom? That's because, you see, you're feeling guilty. No. Ah. Ima dashed out of the cafeteria screaming. Wait, Ima. We all dashed after him. Don't die, Ima. Ima grabbed the fire extinguisher in the entrance hall before running outside. We followed him as he ran out of the building. He was running at full speed through the schoolyard and none of us could catch up. Finally, he tore through the wall of fire and ran to the other side. We followed behind. When we got to the city ruins, something unexpected happened. All of a sudden, a large object shaped like an onion appeared out of nowhere and captured Ima, who had been running ahead of us. What? Onion? Ima. The onion object that flew high up into the air with Ima and vanished out of sight. What just happened? And what was that thing? I guess a commander. There's that flying commander, Quenzel, right? I'd seen that onion-shaped thing before in the previous timeline. That was probably a commander, yep. Yep.
And that.
Are you serious? Ima's been captured by the enemy? No way. That can't be true. It's alright, we can probably figure out where they went. What? You know how Ima's been rather emotionally unstable lately, right? So much as I thought he might just up and go missing one day, so... I secretly planted a transmitter in his body when bringing food to him. He ate the transmitter? We should be able to see where they took him from the war room. You clever girl, you. Okay, let's all head back for now. We traced the transmitter and quickly figured out exactly where Ima had been taken. It was the enemy relay station we had visited in the previous timeline. We immediately started making a plan to get Ima back. After some discussion, we decided to split into two teams. The rescue team, Mihiru, Kotakemaru, Tsubasa, and Kurara. The defense team, Nozomi, Moko, Kyoshikaru, Yugama, Shoma, and Tadumi. Must we rescue him even though he may very well be the killer? It's not set in stone yet. What if it was all a mistake? Could you ever live with the fact that you abandoned an innocent friend? I knew you would say that. I was just making sure. Having only 5 people on the defense team is not very reassuring. Yeah, can't we add one more something? Now what if the enemy attacks in the meantime? We can't afford to be lax on home security. It's not... What? Having only 5 on the defense team is not very reassuring. Yeah, can't we add one more? No, what if the enemy attacks in the meantime? Rescue team, 1, 2, 3, 4... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Defense team, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so... It was the rescue team, right? Then, in that case, Takumi. Yeah, let's time. Everybody follow me. Ava time. Sir Takumi, Lady Ava is out and about now. Why have you done such a thing? Yes, and as you can see, I let her out. But why? I intend to let her join the rescue team. Huh? I explained about the bomb in Ava's body and the remote detonator that we had made to trigger it. And you really think this will work?
Huh?
If you feel she's acting suspicious, you can press the button to blow her up yourself. Huh? I put the remote detonator in astonished Hiroko's hand. Now do you feel reassured? Hiroko fell silent at my words. After a few moments she said, Sai, have it your way. Thank you for having me on the team. I look forward to being useful to you. Alright then, we'll be right back. With Ima. Good luck. Stay safe. Okay, it's time to battle. The rescue team set off for the enemy relay station where Ima was being held captive. By the time we got close to the relay station, the sun was just starting to rise. We got off the bus and climbed up a small hill to survey the relay station.
We don't know where exactly Ima is being held in this base, but that doesn't matter. Let's just bust in there and start kicking ass.
Yeah, you guys already saw how that commander could fly.
That has to be Quenzele.
Quenzele? Is that his
Quenzele?
name?
Yes, and he's an absolute creep. Feel free to make mincemeat out of him.
A flying enemy? Sounds like a headache already. How do we even get to him? We'll be fine with my specialist skill on our side. I'll whip up some surface-to-air artillery and knock him down in one shot. The thing is, I'll have to start crafting it after he actually appears.
Why? Can't you just make it now?
Because we wouldn't have to battle then.
This particular weapon can only hold its shape for 5 minutes. After that, its internal pressure will cause it to explode.
Got it. Guess there's no helping it then.
Okay, guys, let's do this.
Now, do you understand that I would never betray you?
I shall reserve judgment until this entire battle is over.
Where's the commander?
That Quenzele guy?
He should be here.
Everybody!
Understood.
Got it!
It's set! Told you it wouldn't take long!
Why do this?
Serves you right, Quenzele.
You're... Ava! Does this mean you've switched allegiances?
Yes. It's not as if I had any future in the Sovereign Army anyway.
Suddenly Quenzele broke off and started something behind us.
Overlord Veshness!
Don't fall for it.
What?
We all turned around at the same time, but there's no one here.
Don't tell me.
We turned back around, which was too late. During those precious few seconds, the defeated commander had disappeared completely.
He got away?
Freaking coward!
I guess you could say that Quenzele has been... quenceled.
Huh? Huh? Quenelle, a mixture of creamed fish and meat. Yeah, not that thing. To the battle, we split up to look for Ima. It took a while, but I eventually found him locked up in a cage.
Ima, are you alright? Hold on, I'll get you out now.
Mr. Samino!
Swung my sword down the lock and it broke apart with a loud noise. I opened the door and quickly guided Ima outside, but then I saw something flashing out of the corner of my eye right next to the cage.
Bomb?
The next moment, boom. I instinctively grabbed Ima from behind. The snap of action meant my body shielded Ima from the brunt of the blast. A scalding pain ripped through my back. I choked down a cry of pain and asked,
Ima, are you okay?
Yes, but what about you?
Yeah, don't worry about me. As long as you're fine.
Huh? Mr. Samino?
No.
Mr. Samino! Mr. Samino!
Will we have another protagonist? That would be interesting. Oh, no, we're just skipping days. Woke up to the expected sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. This time she wasn't shocked at all. Instead, she looked at me with a gentle softness in her eyes.
Morning. You're awake now?
I didn't have to ask about the day since it was mentioned in the announcement just now.
It's day 50 today.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry about the feeding drips. We went to the second academy and brought a whole lot back.
Oh. Thanks as always.
You should thank the others too. They were the ones who actually got the drips. And I wasn't the only person taking care of you while you were out.
I sat up in bed for some strange reason. I wasn't feeling any aches or pains. You seem fine physically. The truth is your external injuries weren't as bad as they seemed. Which means the real reason I was out for such a long time was because of the fainting disease? I think so. Has anything changed? You mean the murder case? We haven't made any progress. Ima and Darumi are still denying they were working together. Tsubasa and I don't believe they did anything either, but the others. Oh, something else has changed though. Ima has been taking part in the defensive battles. What? You shielded him back at the enemy relay station, remember? He said he's joining the fight for you. I see. That said, he's still as reticent as ever and hardly ever leaves this room otherwise. Who can blame him, though? Other than Tsubasa and me, everybody's suspicious of him. But he did say that he was willing to tell you and only you everything. Really? Yep, so go find him later, okay? Later? Were you expecting me not to act right now after what you just told me? I jumped and dashed out outside immediately. Mr. Sumino, first of all, thank you for saving me that day. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Don't mention it, really. What I really want to hear from you is some answers. Ima nodded firmly. I was going to tell you everything after you woke up anyway. Not only because I owe you a debt of gratitude, but also because I'm now sure you couldn't have been the killer. Because the real killer would never risk his own life to save me like that. Except if he was not conscious of the things he did. It is my deepest desire to find the person who killed my dear sister, and then smash their face in with a hammer over and over again until there's nothing left of it. Yet I am but a detective's assistant. I do not deal well with deductions. So I have decided to entrust this earnest wish of mine to you. I have the utmost confidence that you have what it takes to bring the truth to light. I intend to do just that as soon as I get some answers from you. Now, first of all, why didn't you kill Darumi? What? You think the killer is one of us, don't you? Yeah. When Kako's body was found, you and Darumi were the only ones not in the gym. Unless you were the killer. That can't be right. Of course not. So from your perspective, the only one other person could have been hiding in the storeroom at that point of time. None other than Darumi, yet you didn't go smash your head in with a hammer until there was nothing left. Why not? Mr. Sumino, I see what you're getting at, and you're right. It was because I knew it was possible for someone else to have been my dear sister's killer. Because there's a hidden exit in the storeroom, right? He nodded slowly in response to my question. Yeah, another hidden thing. Opposite the cockpit section of the escape pod lay a heap of metal containers. When we moved the heap away, we found a large ventilation shaft. Is this it? Yes. It's big enough even for Takemaro and Moko to pass through. You are quite right. Have you ever gone inside before? No, sir. I stuck my head into the shaft but couldn't see anything in the pitch black darkness. When did you realize there was a storeroom here? About day 10, I would say. My dear sister found the entrance first. She was the one who brought me here. After that, we would secretly visit this place together whenever we had some free time. It became something like a secret hiding spot of ours. Why didn't you tell anyone? I did not tell you before because I thought you were my dear sister's killer. I did not tell the others because, well, promise you will not get angry. Yeah. Because my sister and I had intended to flee this place together in that escape pod. It's not possible. The door can't be opened manually. We thought we could do something about that by tinkering with the control system in the war room. I sighed and continued the conversation. But you kept this place a secret even after Kako was murdered. If you'd told us about it, we'd be able to accept your assertion that Kako hadn't killed herself. I promised, my dear sister. They just wanted to escape? Just the two of them? Why not Why not everyone else? Because there might be a killer? Because it would be easier for Tsubasa to fix it, right? To change the settings. That no matter what happened, I would never tell anyone about this place. She had tears in her eyes when she made me promise. What? I want us to live together in the Tokyo residential complex again, just the two of us. But we have to get out of this place first. We'll be killed one day if we stay here.
Yeah!
I believe I may have dropped the handkerchief at that time, when I was putting it back into my pocket after wiping my dear sister's tears away. This place was our sanctuary. We didn't want anyone else invading our space. Even after my dear sister lost her life, I felt like I would be desecrating her memory by allowing someone else in. That is why I told nobody. Large tears started rolling down Ima's cheeks, and I wordlessly held out his handkerchief to him. Ima accepted the handkerchief and clenched it tightly in his hand. He squeezed his eyes shut, and for a long time after that his shoulders trembled non-stop. After Ima had calmed down, we climbed back up to the surface. Tsubasa was in the garage as usual when we stepped inside. Ima, you're an unusual sight around here. Even more unusual than me being awake. I mean, I already heard about you from Nozomi. She's been going around telling everyone the news, you know. Anyway, what's up? Just want to know if there is a recon drone anywhere around here with lights and cameras if possible. Yes, but what do you need it for? It's kind of hard to explain. Can you just come with us and bring the recon drone? We needed to solve the case. Tsubasa blinked a few times in quick succession at Ima's words. Alright, give me a sec. Uh-oh, there's a ventilation shaft here. That means I see how it is now. There is an imposter among us. Yeah, exactly. If Kako was killed, the presence of this shaft makes everybody in the academy a suspect. Including the safers for Shoma's case. Including me. Yeah, she still brought me here. Does that mean you trust me? Kind of, sort of. You don't sound very sure. I'll take it though. Okay, let's start. Thanks. We used the drone to investigate the ventilation shaft. As a result, we were able to make a few major discoveries. Right, in summary, this is what we've learned. First of all, the shaft bends in a zigzag shape a few times and extends towards the school building. It splits into a grid structure halfway and connects to different parts of the building. Anyone using this can basically exit from anywhere they like. However, the bends are extremely narrow and people our size can't possibly get through them. Only someone with a body the size of a small child could have gone through those bends. Shoma? I'm more concerned about what we found halfway. Yeah, me too. This thing, right? This thing that got caught on a protrusion in the interior wall. Kamaru? Is the Kamaru that green? I don't know. Shoma. Kurara's head? Is it made from textile? Shoma. Thankfully we were able to retrieve it because I had the foresight to attach a robotic arm to the drone. It's a piece of cloth, right? A square green piece of cloth about an inch long. I looked at Ima, then Tsubasa. They looked back at me with wide, questioning eyes. It was apparent they hadn't yet realized the grave implication behind this. Maybe a certain incident had blinded them to the existence of that possibility. I put the piece of cloth in my pocket, looked at them both in the eye and said, tell everyone to gather at the gym at 7 PM tonight. So did Shoma kill Kako and then stabbed himself? What? And made sure not to lose too much blood, so that he could be revived. This is quite sudden. Please just do it. They turned to look at each other. I don't mind. What will you be doing until then? Well, you'll see. I had enough proof to make my case, but I wanted to just one more piece of key evidence. So I went to the back of the school, to the place where Shoma had been stabbed. I spent a few hours thoroughly investigating every nook and cranny. Before long, the sun set and my shadow started growing longer. It was at that time that I found something, a faint trace of blood on a corner of a rock. It was maybe 30 feet away from where Shoma had been stabbed. I didn't think blood from his injuries could have sprayed that far, which meant... What could it mean? Did someone get injured when crawling through the space? Shoma, I mean? Crawling through Shoma, no. Crawling through the vents? And Shoma, I mean, by that I mean Shoma was the one who did it? I entered the gym at 7 PM sharp to find everybody already gathered there. Ava, you're here too. Yes, I have received an official release. I have been given Ato's room and do not have to sleep in the cage anymore. All credit goes to Takumi and Tsubasa. The remote detonator you suggested has allowed everyone to accept my presence with the greatest peace of mind. I duplicated the device and gave a copy to everyone. I'll pass you yours later, Takumi. No, I don't need one. That aside, what are we all here for? Well, you see... I turned my gaze upward and then slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma.
Exclamation, exclamation. Oh my god. Mr. Sumino, wait a minute. You just said with an absolute certainty that my dear sister was indeed killed. Yes, the situation points to that fact. Who did it? Aima, I need you to promise me something first. Promise you won't lay a finger on the killer when you realize who they are. I won't tell you the truth unless you promise me that. I saw him gritting his teeth with a scowl on his face. Still, he nodded firmly and said, Fine, I promise that I won't lay a finger on that accursed scum.
Good. Alright. Much as I wish I didn't have to do this. Here goes. The person who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma. It was. The name of that person is...
Dun, 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 dun. The person who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma is... Oh shit! Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Gaku, it was... No, it was Eito, of course. I can only think that it was Shoma because of the scrap. And because it was hard to maneuver the vents for not a small person. Okay, let's click Shoma. Is Shoma the one behind this? Yes.
The real killer.
You won't say is?
The real killer. You! Shoma Genzaki!
What are you talking about, Takumi? Have you forgotten that I was a victim too? I was stabbed!
Stop running your mouth! And just watch as I expose every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
Oh shit, persuasion? I'll tell you what happened in chronological order. Let's start with Kako. Her estimated time of death is between 1 and 4 AM on day 27. You met up with her before that on day 26. To tell her to come to the gym during that period of time. So she showed up at the gym and as asked. Where you made up some reason for her to swallow that thing.
That thing? What thing?
TTX.
I'm talking about TTX. Tetrodotoxin.
It's extremely poisonous. Ingesting just 1 to 2 milligrams is fatal. That's how you poison Kako to death. After poisoning Kako, you put the bottle of TTX into her right hand. Then you blocked the gym door using a mop as a latch, thinking you could make her death seem like suicide with all that nonsense. Once that was done, you climbed down the ladder at the corner of the stage into the escape pod storeroom. You already knew that Shaft was there, because you'd seen Ima and Kako going to the trapdoor before. You did your homework and went down to check out the storeroom as well before carrying out your plan. That's where you also knew about the ventilation shaft, and you used that vent to return to the school building. That's the main reason causing me to single you out as the culprit. The main reason?
Anyone could have used the ventilation shaft to get back into the school.
The one who could fit.
I can. Because of how the shaft bends in a zigzag shape and extends towards the school building.
The bends are extremely narrow. Only someone with the body size of a small child could have gone through those bends. In other words, the only one who could have gone through those narrow bends is you, Shoma. Yes, you can't say that for sure. A girl who was flexible enough could have passed through as well, right? No, it's physically impossible. Anyway, there was something left behind the ventilation shaft. That's what's going to serve as irrefutable proof of your guilt.
Irrefutable proof?
Green claw.
Here it is. This square piece of inch-wide green cloth.
Out of all of us, only Kurara, Takemura, and Shoma wear something green on them. But Kurara's tomato mask isn't made of cloth, so this scrap can't be hers. The shade of green on Takemura's jacket is less vibrant than the scrap too. Shoma, turn around. Why? Just do it. I just checked part of Shoma's backpack has been torn. Why did he climb with the backpack? The torn part perfectly matches this cloth scrap. Indeed, I too witnessed it and have concluded they're a perfect match. You couldn't have passed through the narrow bends of that shaft while still wearing your backpack, but you couldn't leave it in the shaft either. So you tied the shoulder straps to your feet and pulled it along as you climbed up. That's how the backpack got caught in a sharp edge protruding out of the inner wall of the shaft. This cloth scrap got turned off because of that. No, this is fake evidence planted by the real culprit. Someone's trying to frame me. If that was the case, why would that someone stab you? That one act would completely divert all suspicion away from you. Now this next part is all just conjecture. Shoma, you were actually intending to kill Ima as well, weren't you? That plan went awry because Kako showed up at the gym alone. So we had no choice but to kill only her. Ori? I don't know how to say that word. Awry. But that made things difficult for you because Ima knew about the storeroom as well. What's more, he also knew about the ventilation shaft. If he told anybody about the shaft, this would no longer be a locked room case. If we pursued the case as a murder, he would eventually close in on you. So he wanted to kill Ima afterward. But it was almost dawn by the time you crawled out from the ventilation shaft. That left you with no time to do anything about Ima. So you panicked and started thinking about ways to remove yourself from the suspect list. That's how you ended up deciding to kill yourself. If you could make everyone think you had been mutilated by the culprit, we would never even dream of suspecting you. You're being ridiculous. This is way too bold of a plan for someone like me.
Who would dare kill themselves just to make it seem like they...
You weren't actually going to die?
Of course. Actually dying was never part of your plan.
In fact, we're absolutely confident you wouldn't die because we have the revive-o-matic in the infirmary. But for that to work, you had to die in a way that allowed us to find your dead body quickly. After all, we wouldn't be able to revive you if too much time had passed. That is why you screamed, right? And right after the morning announcement, so that everyone could hear you. Then you stabbed yourself all over and temporarily ended your own life. I can't believe I'm listening to this. Please be realistic, no one in their right mind would willingly stab themselves that many times.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Gamma feel. Oh. And that's why gamma feel.
No, it is possible.
She injected herself with the powerful anesthetic like gamma feel. Remember what Yugama said? At the proper dilution, this substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. Yeah, but I still stand by that. It does make sense. So you're trying to say that I used that drug to do the deed, right? But where would I even find a drug like that? You probably stole it from somewhere.
Stole it from where?
Wow, biolab.
From the biolab.
That room is unlocked and everyone that has access to the shelves getting that drug from there wouldn't have been a problem for you. Alright, assuming that I didn't inject myself with that anesthetic.
How did I get rid of the hypodermic needle afterwards? When you found me at the back of the building, was there anything like that on me?
There was some blood.
You must have tossed it somewhere far away when you were done with it.
What about the knife? Where did the knife I used to stab myself disappear to? You tossed that far away as well, just like you did with the syringe. Did anyone find any of those things at the scene? No, but nobody has searched the area nearby on day 27, the day of the incident. You could have collected those items on the next day on day 28 after you woke up. But still, you're just guessing at this point. You've got no real proof. No proof that I threw the knife away after stabbing myself. I do have proof it's not with me right now, but I did find something. There was something some 30 feet away from where we found you.
What was it?
Bloodstain. Airplane!
I saw bloodstains. Just a little patch on the corner of a rock.
In a place where blood from your injuries couldn't have reached. Those stains proved that a bloody knife had been thrown over there. That's enough already. It doesn't matter what you're trying to say because you have no solid proof.
The green cloth was the only piece of substantial evidence you managed to produce.
Bluff.
It's time you stopped playing dumb, Shoma.
I do actually have another piece of conclusive evidence. What? The bottle of GTX Taco was holding. Your fingerprints were on it.
That can't be. It can't be. It just can't. It can't. My fingerprints can't be on that bottle. I was wearing gloves when I...
Wow.
You fell for it.
Wow.
No. That was just a slip of the tongue. I mean, it was just... Anyway, I'm not...
Give it up, Shoma. I'll say it again. The person who killed Kako by making her drink TTX. It was none other than you! Shoma Genzake!
Akumi, you got a few things wrong, but for the most part you were correct. It was me, I killed Kako. Grrr. Back off, Ima, you promised. Huff, huff. So which parts did I get wrong? The entire premise to begin with, I did not kill her of my own volition. I was ordered to do so by a certain someone, let's call this person X for now. Twitter, stop trying to make excuses for yourself. I'm telling the truth, please believe me. Tell us more about this order you received. Just before dawn on day 26, I woke up to someone tapping my cheek. Which cheek? When I opened my eyes, X was there right in front of me. You didn't lock the door? I did. I think X was already hiding inside before I came in. Either that bed or something. What did X say? X said,
I killed Gaku and intend to make you my next target. But I'll let you off if you follow my instructions. If you go against me or tell the others about my existence, I'll blow up the bomb inside your body immediately. Yes. The bomb planted in all of your bodies by that robot known as Seaway.
if you go.
Oh shit, I messed up. If you go against my plan, I will crush your balls.
Okay. I disabled it, right? Right? Okay. Just who is this X-person? Elon Musk is... Okay. Enough about Twitter. I don't know, they were wearing a long black poncho. They wore a mask over their face and used a voice changer to hide their real voice. That sounds like the fake stabber you made up to fool us. I mean, it's true I wasn't stabbed by a person of that description, but that person definitely exists. What happened after that? I followed X's instructions. I didn't want to be killed the way Gakko had been. Like, X came with the entire plan. They told me about the ladder shaft, the skateboard hangar, and the ventilation shaft. The tetrodotoxin, it was X who obtained that bottle of TDX2. After that, I simply asked Kako to meet her using the script X had prepared. What did the script say? To speak to her in the afternoon of day 26. Kako, I know about the storeroom with the escape pod too. I did some research in the library and found a way to open the cockpit and launch that pod into space. So would you like to escape from this academy together with me and Nima? If so, come with Iman to the gym tonight at 2 AM. The plan was to kill not just Kako but Ima as well, because they were the only other people who knew about the storeroom. Killing them both at the same time in a locked room would make their deaths seem like suicide. But only Kako showed up at the gym at the specified time, 2 AM. Why? Kako said this. I haven't told my dear brother what you told me just yet. First, I need to verify whether your information is authentic or not. If it's true, then we set off tomorrow. But keep it a secret from my dear brother, alright? I want to surprise him. I hesitated to execute the plan because she had showed up alone. My text also told me.
If you chicken out and do nothing, I'll still blow you up.
So I passed Kako water bottle mixed with TTX. Akumi more or less covered what happened after that until I returned to the school building. Except I had not foreseen that my backpack would get torn along the way. After returning to the first floor of the school building, I was at a loss because I didn't know what I was supposed to do about Dima. It was going to be difficult to kill him because the sun had already risen by then. Suddenly X appeared again.
Dima probably knows about the ventilation shaft. If he spills the beans, they'll all know Kako didn't die in a locked room. They'll start investigating the case as a murder instead of assuming it was a suicide. The morning announcement will be playing soon. You won't make it back to the roof in time. Somebody will realize you were out and about before dawn. But rest assured, for if you do as I say, you'll never even make it to the suspect list.
That's why you went to the back of the building and... Yes, I had been left with no other choice. But I was hesitant right up until the moment I ejected myself with the gamma field. Once I did that, it was as if my sense of fear completely evaporated. Oh, X gave me the gamma field as well, along with the knife and syringe. I'm pretty sure X must have been the one who to collect the knife and syringe that I dropped after I did the deed. Because I know I definitely didn't retrieve them. The story that's told, Shoma slumped his shoulders and bowed his dead head deeply. The silence that followed stretched on until Hiroko finally spoke up. I just have one last question, Shoma. Do the words back or heart ring any bells? Oh. Back or heart? No, I have no idea. Thank you, your reaction was the answer needed. I guess that's that, Takumi. Yeah, X must have done it if Shoma wasn't involved in that particular affair. Everybody was looking at us in confusion, probably because nobody knew that someone had stolen the hearts from the dead bodies. And then Shoma started trembling like a leaf as if he suddenly remembered something. Oh no, that's it, I'm gone for it. Told you about X. The bomb inside of me is going to blow up now. Nothing's happening. Did this X person lie to you? I think they must have. An amateur can't possibly make a detonator for the bomb in our bodies. Only someone with my level of skill and experience. So Genzaki won't be executed? Uh-oh. Then I'll do it myself. I'll kill you. I'll tear you limb from limb. Yuma let out a guttural roar and charged toward Shoma so quickly nobody had time to react. He shoved Shoma to the ground, clambered on top of him, and started strangling him so hard it almost seemed like he might rip his head off.
Go to hell! Ima, no!
I ran over in a panic and pulled him off. Shoma had fainted and was frothing with his mouth. Yugama darted over and conducted a quick check.
He's fine. Just passed out.
Damn it! Damn it! Dear sister! My dear sister! My dear sister!
My dear sister, Nokotan. After that heartbreaking outburst, Ima simply collapsed on the spot. Nozomi and Tsubasa rushed over and started comforting him. Everybody else was at a loss, simply staring quietly at Ima as they stood rooted at the spot. The sound of Ima's pained wails echoed coldly and endlessly through the walls of the building. We moved the unconscious Shoma into the cage in the courtyard and made sure it was properly locked. Once that was done, I shoved the key deep inside my pocket. I should have said Kako-tan. Everyone returned to the rooms without saying another word. I soon found myself completely alone. Looking up at the sky, I thought about what had happened. Kako's case had been solved, but that didn't mean it was all over. Someone out there killed Gaku and instructed Shoma to kill Kako. This was likely the same person who had been stealing hearts from the bodies in the morgue. X, the real mastermind behind this entire string of events. I had to find out who this person was by hook or by crook, and I would, no matter what I did. I clenched my fists tightly. I would let nothing shake me from this firm resolve.
Wake up! Something's happened!
Yay, some things. Upon hearing that loud cry, I dashed out of my room. What happened? What's going on? I was up early, so I went to check on Shoma, and Shoma, what happened to him? Just come with me quickly. We all knew where we were going. Everybody made a mad dash for the courtyard together. We ran through the second floor hallway and burst into the courtyard, then ran toward the kid without stopping. There we saw the same pose.
Shoma!
Yoshika grabbed the gate and tried to open it. It's still locked.
It is still locked and will not budge.
Doesn't Takumi have the key?
Hold on, I'll unlock it now.
I dug the key out of my pocket and slotted it into the keyhole. Once the gate was unlocked, I opened it and went inside. I immediately ran to Shoma and touched his neck, checking for a pulse. At that moment, something felt a little off.
Sweat.
What?
I touched his clothes and they were wet as well.
Well, is he alive or not?
I already checked that. As you can clearly see, he's already...
Maybe we can still revive him if we bring him to the infirmary like last time.
Since I had touched the body, I knew already that too much time had passed, but I decided to go along with it anyway.
We should try that.
What? Wait. Something what happened last time? Not last time, sometime before, right? What was that happened that time? Oh, forgot. Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 51, between 2 and 5 a.m. Multiple stab wounds in the chest and abdomen. The murder weapon is like the sharp blade about 8 inches long. Too much time had passed since death, and insufficient cryptoglobin present in the body impossible to revive. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room became heavier. The hell's going on? How did the killer get to Shoma when the cage was locked? Takumi, did you lock your door last night? Yes, I did, so nobody could have stolen the key from you while I was sleeping. No, Takumi, once again you. I know I'm repeating myself, but that key is unique. It cannot be copied. Well, that narrows down the list of possible suspects to just Takumi, right? Don't you ever get tired of mindlessly repeating the same thing? Aren't we overlooking the other possibility that he stabbed himself like before? This time in a way that would be impossible for us to revive him. I can't think of any other reason for why he'd wind up dead in a locked cage in the middle of the night. Well then, who supplied him with a knife? It had to be X, right? If it was X, they would have passed him some gamma fuel and a syringe. Yeah, ain't no one strong enough to keep mutilating yourself like that without being drugged to hell out of their mind. You could have used one of the bottles that had been stolen previously. We moved Shoma's remains to the morgue. Oh no, his heart's gonna be stolen. There were now 4 bodies lying on tables there. Yet he was requesting made sure that Kako and Shoma's bodies were not placed next to each other. Ima walked to Shoma's dead body and stared at it for a long time. Then he said, "You got what you deserved." After that, we investigated the courtyard together. Despite combing over every inch of the area, we found no trace of a knife or syringe. The only thing we found was a balloon. Wait, what happened with the balloons as well? It was lying on the floor near Shoma's cage. Yeah, I remember something. Although I couldn't immediately figure out if it was related to the case, I decided to stuff it into my pocket just in case. Oh my god, I forgot everything. Or did we not go past that route? Did it stop prematurely at the lock? Wait, I remember something like the water, what are they called? I don't know, the outlets where the water goes down were stuffed so they wouldn't let water through, right? So then water rose, right? No, I don't remember. Soon the last rays of sunlight disappeared into the horizon and the darkness of night took over. It was already way past dinner time. Seeing that none of us had an appetite after all that, we skipped the cafeteria and gathered at the rec room instead. This makes it 3 people who have lost their lives because of X. We don't know for sure if X had anything to do with Shoma's case yet. Of course they did. We'd all be in serious trouble if it wasn't X. Because that would mean there are 2 killers of X's caliber running around free. So who do you think X might be? Everyone fell silent. This was the question I was dreading the most, and it seemed like the others felt the same. Ever since Shoma shared his side of the story last night, we'd all been avoiding that particular issue. But it was time to face reality. I sealed myself and turned to Tsubasa. Tsubasa, do you still have the organic life detection device? Yes.
Oh.
12, the exact same number of the people present here. That means somebody among us is X. Dun 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 dun. No, wait. It could have been someone who came in at midnight and left the school before the sun came up. Sadly, that's not possible. This device comes with a history log. At 4 AM last night, the number of people changed from 13 to 12 and stayed there. Ooh, so Sir Shoma was murdered at 4 AM last night. Yeah. Mr. Makadori, we were discussing something more important here. The number reduced by 1 when Shoma lost his life, but after that it neither went up or down. Proving that nobody came into the school or left, right? Yes. The thing is, we're all screwed if we don't do something. X threatened to kill us all in that message, and they're doing just that. The more we put this off, the more people will be dropping dead one by one. Well, I agree with the part about doing something at least. Hey, Takumi, you're the leader. Come up with something. Maybe. How about we make it compulsory to move around in groups of at least 3 during the day? Didn't someone mention before that 3 is a risky number? That was because your 2 other teammates could be working together. Two other teammates. But the situation has changed. According to Shoma, X is just 1 person. That's right, so a group of 3 should be fine. What about at night? Feels like that's the main thing. So far, all of them were taken out at night. Then we should... Yay. Few done and done. Are we all going to be sleeping here from now on? How bland and boring. Getting evacuation center vibes here. Would you prefer bland and boring or dead in a ditch? We've used curtains to divide the air up into rooms so everybody will have some semblance of privacy. Is this really going to work? What if the killer strikes while we're all sleeping? In fact, that's why we've avoided sleeping in the one spot until ever now, right? Yes, and that's why I'm thinking of having a sentry system. Sentry? 3 people will be on watch at all times. We'll also rotate 1 person out every hour. And if anything happens, just shout. That's reassuring. Now I can get a good night's rest. My skin will thank me. Looks like we're agreed then. This arrangement should stop X from causing further harm. We should be safe for a while. Now we just had to continue our investigation and expose X's identity before they tried anything else. There was just one other thing that was bothering me. Shoma was killed today. I saw his body with my own eyes, but it was wet, which meant... What? 75? Wait. Shoma was killed today. I saw his body with my own eyes, which meant... Did something happen? What? Did I forget something? Oh, maybe he's thinking about the heart ripper. I woke up at the sound of the morning announcement. The first thought to cross my mind at the time was not again, along with a sense of resignation. Looking up at the unfamiliar ceiling, it took me a few seconds to realize I was in the gym. I stood up from my makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider, and stepped outside. Takumi, he awakens. I didn't want to sweat the small stuff, but you gave us a real scare this time. You were out for 23 whole days. Is that a new record? Oh, for the love of murder. At least we won't have to play through those, I guess skip those days ourselves by doing 3 times that are full of sleeping. I turned slowly to look at everyone, then said, everyone's safe. Thanks to your last words. My last words? For us to move in groups during the day and sleep together at night. Remember, these were the instructions you gave us on day 51? We've been able to survive all this time because of them. Not because Takumi was sleeping. X hasn't had the opportunity to strike. That also means X exists still. Yes, we still don't know who they are. No, it's quite tough. Is it... Are no murderers... happening because it wouldn't be fair for a murder to happen when the player is not there? Or are the murders not happening because Takumi is asleep and he's X? If we did, we would have thrown them in the cage and tossed away the key already. Know that I got a better look at them. I saw signs of fatigue on everyone's faces. X is among us. I'll be killed if I walk around with only one other person. They've all had to spend the last 23 days under the crushing weight of such thoughts. It's no wonder their mental fatigue was starting to show physically. Oh right, there's something you need to know. What is this? About 10 days ago, we met the boy with the undying flames. He showed himself?
Yeah!
Well, he was feeling very unwell, but said he just had to tell us something. And what was that? I recently found out there's something called a distress signal transmitter somewhere in the school. It was put here in the event of all but one member of Team 1 dying. Only Team 1 though, because the two teams joining together had not been anticipated. The people on the satellite did not think Team 2 would ever come here. At any rate, no matter how strong they were, a single fighter wouldn't be able to win this war on their own. Instead, that survivor would be extracted and put on standby while the people in charge put together a fresh team for a new attempt. Once the correct series of codes had been entered into the transmitter, it would well transmit a distress signal. Once the artificial satellite received it, they'd send a rescue craft to their school. The survivor would get on board and be taken back to their satellite. That's supposed to be the sequence of events. Also, the rescue craft does not have a capacity restriction. That means people from both Teams 1 and 2 can board with no issues. The second to last academy does not have a transmitter of its own, so bringing the team over here was definitely the right move. Fortunately, I do not know where that transmitter is located. Still, it seemed to me like this information could be of some use to you. That is why I came here to tell you about it. What? That's new. A distress signal transmitter. I've never seen or heard of such thing before. Same here. After hearing that, we split up into groups to search for the transmitter, but still haven't found it. It doesn't matter, we'd have to put the transmitter on the back burner for now. Finding the identity of X is our top priority. X was most likely the one to kill Shoma, or they could have ordered someone else to do it like they did for Kako. At any rate, X was absolutely involved in Shoma's murder. As long as we could figure out who killed Shoma, we'd find out who X is. Alright, I clenched my fist tightly. Hiroko Tsubasa, come with me. What? Where? To the courtyard. I'm going to investigate the scene of Shoma's murder. Very well. I don't mind, but... What's that? Can we have breakfast first? I'm starving. And thus Hiroko Tsubasa and I went to the courtyard together after having breakfast. Why did you ask us to come along? I can't go against my own last words, can I? The fight about moving together in groups during the day. But why choose us? No reason in particular, I just felt like it. Felt like it. One of us could very well be X. Then it'll be a 2-on-1 fight. What if X tries to destroy evidence during this investigation? I'm not worried, they would have already done that while I was unconscious if it was that important. Yes, that is true. Then what are you investigating? One question before I answer that. Nobody has an alibi for 4 AM on day 51, right, when Shoma was killed? Yes, we were all sleeping in our rooms while Ava was in Ato's room actually, but you know what I mean. What about the murder weapon or any other clues? So far we haven't found anything. In that case, the fastest way to identify X is to see who could have possibly killed Shoma under those circumstances. Killer likely used a special method to kill Shoma while he was locked in that cage. Figuring out what that method was could break this case wide open. Who could have done that was thus the best line of investigation to pursue. How exactly are we going to do that? This place is so big that I have no idea where to even start. We need some sort of clue first. There is a clue. Shoma's body was wet when we first found it, remember? I think finding out why may very well be the key to solving this case. Okay, I remembered something. That time, what happened? Ato asked to turn on the fountain. Not to turn on the fountain, but make the fountain stronger. Run better. Run faster. Produce more water. Spray more water. Right, something like that. What happened then? Did the water damage the electronics of the cage? I don't remember. No, I don't think so. Did he fill the the balloon with water? Wait. I don't remember. I really don't remember. I walked over to the courtyard fountain. There was a valve with a handle on the side, probably for adjusting the amount of water being spouted. I opened it completely and then a frightening amount of water gushed out all at once, making the fountain look like an erupting geyser or open dam. A giant column of water shut up in the sky and came down again like a downpour of rain. Quickly turned the handle to close the valve. Soon the water slowed considerably and went back to its normal flow. Phew, that was close. What exactly were you trying to do? I'm glad I was standing over here. I'd be all wet by now if I'd been any closer. Next I checked the central drain. It was more like a tunnel than a drain. The water flowed deep into the tunnel. There was a large handle here as well. I turned the handle and then the wall came down from the top of that tunnel, completely sealing up the drain. After checking it, I returned the handle to its original position. I briefly saw Hiroko and Tsubasa staring at me in confusion as I proceeded to my next destination, the cage where Shoma had been held. We already checked every last inch of that cage. There are no hidden tunnels underneath and the bars are as strong as can be. Oh yeah, what about the other cage? There are some hidden... There's a hidden tunnel and we forgot about it. I guess it will be relevant sometime in the future. No scratches on the lock either, and no traces that anything had been tampered with. The hinges of the gate are also untouched. As I was listening to them, my eyes wandered to the top of the cage. Officially, this cage is an animal pen. I think it was supposed to be modeled after a bird cage or something. You see that string suspended from the top there? Yes, what about it? I didn't answer, instead lowering my glance to the bottom of the cage where something caught my eye. This cage isn't secured to the floor, it's just a bottomless cage placed on top of a base. But the cage is impossible to move manually, it literally weighs a ton. How do you know that? There was a blueprint of the core chart on the war room's computer that had some information about it. So what? The water rose? And then what? Lifted the cage up? I see, so it weighs 1 ton. Hey, that reminds me. Did you know this core chart was originally created as a biotope for space development research? Biotope? I'll try to keep the explanation as brief as possible. Said that before world death, Earth was full of different kinds of terrain, like arid regions and rainforests. And each of these regions were inhabited by living things unique to that area, including plants, microorganisms, and vertebrates. For research purposes, this place had originally been created as a perfect replica of the ecosystems those creatures had been living in. That's why there are blasts of hot air to simulate a desert environment. It can also withstand atmospheric pressures many times Earth's range. What wouldn't that amount of pressure cause the windows to break? What are you talking about? Those things over there aren't windows, they're all display screens, including the ceiling. Look carefully and you'll see the light flickering every once in a while. There's no way the sky could be visible from here. You were inside the school after all. You might be right. What about the exits on both sides connected to the hallways? Atmospheric pressure can escape from those exits when it gets too high, right? Those places were closed in the beginning, covered by partition walls, don't you remember? Alright, they opened up after Sari released them. In other words, as long as the walls on those exits and drains are down, the courtyard is completely sealed space. Completely sealed space. So there really was like a water filled to the brim. Are you done here? Shall we return to the gym? Not yet, there's just one more thing. This water balloon. A balloon. The one we found during our investigation on day 51. Why do you think it was found so close to the cage? I have no idea. I can hardly imagine it was someone's personal belonging. The more likely possibility is that someone made it using the Gift-O-Matic. Gift-O-Matic? We'll definitely be able to find a clue if we go there. We made our way to the rec room. Investigating the Gift-O-Matic resulted in a few discoveries. So in summary, the official name of this is the Sturdy Rubber Balloon. It was made using a very durable material. The description on the box mentions it doesn't break easily. The balloon has a capacity of 10 liters, so it should be quite big when blown up. According to the history logs, it's been crafted a total of 100 times. Who needs that many balloons and for what? Okay. Did they fill a bunch of balloons with air? Put them inside the cage and filled the courtyard with water and the balloons with air lifted the cage? I don't know. Fortunately, we won't be able to find out who crafted that data, and only that data has been erased. After reviewing our findings, I put the balloons back into my pocket. So boss, is there a tire pump in the parking lot? Yeah, an electric air compressor. Is it portable? Of course it is. It has caster wheels attached to it. Anybody can move it anywhere. But why'd you ask? Sorry, let me gather my thoughts first. I'll explain it all to everyone once I have a clearer picture of how the events unfolded. A clearer picture? And when will that happen? Probably by 7 PM tonight. We returned to the gym together, where I immediately started sorting out my thoughts. The day flew by as I did as soon it was night. The time I had asked everyone to meet had arrived. Wait, when I think about it, the balloons didn't have to be inside the cage. They could have just been attached to the cage and they would lift it up anyways in the water. It was exactly 7 PM when I quietly said to everyone, "Hey guys, can we all move to the courtyard? I have something important to discuss." What is this important thing we had to come all the way here to discuss? Well, you see, I turned my gaze upward and slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Shoma.
Really? Who? Exclamation. Who did it? First, we must answer how. How did the killer stab Shoma while he was inside the locked cage? Once we can figure that out, the identity of the killer becomes apparent. Really? Because only that person could have done all that under those circumstances. Just cut to the chase and tell us who the killer is already.
Alright. I'll tell you. The person who killed Shoma, it was. The name of that person is...
Person who killed Shoma is... Oh my god! Okay. We have to think. Okay, so... The body was wet, right. Was stabbed with a knife, yes. And so, okay, how did he get stabbed? Okay, no, yeah, well, how did he get stabbed? Well, the water can be... There can be more water, and the drain can be shut off. So the water fills this whole place, and this place is like an isolated room. So the water can fill it and not spill anywhere. Okay, so the water is filled, and what happens? Water is filled to the top. If we have 100 balloons with air, that could be enough, I guess, to lift the cage. And since it doesn't have the cage itself doesn't have a bottom, the balloons lift the cage, and then the suspect goes inside and stab Shoma. Right, that's it. Camera, oh. Okay, I've got one idea. Since you had to be underwater, you had to have a mask that could let you breathe underwater, right? The only one with that kind of mask is Ava. Are there any scuba masks here? Any other scuba masks? This is a... Ooh, 3 choices? What? What about previous time? 2 choices. Ooh. Oh, I shouldn't hover on the locks. They probably show the answer. So that's why there was the whole thing with the mask. Ava's mask. Okay, she's the most suspicious one right now. Who else could breathe underwater? Okay, let's try Ava. Is Ava the one behind this? Yes. Hopefully I didn't mess it up.
The real killer. You! Ava!
Whoa, what are you saying, Takumi? I came to the school on day 21. I couldn't have written the first threatening note or killed Gaku. That means I couldn't have been X.
Indeed.
What?
Indeed, what?
I didn't say you were X. What I said was you're the person who killed Shoma.
I did not. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Shut your mouth and just watch. I'll be exposing every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
Persuasion time? Yeah. Okay. What makes you think I'm the killer? Before getting to that part, we'll have to explain how the murder even took place to begin with. Shuma's dead body was found in that cage. He had been stabbed multiple times. That means you had to have figured out a way to get inside the cage. But the door was locked, and you were the only one with the key, Takumi. Yes, I did have the key, so you couldn't have used it. You used another way to get inside. Okay, so the other person we would have guessed is Takumi because he has the key? I don't know, another way. The key lies in the design of that cage.
The design?
Bottom not
What are you
secure.
talking about?
The bottom part of the cage isn't secured in place.
It's just a heavy iron cage mounted on a base.
I don't understand. That cage is
Lifted the cage up.
The cage could simply be lifted up.
So you went inside from the bottom. What nonsense is this, Takumi? How is it possible for anyone to lift up such a heavy metal structure? Very true, that cage weighs about a ton. It's not something anyone can move with their bare hands. Wait, aren't you contradicting yourself right now?
You claimed I lifted it up, but now you're
You
saying it's
used
too heavy.
buoyancy.
You used buoyancy.
Buoyancy. That's right, you made the courtyard a watertight space by closing off the drains. And then you flooded the entire place. There's a fountain there, right? You opened its valve fully to release an enormous amount of water through the nozzles. Turning into something like an erupting geyser or open dam. You left the fountain valve wide open for a while to fill the space with water. Hehehe. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I'm sorry, your explanation is so outrageous, I couldn't help but be amused. Takumi, do you not know how powerful water pressure can be? Even if we assume water was released into the environment after covering up any openings, some would still leak out because of those walls would be under constant pressure from the force of the water. No, that wouldn't happen, that's how this place was designed. Because the courtyard was originally constructed for a certain special purpose.
Special purpose? What special purpose?
Deep sea research?
Now you're just
Space
talking
development? I don't remember. Space development?
This place was a biotope to be used for space development research.
It was designed to be able to withstand atmospheric pressures many times Earth's range. That's what Tsubasa said. Yeah, that's right. And that's why it's impossible for water pressure to cause any leaks. After a while, the place became filled with water. Considering the water flow of that fountain, it probably took about 3 hours for water to rise to the top of the cage. And Shoma didn't drown? Well, I guess he could have just swam until the top. But then... But the balloons... Okay, no, the balloons can be attached to the bottom parts. Then lifted up, I guess, yeah. Shoma was still at 4 AM counting back from the time brings up to 1 AM for the approximate time the water started accumulating. Well, I guess she could have just drowned Shoma instead of killing him. Even if you were right, that entire cage is made of iron. It literally weighs a ton. You said it so yourself.
It wouldn't shift around simply from being submerged
Sturdy
in water.
rubber balloons.
By using sturdy rubber balloons.
Rubber balloons? Ones that can be filled with air up to a capacity of about 10 liters. You inflate 100 of these balloons and put them into the cage. You put the deflated balloons into the cage first before inflating them. Archimedes' principle states that upward buoyant forces is equal to the weight of displaced water. 100 balloons that hold 10 liters each equals 1,000 kilograms. In other words, the effect is 1 ton of upward force. That cancels out the weight of the cage and reduces it to near zero. You'd barely need to use a single finger to lift it then. You are easily able to lift the cage with just the slightest effort. 110-liter rubber balloons, that's just not... While Shoma is there just sitting, what is she doing with all those balloons? Hopefully nothing too sinister. It would be impossible for me to inflate so many balloons in such a short time. How could anyone have done that? The compressor more than likely used a certain tool.
A certain tool? Well...
Tire pump.
The bicycle tire pump in the parking lot. It's an electric air compressor.
It's mounted on wheels and can be easily moved here. Using that would make it a literal breeze to fill up all those balloons. Would a breeze fill up a balloon? I see. That method does make it possible for the cage to be lifted up while it was submerged in water. But don't you find it strange? If the cage had been underwater for that long, Shoma would have drowned inside. Yet the revival medic stated his cause of death as hemorrhagic shock.
Doesn't that conflict with the sequence of events you've laid out? If your deduction holds
The cage wasn't completely submerged?
The cage wasn't completely submerged.
The water only had to stop just below the topmost part of the cage for it to work. Discharging water equal to the volume of the cage itself created the buoyant force needed. Shoma kept his head above the water's surface and breathed through his mouth, gaping and gasping for air the whole time. You took this opportunity to lift the cage while underwater, slip inside and stab him multiple times. What happened to the water in the courtyard after that? You opened the drainage walls to drain it away.
Then the courtyard should have still been wet when we discovered Shoma's body.
Hot air blasts.
You used blasts of hot air to dry the place up.
What? I mentioned just now that this courtyard was originally created as a biotope for space development research. Because that is perfectly capable of reproducing a desert environment, which means it has the ability to blast hot wind around the area. After draining the water away, you activated that setting to dry the courtyard. Due to the lack of time, however, the water didn't dry up completely. Then when we first discovered Shoma's body, it was actually still somewhat damp. It was dry enough though, plus we were all distracted by Shoma's dead body. That's why we failed to notice the remaining wetness in the area. The only thing we did notice was that Shoma's body was damp. Fine, I understand this is utter foolishness. Let me summarize what you were trying to say. I went underwater, lifted up the cage, and stabbed Shoma multiple times while he was gasping for air at the surface. Then I dove underwater again and turned the valve handle to open the drainage walls. Look, Takumi, I'm neither a diver nor a mermaid, even if I was an expert at holding my breath.
A regular person would struggle to do even one of the
Mask.
No. It's absolutely possible.
You used your mask, Ava. Tsubasa told me about it. There's a miniature air tank in your mask. It allows you to use it as a sealed gas mask. You can breathe for up to 30 minutes using it like that. Yeah, I did say that. Never thought it would work underwater, though.
Yes, I remember now. My mask did have a function like that, but someone stole it from me. That person must be the real killer. Yes, that has to be it. I know I am right.
You've been cornered and you know it, Ava. Just admit that you're the one behind this. Your mask was unique. It's custom made to fit a specific shape. According to Tsubasa, you're the only one who can wear it. You were right, Ava. This isn't a crime that a regular person could have committed. Only a diver, mermaid, or someone with that particular mask could have done it. Ergo, the person who can wear that particular mask is the culprit. And only one person in this world can put on that mask. That person is standing right in front of me. It's none other than you, Ava! You're the only one who could have killed Shoma!
Hell yeah.
No! 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 No!
So other choices, they won't show. Oh, Takumi, yeah. Other, yeah, I thought about the Takumi. Why would they show that here? Damn, okay, at least I thought about it myself. Takumi, you're right, I killed Shoma. The method and flow of events were as you did have deduced. I have nothing to add. But have I really done something wrong? I too had been threatened by X. I had no choice. When did you meet X? A short while before 1 AM on day 51. Just before the murder, I had a knock on my door. And you opened it? Yes. Why? The thought that it might be X outside the door did flash through my mind briefly. But I'm not part of the SDU and I wasn't even here when you saw the threatening note. I just assumed I could not have been on X's radar. Well, what did X say?
I have the remote detonator that will trigger the bomb inside your body. Here it is, in case you think I'm lying. I'm going to give you some instructions now, but you don't have much time. Follow my orders quickly, or else. Should you go against me, or tell the others about my existence, I will detonate the bomb in your body immediately.
Wait, what's going on? How did X get their hands on a detonator? Maybe they stole it from one of us. No, X said they obtained it through the proper channels from Tsubasa herself. No. Yeah, Tsubasa gave everyone. Now we are 100% sure that that X is one of us. No, I think you can remove me from that list. I passed the first detonator to Hiroko and never got it back, and haven't received the duplicate from Tsubasa yet. That is fair. Sir Takumi shall be taken off the list of suspects. Everyone else started scrutinizing each other with great suspicion, not daring to even move their bodies, only to their eyes. Hey Ava, just one thing. Yes. X said they'd blow you up if you told the others about him, right? Yes, and that's what you're doing now. You're feeling okay? Why hasn't X blown you up yet? Indeed. I believe they could if they wanted to. The device is small enough to fit in the palm of someone's hand. It could be hidden in a sleeve on their chest or around the waist and no one would notice. It would be easy to simply press the button at the opportune moment. But X cannot do that for one particular reason. And what's that? Takumi, do you remember what I told you about the bomb mechanism before? Yes, I remember. Anyone standing with it? Yeah. Everyone would be blown up. 25? That makes the blast diameter the length of an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Basically the length of this entire courtyard. That's why X isn't pressing the button. Because they'll be caught in the blast as well. And it's not like they can simply run away. Taking such action is as good as admitting you're X. That's why X has got their hands tied, huh? This is the perfect opportunity. For what? For us to get more information about X from Ava. Since they can't blow her up, we can ask her anything we want. Great idea. Ava, do you know anything else about X? Their height, body shape? They were dressed in the same outfit Shoma previously described and used a voice changer as well. So it was not possible to discern who they were by their looks and voice, but... Ava looked down a short, hesitant silence. Later she spoke up again.
Actually, I figured out who X is.
Ooh. How'd you figure that out? By their mannerisms. Ooh. Their mannerisms. You know how some people subconsciously touch their chin or play with their hair when when thinking about something. Those sorts of mannerisms. They tried really hard to hide it, of course, but I still managed to pick up on them. So, who is X?
All right, I will tell you.
You should have just said X is this and not, okay, I will tell you. X, I know who X is. I really know who X is. And I'm really gonna tell you.
X is. The real identity of X is.
Whew. Suddenly a sense of dread washed over me. My mind started working overtime as I went through all possibilities. Please don't blow up. Please don't blow up. Maybe X would really press the button now. Everyone thinks X won't do it because that would mean blowing themselves up as well. But if their identity was revealed, it would be the end for them anyway. They might even prefer to die with everyone in the blast or being caught and imprisoned. But in that case, why weren't they pressing the button now before Ava could reveal their identity? Unless they told Ava to lie about them. Heard they banging about the possibility that Ava might say the wrong name? Or should it X could just sit back and watch the show without doing anything? And if she really said X's real name, they could always press the button at that time. Surely that was why X was adopting a wait-and-see attitude right now. It might be dangerous for Ava to see that name out loud. Even if she got it right, everyone would die anyway. Still, I might just be overthinking things. X could be hesitating simply because they were afraid to die. What do I do? What should I do? There is literally no time to hesitate any longer. My final decision was... Oh my god. Shut Ava up. No, let's hear it. I feel like we're gonna explode, but let's do it anyway. I feel like that's the wrong choice. I decided to let Ava finish her sentence without interruption, however. She stayed silent after that and refused to say another word. What is the matter, Lady Ava? X got your tongue? Or do you actually not know who X is? What? Did she want to explode? Then why did you pretend like you knew? That he must question Ava suddenly. She smirked and let out a chuckle, looking as she was mocking us. And when I saw her expression, the truth dawned on me. She wanted to see our reaction. Of course, you're afraid, right? You're afraid to die, no? Even if you were forced to do so by X, you were still the one to kill Shoma. That is an unforgivable act. Then you thought to yourself, I'm going to be thrown into the cage again. This time they're never going to let me out. Why should I stay then? I'll blow myself up and take everyone in the SDU with me. But you're afraid to face death. You never had that courage to begin with. So you decide to leave it in the hands of X, right? The act of pressing the button to activate the bomb. Oh, that's why you lied about knowing X's identity. Wait, that means you're going along with us all this time was just an act? When you said you hated Vishnas, was that a lie too? Also, you could gain our trust and gather intel while hiding in plain sight? Ava said nothing in response. Her lips didn't move for a second. Something else did her hands. Oh no. Oh no, the detonator's a... Yeah. My body moved before my mind did. I exploded into action and dashed over Eva at a breakneck speed. I grabbed her left wrist and shouted loudly.
Get away, everyone!
At that, everybody made a mad scramble for the exit. Right after that, Ava grabbed my shoulder and forced me to face her. As I did, I saw a raised foot and found myself being kicked away. Oh no, is she going to explode? I landed near the exit where there were 5 other people. They had just reached the gate and were not yet outside. The other 5 had rushed to the exit on the other side and were at about the same distance away as well. I quickly stood up and looked in Ava's direction. She pinched her little finger and said,
Is this the courage you said I didn't have?
She pulled her out on her little finger without a trace of hesitation. Boom. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, the end. No? Oh, day 80? Oh. Nice. It's day 80. I was already so used to waking up and finding out that I had missed a bunch of days that I was more surprised by the fact I was somehow still alive. Come to think about it, I seem to recall someone pulling me back with great force just before the explosion. That could be why I survived. I wonder who saved me. I didn't see who it was, but I remember the lavender fragrance. Oh, Hiruko. I can think about that later. Is everyone okay? I stood up from this makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider, stepped outside, and then... What do you mean Tsubasa and Moko are gone? Exactly what I meant. They were both missing when I woke up. You were the last 3 to watch last night, right? Yes, but halfway through my shift I felt a pain on my neck, like something had pricked me. Oh no, somebody must have jabbed me with that stolen anesthetic because I blacked out immediately. And when you woke up, they were both gone? That's what I've been trying to say. It was at this point that everybody finally noticed I was awake. Sir Takumi, see you have decided to rejoin us in the land of the living. 5 days no see. Pretty fast, all things considered. Yeah, shouldn't we be looking for Tsubasa and Moko? Yes, the 9 of us here will split it up into groups of 3. After some discussion, we decided to enter the following groups. Group 1, Mino, Zomi, Darumi. Group 2, Takemaru, Karara, Kyoshika. Group 3, Hiruko, Yugami, Ima. Let's go find them. And thus we embarked on the search for Tsubasa and Moko. We visited every place in the school to see if we could find any trace of them. However, they're nowhere to be found. It's already been an hour since we started looking. Suddenly we heard a strange voice coming from the schoolyard. Bad news! Teams Takumi and Takemaru, can you hear me? If so, come to the parking lot right now. Roger, roger. We gave each other knowing glances before rushing toward the stairwell together. Takemaru's team was already at the parking lot by the time we arrived. There were a few trees near the parking lot. Hiruka and Takemaru's teams were staring agape at something near at the top of them. Red started to pull in the pit of my stomach. I turned slowly and cautiously to look in the direction of their stares. What I saw was... Holy...
No. No! How?
It was clear they were both dead. Blood drained from my face and I felt sick to the bone. Now 5 of my friends are dead. I didn't know how my heart wasn't breaking apart. Somehow I held myself together and said,
Help me lower them to the ground and move them to the infirmary.
Subject Tsubasa Kawana, cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 80, between 5 and 8 a.m. Multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. The murder weapon is like a sharp blade about 18 inches long. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body, impossible to revive. Okumotro, the same. Oh, lacerated carotid artery. Sharp blade of unknown length. Okay. After one had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room returned utterly gloomy. We silently moved their bodies to the morgue. What about Shoma's body? Is the heart stolen? Hey, do you mind if I mention something? Go on. Something I noticed about Tsubasa's back. Oh no, she got her heart stolen like the others. Wait, how did you know about the hearts being stolen? I decided it was not something worth hiding and told them about it. Alright, but I don't think the cases are related. Neither of them had their backs cut open. Then what is it you wanted to tell us about Tsubasa's back? I noticed it when the hem of her blouse hitched up while we were moving her body just now. Then we walked over to Tsubasa's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. She turned over the body and pulled the blouse... Blouse? I don't know, blouse? Up so that we could all see the strange thing on her back. 2. I think so. Could it be a Z or an N as well? I don't know. No, that looks like a 2. The mark is small enough to be completely covered by a hand. Not located in the center, but more toward the left side of the spine. Left side of the spine on the back. So it's where the heart is, right? This is indeed curious. The purplish color even makes it look like a bruise. What could this number mean? Nobody had an answer to that. We checked Moko's back as well, but there were no markings at all, let alone that one that looked like a number. After that, we turned them both and back around, closed our eyes, and put our hands together to pay our respects. Moko. Nozomi clung to Moko's body and wept bitterly. Her anguished chokes and sobs reverberated throughout the hushed morgue. Night soon fell, and when bedtime approached, Kurara suddenly brought something up. I found this in Tsubasa's space. Can you guys take a look at it? 9. The organic life detection device. 9, same as the number of people here. Ain't it about time you just showed your hand, X? You're the one of us here, ain't you? No criminal in their wrong mind would happily come forward to identify themselves when asked. How about this, X? Fess up and we promise not to throw your sick little ass into jail. So come on and help us out here. Are we only talking to X right now? Say what? X instructed someone to kill Kako and Shoma, so what if it was the same this time? Hey, don't you go putting weird ideas in my head. You're basically saying there are 2 killers among us. Whatever the case, we should probably be sleeping together. I agree, X should still have some of that anesthesia left. Another option is to increase the number of people on watch, but it's probably safer for everyone to just sleep in their own rooms. What do you think, Takumi? Do we have to choose? I folded my arms across my chest and thought long and hard about it, saying before saying yes, going back to our sleeping in our own rooms may be the better option at this point. On the condition that nobody opens their door until the morning announcement. Are we clear on that? I didn't black out despite having gone through so many stressful events yesterday. There aren't enough days left for that to happen. I didn't know why. It wasn't like I'd been cured of the fading disease. During the day, we split it up into groups to investigate the deaths of Tsubasa and Moko. But we didn't find a single clue. Soon the sun started setting. Darkness took over. But we're skipping days anyway. It happened right after the bedtime announcement had played. We said not to open the doors at 9 time. The sounds of the doorbell sent a chill up my spine. Was the text, were they here to get me? Those thoughts raced through my mind as I gingerly made my way over to the door where I was greeted by a familiar voice. Okay, oof, on the other side. I know what you're thinking, Takumi. Maybe Hiroko is X, right? But you would be wrong. I'm not X. Yeah, you say that, but just listen to me. I need to tell you something. You're likely innocent because you did not have the detonator for Ava's bomb. For that reason, I trust you and want to tell you something I remembered. What is it? I'm going to the morgue now. If you trust me, meet me there. I will be waiting for you. I heard the sound of her clacking heels getting softer and softer until it went completely silent. What should I do? I don't believe Hiroko is X, but... damn it. I hid my infuser under my clothes as a precaution and ran directly to the morgue. I have never met an idiot as stupendously naive as you. Did you even consider what would have happened to you if had I really been X? But you said you weren't. Only a gullible idiot would believe a potential suspect is not a bloodthirsty serial killer simply because they said so. I gritted my teeth in frustration that said, anyway, what was this thing you remembered? Hiroko walked over to Tsubasa's dead body without a word. She stopped in front of the body and removed the sheet. She turned the body over before lifting the blouse up. It's that strange number we saw yesterday. What about it? This is her liver mortis code. What? Liver mortis code? It's a unique number that appears on the back of all SDU members when they lose almost all of their cryptoglobin. Only those from Team 1 have this. Is this the thing about the distress signal? Where did you hear about this? That is the 3-day-long story. I can tell you another time. All I can tell you now is that this is a very reliable piece of information. She moved to Shoma's body next, removing the sheet covering him. She flipped his body around that his back was facing up. There was a large gaping hole there. Shoma too? Yes, I believe X must have done this. But when? We've been moving in groups ever since he died. Well, there was just one sliver of opportunity X could have taken advantage of. What's that? When Ava self-destructed. Everyone got caught in the blast and were knocked out. It was the next morning. By the time we regained consciousness, X must have woken up sooner than the rest of us, and... Hiroko showed me 8 on Gaku's back cavities next. Finally, she turned Kaku's body over. Now we have 4 cases on hand. Every wound is the same shape. X used the same method to remove their hearts from their bodies. Sure seems that way. What do you see when you look at this wound? Well, the outline is rather clearly defined, like they were cut open with a scalpel or something. Oh, I get it now. It's in the exact location. That has to be it. The part of their backs of the liver mortis code has been cut out. Well done. Is it the same for Moko? Haven't you been listening? The liver mortis code only shows up on those from Team 1. Moko's from Team 2. Naturally, her back is code free. After saying that, Hiroko returned the bodies to their original positions. But why would X do such a thing? I'm guessing it is because they do not want us to learn of their existence. If the bodies were left in the original state, somebody was bound to notice the code sooner or later. So they cut out the part with the code out in order to keep them hidden from us. Why dig out the hearts too? Most likely a red herring. Think about it, yeah? What would the first thing to come to your mind if you saw that multiple bodies had only a certain part of their backs cut away? I would think there had to be something on our bodies as well. You see, now you're getting it. You would think the X is targeting something invisible on that part of our bodies, right? And what should you do with that information? What am I supposed to do? For example, I would cut out that part of my body before X could get their hands on it. Or cover it with something like a tattoo or a soaring dragon. X would likely be highly inconvenienced if we did that. That is why they took out their heart as well. They want us to believe their target was not that patch of skin of our backs, but the hearts in our bodies. That's why X did that. Though that still leaves us with one question. What's that? I'll explain later. You see, X's objective has to do with knowledge of the liver mortis code. Our current hypothesis is that X cut out that particular part of the skin, not because they were avid skin collectors, but simply to stop us from knowing about the existence of the codes. But if that's true, why set up the red herring? Because if X's objective was only to know what the codes were, they could have simply gotten rid of the bodies once they saw it. They could have tossed the bodies into the wall of fire, buried them in the forest, yet X did none of these things. Why? Not sure, but maybe they needed the bodies to be left in the morgue for some reason. You think so too? Yes, X clearly wanted to leave the bodies in here. But by doing so, it would allow us to find out about the existence of the liver mortis codes. That is why they went through the trouble of setting up such a complicated red herring, removing the skin and hearts of those already dead. So the question is, why does X want the bodies preserved? This is what I'm trying to find out. So this all has to do something with the emergency distress signal, right? Let's put that aside for now and talk about something else. Why does X want to know what the liver mortis codes are? It has to do with the distress signal transmitter, yeah. The transmitter the boy with Dying Flames told us about. Oh, I know. The correct series of codes he mentioned, he must be referring to the liver mortis codes. Yes, there are 10 people on Team 1 entering 9 of their codes will summon the rescue craft. Because knowing the liver mortis codes of 9 people indicates that 9 people have entered total death. Total death? It means the complete cessation of life. In this state, a person is impossible to revive. Okay, but how did you come across all this misinformation? The same way I came across the previous information, by remembering them. Oh, the 3-day-long story you were talking about. Yeah, so I'll explain further when the time is more on our side. For now, our priority is to identify X for parallel universe traveling time loop. Do you understand now? Do you understand why I said X's objective is to find out the liver mortis codes? Does this mean X is trying to summon the rescue craft? It is very likely. So then they can leave the school? Quite so. Which also means X already knows where the distress signal transmitter is located. Because the liver mortis codes would be useless otherwise. That is a logical line of reasoning. Keep going. If we find the distress signal transmitter ourselves, we may find a clue to X's identity. Yuruko nodded deeply at my words. That is why I'm going to start looking for the distress signal. Now, care to join me? I cannot check the map. But it's almost midnight. What are you, 5? Oh, alright. Is it in this weird room with the capsules? I don't know. The pods? I don't know where else could be an interesting place to hide it. Yuruko and I ran around the school all night in search of the distress signal transmitter. We found nothing in the end. It's almost 6. You're almost 6? If we're not in our rooms for the morning announcement, then others may suspect us of being X. Yes, we should call it a day for now, and just as Yuruko was about to finish her sentence. Kurara. Kurara. Shh, hide yourself. What in the world? You made the rule that we should never go anywhere alone, you remember? So why is Kurara wandering around by herself then? Oh, now that you mention it. We peered out from around the corner of the hallway to see where Kurara was going. She quickly vanished in the direction of the staircase. The sound of footsteps on the floor above us slowly became softer and softer until we heard the roof door closing. Then there was silence. Kurara went upstairs. I mean, we were on the ground floor. Is she cooking her... curry again? Or is it something different this time? But she just came from the staircase. Why would she come down the stairs just to go up again?
Ah.
Maybe she didn't come down the stairs. Are you saying... She just came from that staircase. Why would she come down the stairs just to go up again? Is there a transmitter here? On the stairs? Start investigating the area around the staircase, groping around wall surface to see if we could find anything. And then...
What is this?
Oh,
A secret door.
Let's see what's inside.
another secret entrance. Yay.
Yes.
Nox third. Behind the door was a staircase leading down to a pitch darkness.
Kurata didn't come downstairs.
She came up from here.
So, at the end of this staircase...
Yes. There's something to be discovered for sure. Let's go see.
Wow. This place, I cannot believe we're still discovering new places in the school on day 82.
Huh?
It's freezing in here. Your unfunny jokes made the heat in the room shrivel up and die. I don't recall making any jokes. There's a device of some sort in the middle of the room. We should check it out. Hiroko and I approached the device and stared at the display monitor. Is this what I think this is? There was a user manual of sorts in the bottom left part of the screen which read, "Distress signal transmitter. Enter the deliver Mortis codes of each SDU member in the blank space on the screen. The distress signal is transmitted when 9 correct codes are entered. However, should a single incorrect code be entered, the poison gas will be released from the tank behind this device." This is a special gas designed to instantly dissolve all types of physical objects. Neither a gas mask nor a biohazard suit will offer any sort of protection against it. You have been warned.
Oh.
This is it. This is the distress signal transmitter we're looking for. To think it's been here this whole time. This is a major discovery. In my excitement, I started looking around the other areas of the room. The next moment, I felt my blood going cold. I saw something I hadn't noticed initially because of all my attention had been on the device. An object in a corner of the room. No, that wasn't an object. It wasn't. That was the skin. Oh. Oh shit. The real Kurata? Kurata Suzuki's dead body?
Wait. What? We have to take her to the infirmary.
Don't bother. A dead body doesn't freeze up that badly within an hour or so.
So, she's been dead for a long time?
You have eyes? Can you not see? This is definitely Kurata Suzuki. I know because I've seen her real face before. The one beneath her usual tomato head mask.
I've seen her face before too.
On that note, do you remember who we just crossed paths with?
Yes. Someone dressed like Kurata.
But the real Kurata is here. Which means...
Please don't come in here right now, Kurata, fake Kurata.
Who the heck was that?
One thing is for sure. That person is none other than X themselves.
Oh, story lock. You have read a story lock 3. You will not be able to progress without meeting certain conditions. Try exploring out the branches for now. Reach unlock conditions. Reach story lock 2. What? Oh, the conditions to unlock story lock 1 have been met. Yay. Oh yeah, it's this one. Block scenario. Yay. What were we doing out here? I want us to see the satellite. Did this happen already?
It looks... But even after everything...
Everything we've tried?
Oh.
You've probably figured out this out already. But I'm the time traveler just like you.
Oh.
Yeah. I experience all variations.
Oh.
That's you, Takumi, yeah. You've been also experienced our 100 days here countless times before.
Strictly speaking, this isn't a matter of us sleep. That goes from you're the same. You're not a time traveler.
Whoa!
Strictly speaking, this isn't a matter of us leaping back in time. It's more that we're trapped in a time loop. That goes for me, and you too. You're the same as me, Takumi. You're not a time traveler. You're a time looper.
Only to hear those words, my head seemed to fill with a blindingly bright light, and then... Ah, shit. The next thing I knew, I was back in my room, lying on my bed. Hiroko was there with me.
You promised me you wouldn't let the truth destroy you. And yet, you fainted the moment you heard it. What are you? A salmon roe?
What do you mean by that?
You're soft and squishy and fall apart when the heat is on.
She had a point. I hauled myself up and got to my feet. Sunlight was streaming in through the window. I must have been lying there all night. I remembered about the other times I've lived through these 100 days. About what happened in those other, I guess we should call them timelines.
Oh.
But not all of them, right? Yeah, it's all a little fragmented.
Oh.
How many did you remember? 10, 20, more than that?
Ah.
No, not even that many. You're still just a beginner. A beginner? Come with me. Hey, where are we going this time? You wanted to hear the whole truth, didn't you? It's not something I can talk about here. Oh, Hiroko left the room still feeling a little clueless. I followed her. We should be safe in here. First, I want to hear what you know. Which TLs did you remember and how much do you remember about them? TLs? That's the abbreviation for timeline I've been using in my head. We can use the full version if you want. I'm not really sure how to explain which ones I remembered though. Any key points or characteristics will do. Okay, but honestly I don't feel good about this. Too many of the timelines I remember ended in tragedy. So many of our friends died in those alternate realities. They were murdered. Killed in ways so gruesome and cruel that I didn't even want to say them out loud. It hurt just to think about them. I started to think I'd have been better off never remembering it at all. On the other hand, I warned you, once you know the truth, there is no going back. But you said you could handle it, you promised not to let it destroy you. I did say that, now I had to stand by it. In spite of the pain it caused me, I began to speak. Okay, here goes. Slowly, hesitantly, I told Hiroko what I remembered about the other timelines. The Gi parasites. The series of murders caused by them. The exorcism rituals I held with Gaku. Getting into the escape pod with Hiroko and Tsubasa and setting off for the satellite. There was another timeline with the serial killer in it too. Except that time it turned out to be Yugamu. Wait, Yugamu? Yugamu was the killer? I felt a sudden jolt of pain in my head. My memories must have been getting mixed up. Are you alright? Yeah, I think so. I squeezed Hiroko's hand to reassure her and carried on. I told her about another timeline where zombies started appearing. We tried using Yugamu as bait at first. But even after that, our friends kept dying and coming back as zombies. In the end, I got caught by them too. Ew. Wait a minute, did I become a zombie in that timeline as well? Yeah, you were killed on day 58. I think I remember that the zombie Aito attacked me from behind. But after that, there's nothing. I guess you wouldn't remember being a zombie, huh? Of course not, by that point I wasn't me anymore. We'll talk more about that timeline later. Tell me about the others. I nodded. There's not much to tell, there's just one more I can remember. The one all started with Gaku being killed, then Kaku's body was found, she'd been poisoned. After some investigation, we figured out that it was Shoma who killed Kaku. But then he was found dead too, killed by Ava. You know about Ava, right? You don't have to check in with me like that. I assume I know everything besides what happened while I was zombified. Okay, well, Ava activated her self-destruct device and died too. But that still wasn't the end of it. The killings continued. Next to go was Tsubasa, then Moko. And then Kurara was found strangled in the secret room in the school's basement. That's all I know. Shoma and Ava both mentioned the mastermind called X, but we never figured out who that was. It was probably them who killed Gaku, Tsubasa, Moko, and Kurara though. Hiruko pushed her glasses up and directed a piercing glare at me. Is that really everything? Yeah, of course. She stared into space for a while, her expression unreadable. She was clearly thinking hard, but about what I had no idea. Finally she spoke. I take back what I said before. You're not a salmon roe. Your mind has a tempered steel shell that can shrug off any attack. What does that mean? Don't worry about it, you'll understand soon enough. Why do we keep moving around? To throw off anyone who might be trying to eavesdrop on us. Is someone really doing that? Probably not, but best to be careful. If so, going from place to place is safer than staying put and going through the whole story. Hiruko nodded. I suppose it's my turn. Ask me anything apart from my credit card information. Okay, well, first of all, I want to know about your memories. When did you start remembering other timelines? You remember what happened on day 3? That's when you decided to keep it a secret that you'd come from the future. And you made up the story about reading Eito's diary to explain how you knew what he was up to. My memories returned right after that, although I don't remember everything either. So far, I've only managed to recall 146 timelines. Wow, she's playing 146 line. 146? I guess this is the 147th, so 147 line. I've been through at least 146 loops, and most of them made it to the 100. Doing the math, that's 14,600 days divided by 365, that makes 40. I've been living at the school in this loop for at least 40 years. 40 years, 14,600 days. It was hard to even wrap my head around that length of time. It was making my brain freeze up. I just stood there completely dumbfounded. And that's only the bare minimum. Accounting for loops I haven't remembered yet, the real number's probably even bigger. This is only speculation, but I think something similar is going on with you. Huh? There's a good chance you've lived through these 100 days just as much as I have. At least 146 loops or even 40 years. It's all happened, you've just forgotten about it. We changed locations again. I was still dazed and confused, so Hiruka picked up the conversation without any prompting. Across these 146 loops, there lots of different things have happened, obviously. But apart from a few exceptions, the enemy attacks always occur on the same days. That's why I insisted we go to second to last Defense Academy on day 6. Day 7 wouldn't have been too late. That's when Murvram attacked the school. Likewise, on day 8 there would have been attacks on both academies. If that had happened, somebody would be sure to die. Getting the entire special defense unit together by day 6 was the only way to prevent that. Did you tell Sir A and Nigo about all this? Yes, including the part about me being a time looper. It's all starting to add up now, and that's how those two suddenly knew when the attacks would happen. Why didn't you tell me about the loop? You told Surya and Nigo, but not me. I did tell you, I've told you and the others so many times in so many timelines. But things always played out in the worst possible ways than I did. All of you died, and I was the only one left standing. It's happened like that dozens of times. For some reason, telling people the truth only takes us down dark, chaotic paths. It's like we're cursed, never able to escape our fate or change it for the better. I don't want to watch you all die anymore. So I stayed quiet about it. I thought if I didn't tell anyone, then maybe. But you're telling me about it now, is that okay? You're the one who kept asking, you just wouldn't let it go. I guess that's true. Hiruko drew in a deep breath and exhaled. She repeated that process a couple of times until she regained her usual composure. It's alright, that's not the only reason I decided to tell you. I have a feeling that this time I might go different. I've got no concrete grounds for thinking that, but... Hiruko reached into her pocket. She brought out the calico cat figure I'd given her yesterday and squeezed it tenderly. Never mind, don't worry about it. She put the cat back in her pocket and said no more. This explains a lot, but I still don't understand how we got stuck in this time loop in the first place. Before we get into that, let me tell you some more about that loop itself. It begins on our second day here. More specifically, the night of day 2, right before Ato destroys Sir A. When the loop resets, that's always the point in time that we return to. And when does it reset? It depends, there are two possibilities. Either when we die or at 10 AM on day 100. Day 100, 10 AM? Yes, right around the time the school launches its final attack. For whatever reason, even if we make it to the end, we still can't escape this place. When it gets to 10 o'clock, we will be forced back to day 2 to do it all again. You said you remember the timeline where we managed to get into the escape pod, yes? But do you remember anything from after that? I remember taking off for the satellite and watching the final attack through the window. Yeah. But there's nothing after that. You see? You don't have any memories of us actually reaching the artificial satellite, neither do I. Before we can get there, our consciousnesses are pulled back. And we start again from day 2. Hiruka nodded. But is this really all true? Somehow I have a distant memory of days beyond day 100. I know I said things turned back in the loop on day 100 at 10 AM, but that's no more than an educated guess. It could end up being slightly earlier or later, or in some situations much later. But even so, it doesn't change the fact that we'll be brought back to the evening of day 2 at some point. Think about it. If you continue to exist in a timeline after day 100 into old age, how could you possibly retain those memories from after day 100 in the here and now? You're right, if we weren't caught in this loop, I wouldn't be able to remember any of that time. I must have gone back to day 2, even in those longer timelines, and that's why I can only vaguely remember them. But going beyond day 100 is an extremely rare, anomalous event. It's probably safe to say that in general, the loop turns back itself on day 10 at 10 AM. Day 10, day 100 at 10 AM. When I arrived back in the past, I didn't have any memories from the other timelines. Was it the same for you, Hiruka? Told you already, didn't I? My memory started returning on day 3. We forget everything at the moment we return to the start of the loop. In some cases, like right now, we suddenly remember them again. I have no idea what causes it or if there's any kind of rule governing the process. That is weird. Especially since I still remember my first timeline when I go back to day 2. That's probably because of your cryptoglobin. What do you mean? The first timeline we experienced, I just called it the first cycle to make things easier. During that cycle, you absorbed Ato's power, but not just his.
When I was
Yeah.
And now...
On the 100th day of the first cycle, you had that ghost boy's power inside you that made you strong enough to retain your memories when you traveled back in time. Wait a minute, so the time loop and cryptoglobin are related somehow? It only stands to reason. To think about it, what's your specialist skill? Special redo, the power to try things again. See, it all adds up. But what about you? Your specialist discipline skill is totally different from mine. You know how some people are really good at multiple subjects, like history and math? It's the same principle. So you've got the power to redo things as well. I do. Then why haven't I ever seen you do it before? Technically, I've never seen you redo something either. The effects of skills that alter the flow of time are only visible to their user. Neither of us can tell when the other uses the skill or what changes when they do. Does that mean there are defensive battles we've only won thanks to you redoing stuff? I've lived through this loop 146 times, don't underestimate what I can do. Okay, I think I get that the time loop is somehow caused by our specialist skills. But there's still something I don't understand. At the end of the first cycle, I wanted to change things more than anything. That's how I was able to go back to the night of day 2. But why does it keep happening in the other timelines? Why does dying or making it to 10 AM on day 100 pull us back to that same point? I don't know, but I have a theory. It's because that initial jump back in time was the trigger. Think of spinning tops. They'd never stop spinning if it wasn't for friction. The same goes for things like pendulums or springs going down the stairs. In a situation where there was no resistance, it all would take is one little push and they'd keep moving forever. Forever? That's right. Does that mean we're going to be stuck in this loop forever? There must be a way to break out of it. There has to be. What is it? Do you think I'd have put up with that idiotic face of yours for over 14,000 days if I knew? So we don't know how to escape. Not right now at least, but... But what? This is a first for me. Huh? The timeline we're currently in is different from the others I remember. We've made it to day 11 without a single member of our team dying. In all 146 loops, that's never happened before. This timeline must be special somehow. Is that necessarily a good thing though? If neither of us have experienced a timeline like this before, we won't be able to predict what's going to happen. That's true aside from when the enemy attacks occurred, that is. But this could be our chance to finally escape the loop. All the other timelines have ended in tragedy one way or another. But this one could be different. The fact that we don't know what's coming means there's still untapped possibilities. Kiruko's eyes were sparkling. I'd never seen her this excited. Do you remember what I told you on the night of the third day? About not killing Eito and keeping your time travel secret from the others? I said they were probably the right choices. Because those choices are what created this timeline where we finally have a chance to change things. Exactly. So then my coming from the future and the time loop. If we want to preserve this timeline's integrity, it's best that we don't tell the others. There's a good chance things will develop the way they did in the other timelines if we do. There were still plenty I didn't understand about this time loop thing, but I had a pretty good grasp on the basics. It felt like Yuruka had told me everything she knew about it anyway. But there were other questions I needed answers to. What was it that Sir A had handed to Yuruka that day in the war room? What was with that old lab in the ruins? What was parallel leaping? Why was Eito still alive when I saw his dead body before? Why did Hiruko try to strangle me that time in the infirmary? Who was in the drone she put into the revival-matic? And perhaps strangest of all, why was she crying when I saw her on the roof at the day of day 9 and the end of day 9? But just as I was about to ask her, that should do it for today. Huh? You need time to process all this information. We can pick up this conversation again tomorrow. No, I'm fine, really. But Hiroko wouldn't listen. She turned around and headed back toward the school, refusing to say any more. Oh man, why is she always like this? With not much else to do, I went back to my room. Thinking about all those mysteries wouldn't do me a lot of good. No. Not to mention, we'll still have plenty of battles to fight from here on. I need to keep building up my bonds with the rest of the team, so I will be ready for those challenges. Yay.
Well then.
Hiroko said we talk more tomorrow. She's finally started telling me stuff, so I don't think she's about to go back on that promise now. I had no choice but to trust her. I crawled into bed and let myself drift off, wondering what revelations tomorrow would bring. Hiroko called me on me after breakfast. She told me to meet her in the entrance hall. And it looks like she's already here.
Huh?
Are we exploring outside today? Don't you want to hear the rest of my story? Yeah, of course. Then don't ask questions and follow me. Don't forget your fire extinguisher. Hiroko walked away at a brisk pace. I grabbed an extinguisher and hurried after her. So where are we going? Why are you always so dense? I know what you want to ask me. We're going to the one place where I can properly explain things. You mean that old lab? Better than giving you a lab automy. That was a joke. Yeah, I didn't think she was being serious. It was just so weird to hear Hiruko joke about anything. Now, stop wasting time with your nonsense and let's get going. Nonsense? I didn't even say anything. But Hiruko was already on the move, too far away to hear any protest on my voice. Sheesh. I muttered my complaints to the air instead and followed after her. On the way to the lab, I filled Hiruko in on what happened in the timeline with the zombie outbreak. Like she told me yesterday, she didn't have any memories of the second half of that timeline. Or more accurately, anything that happened after she was zombified. It's just like I thought, those zombies were created by the Gi parasites. It all began with the Alpha 1 and Alpha 2 specimens Darumi and Gaku brought back. Alpha 2 was already in its male spawning phase. It laid its egg in the bodies of our dead friends, including me. Then those eggs hatched into male Gi and burrowed into the corpses' brains, temporarily reanimating them. That also explains one of the biggest mysteries around here. It does? Which one? You're better off not knowing. But I know you'll only keep pestering me about it, so I'll tell you later. When we arrived at the lab, Hiruko dispelled her class armor and I did the same. Why did we change back into regular clothes? You can't put on a leap suit while wearing class armor. I don't think we'll actually need the suits this time, but it's just force of habit. Why don't they work if you've got class armor on? Leap suits have the ability to repel hemoanima. They're not affected by attacks from class weapons. If you try to put one on in class armor, the two surfaces would refuse to touch each other like magnets with the same polarities. And doing a parallel leap without one of those suits is a bad idea, right? You shouldn't need to ask me that. You already experienced leap damage firsthand. Leap what? Leap damage is what happens if you parallel leap without a leap suit. You've mentioned this leaping stuff a couple of times now. What does it mean? That's what I brought you here to explain. Are you familiar with the concept of parallel universes? Yeah, Edo told me about them in the first cycle. They're basically alternate realities, right? Are you saying the different timelines we've experienced are the same thing? Exactly. If it helps, you can think of parallel universes as the worlds of the other timelines. So parallel leaping is, just like the name implies, it's the process of traveling or leaping to a parallel universe. Leaping kind of implies we're going pretty far. People call trips like time leaps sometimes. Trips through time leaps sometimes, right? It isn't anything like that? No, the direction is completely different. A time leap means going forward or back in time. A parallel leap is more like horizontal movement. Or like changing trains to ride a different line. We can't use parallel leaps to go back to the past or forward to the future. Instead, we move to the same place and at the same point in time, but on a different timeline. Take a look at this diagram. Let's say we leap from timeline A at 1:01 a.m. We arrive in the timeline B at the same time at 1:01 a.m. Essentially, our coordinates in time don't change, only the world that we inhabit. There's another difference too. A time leap would be like your journey back after the first cycle, only your consciousness was affected. It's not like you got into a new time machine and physically went back in time, but that's not the case with parallel leaps. When we leap, our bodies are traveling to those alternate realities. And the thing that makes this possible is this, the PLM. Parallel leap machine. Yeah, you've probably guessed from PL part, which stands for parallel leap machine. Wait a minute. You mean that night just after midnight on day 5? We leapt to another timeline? You only just figured that out? You really are slow sometimes. Where did we go though? Which timeline was it? In answer to my question, Hiroko took out a handheld device and showed me the screen. What's this? Oh! Wow! A map of the different timelines based on the machine's data. The timeline we went to that night was Hunt Mystery. Hunt Mystery? Hunt Invader Hunt? It's a timeline that splits in two on day 25. One of them you don't remember yet. We're forced to participate in a killing game called the Invader Hunt. I call that branch the Hunt timeline. The other branch you should remember It's the one where Gaku was killed on day 5 and Kaku's body was found on day 27. You investigated the matter and figured out that it was Shoma who killed Kako. But then Shoma himself was killed. This time you pinned Ava as the culprit. But then she self-destructed and things only got worse from there. You are beset by a whole host of mysteries, but still did your best to solve them. That's why I called this branch the Mystery Timeline. The Hunt and Mystery Timelines, huh?
Oh.
That's right, and this is the line that both of them split off from. So I combined the names together, making this the Hunt Mystery Timeline. That's the one we went to? Yes, on day 5 just after midnight. But why did you want to go there anyway? I had 2 objectives. One was to prevent Gaku's death, the other was to do something about Omega. Wait, what Omega? Who's that? Just for a moment Hiruko hesitated. Omega is the one who killed Gaku. You mean X? Isn't that what the mastermind behind the mergers in that timeline was called? No, X and Omega are different people. Omega had his brain infected with Gi data. Kumi? There was no physical parasite there, but it was just the same as if it had been taken over by one. That's what drove him to murder Gaku. Even if I hadn't dealt with him, he would have tried to kill again. That's why I went to that timeline to remove the Gi data from Omega's brain. Those were my goals that night. Honest, I still didn't get it, but I waited for her to carry on. On day 4, you saw me and Sir A talking, yes? The thing he gave me that day was a cerebral glitch repair program. A rather thumb drive with the program loaded onto it. I couldn't have erased the key data without that. Why did Sir A even have something like that? That's a matter for another day. The important thing is that he handed it over. Once I had that program, I jumped to the Hunt Mystery Timeline at midnight on day 5, just like you saw. Hiruko went on to tell me what happened after that during the time I lost track of her. First of all, she went back to the school and rang Omega's doorbell. She hid on the dorm roof and waited for the murderer to come out. She then dropped down and knocked him out with a strike to the back of the neck. Yep. It's the Kumi. With Omega unconscious, all that was left was to take him to the infirmary and run the repair program on him. But then the Gi data in his brain took over. He got up and grabbed Hiruko's arm and threw her against the wall. I was still down in the morgue at the time, freaking out over seeing Eito's body. Of course, now I realized that was the Eito from that timeline, not the one I knew. In that timeline, I must have decided to kill him on the night of day 2 and absorb his cryptoglobin. So it was only natural that his corpse would be there. Anyway, that was when I heard the noise. Turns out it was the sound of Hiruko crashing into the wall upstairs. When I went out into the corridor, I heard another noise. It must have been the infirmary door opening. That was when Omega got away from me. He must have realized there was something else around and ran. Of course, I didn't actually see any of this. That blow against the wall knocked me out. And the next time you came to was when I was holding you. That's right. That I kicked you in the stomach and tried to break that little matchstick you called it a neck. Couldn't you try to sound a little more sorry about that? I already apologized. Yeah, but you never told me why you did it. What do you mean? Haven't you figured it out yet? I thought you were Omega. I had a bad feeling about this. A chill ran down my spine and I broke out in goosebumps. After you blacked out and I got the proper look at you, I noticed something. There was a purple rash on your face. That's one of the symptoms of leap damage. That's when I realized I'd made a mistake. So I released you and went to look for Omega instead. I knew where he'd be, the classroom on the first floor, from the way things played out before. He was bound to show up there, and eventually I got there as fast as I could, but...
I was too late. When I opened the door, I saw Gaku's body, covered in blood, and standing above him was Omega, still waving around a kitchen knife.
Please, don't tell me. Was Omega?
I'm sorry, but it's true. Omega's true identity. The person with the Gi data in their brain. The one who killed Gaku. It was you.
Yay.
Takumi Sumino.
No, it's a lie. I won't believe it. I did it. I killed Gaku? No, it can't be. That can't be true.
We already know that, right? Well, the Gaku part, I guess we could figure it out because
This is the second time you've done this. I'm starting to get tired of it.
well, I guess I thought about it, but the other killings, it was revealed that it was us, right?
Did I pass out back at the lab?
Yes. And I carried you all the way back. I'd say that makes us even for the whole accidental strangling incident.
It's fine. I can see why you did it now. You thought I was the me from that Hunt mystery timeline.
I sat up and got out of bed. I remembered about the other timelines that I've experienced. You said that already. Back on day 2, yeah, but I remembered more of them now. What do you mean, remember exactly? Well, I hesitated. These weren't memories I particularly wanted to dredge up again. It wasn't the Hunt mystery this time, was it? You remembered the serial killer timeline, didn't you? The serial killer timeline. It didn't take a genius to figure out which one she meant. Except the killer wasn't Yugamo, it was me. And that time I killed Eva, Moko, Kamado, Kurara, Shoma, Darumi, Imakako. All of them. Everyone. All my friends. And in the end, even Nozomi. I started shivering uncontrollably. I felt off balance, like I might collapse any minute. Are you alright? I wasn't alright, not even a little, but I put my hands on my chest and forced myself to take some deep breaths.
Oh.
You were probably repressing those memories until now as a self-defense mechanism. You sealed them away in a corner of your mind without even being aware of it. That's why I likened your mind to a steel shell machine. Steel shell before. But I guess you really are as fragile as a salmon roe after all. I wasn't paying attention to what Hiroko was saying. The only thing I could hear clearly was my own raging heartbeat. This might sound like an empty platitude, but I assure you I said it as someone with 40 years worth of experience. Don't beat yourself up over this. It's not your fault. You aren't the same person who did those horrible things. The one who killed Gaku on day 5 was the Hunt mystery Takumi. Likewise, the Takumi in the serial killer timeline was someone completely different from who we are now. And even with those other versions of you, it was really the Gi data in their brains that made them act that way. They weren't in control of themselves. You don't have to bear the responsibility for their crimes. My breathing finally started to slow down. I wiped away the cold sweat that had formed on my forehead. What is this Gi data anyway? How did it get into my brain? I didn't know either until last night when you told me about the zombie outbreak. In that zombie timeline, you were affected on day 100. The Alpha 1 Gi Queen laid an egg inside you. That egg then hatched into another queen, which burrowed its way into your brain and fused with you on a cellular level. Okay, but right after that, a final attack began and... Your consciousness didn't just disappear at the end of that timeline, it was brought back to the start of the loop on day 2, along with all your memories. Our memories persist across timelines, so they must exist in our brains as some kind of cognitive data. And in this case, the data included the presence of the Gi. The parasite itself didn't travel back in time with you, but it had merged with you so completely that it was already part of your consciousness when you came back. But isn't that going to be a problem? Doesn't that mean my brain still has that data in it, even now? Don't worry about it, it won't take you over again. The version of you that's here now has already been treated. Treated? This is a timeline from after you successfully had the Gi data removed. There are timelines like that? Trust me, a lot can happen over the course of 146 loops. I meant to tell you yesterday, but Omega, the one in the Hunt mystery timeline, has been treated now too. Huh? You remember I said I walked in on Omega killing Gaku in the first floor classroom. Before he could escape again, I ran up to him and injected him with an anesthetic I got from the infirmary. A few seconds later, he was out cold. I hoisted him onto my back and carried him upstairs. Back in the infirmary, I put him onto one of the recovery drones and got to work. I still had the repair program Surrey gave me. And you didn't save Gaku? Or maybe... Well, I guess... it would be... let's say... convenient to How do I say this? It's not like with the Shoma when it was supposed to like Shoma was supposed to be revived. I guess this time just stabbing all over led to Gaku's death. Had to lead to his death and not being revived. I installed this into the Revivomatic and used it to erase the Gi data from Omega. You saw me doing that, didn't you? Oh right, I did. You asked me who was in the machine before. Well, it was you, the Hunt Mystery version of you.
Oh.
At any rate, the treatment was a success. The Gi data was completely removed from Omega's brain. The Takumis in both the Hunt and Mystery timelines that branch off from there will be fine too. We won't have to worry about them hurting or killing anyone now.
Huh?
That's good, but what did you do with that me after you finished treating him? Took him back to his room and put him in bed, not unlike what I did with you last night. Then I went back to the infirmary and slapped you around until you came to. I'm assuming you remember that. Yeah, I almost remember you saying I couldn't save him. Now you've told me all this, I can see you meant Gaku. Kiruko's expression clouded over. She gave a little nod, her brows knitted together in sorrow and frustration. Hey, come on, don't be like that. This still is all my fault anyway. I was the one who killed that version of Gaku and everyone else in the serial killer timeline too. How many times are you going to make me repeat myself? That wasn't your fault. It was nice of Hiruko to say that, but it didn't do any good. I still felt like I was caught in a dark, sludgy whirlpool that was dragging me down, threatening to swallow me whole. Sai, what am I going to do with you? Remember your promise, don't let the truth destroy you. I had a feeling you'd react like this, that's why I was keeping it from you. I just knew you'd end up feeling like you were responsible for the whole thing. I wanted these thoughts to go away, I wanted it all to stop. It took everything I had to croak up my next words. I'm sorry, but I'd like to be alone for a while. Hiruka sighed again, shaking her head in bewilderment, but she left all the same. A cold silence fell over the room. I could have sworn I heard a heavy rumbling gurgling up from somewhere deep beneath the ground. It sounded like the agonized groans of everyone who died because of me. I dropped to the floor, covered my ears, and closed my eyes. My head was completely empty. I didn't want to do anything, or think about anything, or even breathe that really. I just sat there in the corner of my room. I hugged my knees and curled up tight, wishing I could disappear while time continued to flow around me. I could hear voices outside, my friends chatting and laughing. A sound cut into me like a knife. In another timeline, I'd been the one to steal that laughter from them forever. At some point, my room started to get dark. The sun must be going down outside. Darkness seemed to trickle in until it filled the space completely. Lying there in the same position for so long, I'd lost all sensation, all awareness of my body. It didn't feel like my body was anymore. Okay, I need to take a break soon. I didn't even feel like my body anymore. It was like my soul had come loose and I was staring down at my physical form from above. My visitor came in a little after that. How long are you going to stay like this?
Oh.
Everyone's worried about you. They think you're sick. Well, I told them you were anyway. I couldn't exactly tell them you were feeling guilty about things another version of you did in an alternate timeline reality. What do you want, Hiruko?
Oh.
I'm not here because I want to be. The others just sent me to ask you something. Ask me what? Tomorrow's day 15. That means there's another attack coming. They wanted to know if you'll be joining the battle.
Oh.
Or are you going to abandon them? Are you going to betray them? Do you just not care if they all get killed? They've already been killed. I killed them myself. All of them, one after another. All of them dead because of me. So I just can't. I can't do this anymore. I don't care. Just let whatever happens and it happen. I really can't do anything. Hiruko continued to stare at me, but there was a different look on her eyes now. There was no pity there, only contempt. When she spoke, her voice sounded hoarse, like she was holding a horse back. Like she was holding back some strong emotion. I'm disappointed in you. Did what you told me on day 10 mean nothing? Told me we could make the future we deserve together. What happened to all of us reaching day 100 with a smile? Hearing that is what convinced me to tell you everything. I felt like this timeline could be different. It was the first time in 146 loops anyone's ever said anything like that to me. I really thought there was something special about this timeline about you. I thought you might be the one to finally break us out of this never-ending hell. And now you're giving up? Just like that? How could you? She clenched her fists. The look in her eyes had changed again. Now she was glaring at me with pure, undisguised animosity. You weakling, you sniveling coward, you think you get to give up and mope around for the rest of your life. Who do you think you are, Osamu Dazai? Who? No, you're worse than that. You're like a mech pilot going crazy from being synced with this navigation system, or a poseur emo band fangirl bandaging her wrists just to fit in. The you that killed everyone was a completely different person in a different timeline. And he wasn't even in control of when he did it. Get a hold of yourself already. Don't you realize how much danger you're putting everyone in by wallowing like this? If anything is going to get them killed, it's your own negativity and self-loathing. You're sure as hell not going to protect anyone the way you are now. If you're going to allow others to protect you while doing nothing in return, you might as well be signing their death warrants yourself. You're going to get everyone killed and you're doing it of your own free will this time. That's a complete betrayal of everything you believe in. What happened to all of us reaching day 100 with a smile? What happened to creating a future where we could all be happy? I've tried everything I can think of and nothing's worked. I can't do this alone. I need your help too, Takumi Sumino. You're the only one who can save us. For a moment, neither of us said anything. Hiruko's shoulders were shaking and she was breathing heavily. Her quick, shallow panting was the only thing breaking the silence, but eventually even that sound became quieter. I guess that's it. I can't count on you for anything. Not in this loop or the next after that. Never again. Hiruko turned and left the room. While she was talking, something had started to well up inside me. Now a wild, raging energy was surging through me. I couldn't let it end like this. I didn't know what I was going to do, but this feeling inside me was getting strong and it had to go somewhere. Before I knew what I was doing, I'd got to my feet and rushed out the door. Hiruko, wait! She turned around. She looked so sad, so tired, but I looked her dead in the eyes and let everything I was feeling come pouring out. I did mean what I said back then, and I still feel the same. I want to create a future where we can all be happy, not just for day 100, but day 101, day 102, and all the days after. Right now, I want that more than ever. These memories, this knowledge of the other timelines, they've shown me just how important that is. So I'll fight, not just against the invaders, or my own weakness, but an enemy even greater than that, too. I'll fight the cruel destiny that's been pushed onto us. The light breeze blew across the roof, ruffling Hiruko's hair. She tucked a stray lock behind her ear and spoke, looking just a little more hopeful than before. What are our chances of pulling that off? Isn't it obvious? I have absolutely no idea. What? The future is an open book. That's how it's always been. And I want to create a totally new future. There's no telling what might happen. But even so, I'll still fight. I'll fight with everything I have. I'll fight to protect you and the others, and to create a future where no one has to die. You and I are getting out of this loop.
Let's reach out and grab our future. I won't let it stay out of reach anymore.
I raised my arm and extended it toward the satellite. Hiruko did the same. It was still hundreds of thousands of miles away, solemnly shimmering in the night sky, but somehow...
Just reach out and grab it, huh?
Yeah.
Both of us? Together?
That's right.
You really think we can do it?
I don't know. But I'll do anything to make it happen.
Anything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You did say... anything.
She's turning into Gaku?
Yeah. I did.
Hiruko let her hand drop to her side.
Oh.
Alright, in that case, starting tomorrow, you're going to be my servant. What? You said you'd do anything. Naturally, that includes being my slave, doesn't it? Hold on, that is not exactly what I meant. I'll be counting on you to get me out of this loop. Yeah, of course, but the servant thing is... Silence, I'm tired and I'm going to bed. I need to rest up for the battle tomorrow. Well, good night. She gave me a wicked grin before going back to her room. As I watched her go, I noticed a newfound spring in her step. I, on the other hand, suddenly felt uneasy. I doubted I'd sleep well tonight. Early the next morning, I woke up Hiruko and convinced her to join me in the courtyard. What are we doing out there at this hour? The enemy is going to attack during the morning announcement. But before that, I need to ask you something. The secret hatch? What is it? Oh, Vishnas. In the last 2 battles, you basically told everyone to ignore her. You let us focus on the regular commanders instead. And you want to know why? It's simple enough. It's because she isn't as much of a threat in this timeline. Why not? In most, though not all, other timelines, she starts absorbing cryptoglobin like we do. It's a decision she comes to while listening on our communications in her hoodie guys on day 7. She also finds out about you coming from the future from intercepting a conversation between you and Sir A. That's when she puts it all together. The reason both sides suddenly got stronger is because of you absorbing so much cryptoglobin during the first cycle. Knowing that, she decides to do the same, breaking her religion's greatest taboo. But none of that has happened in this timeline, because you didn't mention time travel in the battle on day 7. Not that you would, having decided to keep it a secret from everyone. Now Vishnu doesn't know you've come from the future, just how much power can be gained by taking it from others. Do you understand what that means? Yeah, she's still following the teachings and not absorbing cryptoglobin. Not in this timeline, anyway. It did make sense. That must be why she didn't drain Pac-Run after we defeated her. But that doesn't mean she's not a threat at all, right? Of course not. Ideally, I'd like to put an end to her in today's battle. How are we going to do that? We have the new weapon Sir A and Nigo created. It's what we usually use on day 15. Alright, but it's also usually unfinished. Ding dong. Yeah. What do you think I've been doing while you've been moping these last 2 days? I've been out gathering materials. I know the ruins so well by now. It barely took me any time to at all. The bomb is 100% complete. That includes the detonator. Nobody will have to die setting it off. That was good news, but I felt pretty guilty about it. Hiruko had been out there working so hard and I hadn't done a single thing to help. Wow, sorry. Don't worry about it. You can lick my boots clean to apologize. This bomb is also a lot more powerful than the past versions. I gave Sir A and Nigo some pointers to improve it. So we're going to hit Vishnas with that today. Finally, we're going to kill her? That's right, we're going to make Vichy sauce out of her. Hiruko's eyes glinted viciously behind her glasses. Then we heard the announcement over the PA system. Oh yeah.
Intruder alert. Defend.
Right on schedule. Okay, here goes. When we got the war room, everyone was already there. You're late. Where have you guys been? I bet they were off making babies somewhere. What such indecency? Do you two think you have nothing else? We weren't doing anything like that. Didn't Sir and Nigo tell us that the invaders would attack early in the day? My dear brother and I were waiting here for almost an hour before the alarm went off. Well, hey, they're here now. That's what counts. Do we have a read on the enemy? Sir A nodded and pointed to the monitor with his stick.
That's Valagarzo.
And Zanshin, right?
Apparently the others already knew about the commanders we'd be facing. Hiruko had probably told Sir and Nigo so they could brief the rest of the team.
You said these two can combine their bodies together?
Just like Takumi and Hiruko.
Ah, so it was a battle simulation to better understand our enemy's moves.
Wow. Neither of us replied. It would take too long to start clearing up that misunderstanding now. Come on, let's get out there and start killing. How's the Vavomatic looking though? Don't you worry about a thing. It's all fixed up and ready to go. If you die, will be brought back good as new, including all your memories, of course. So go ahead and die all you want. Just try to leave someone alive to defend the school.
That's probably because...
I think they're... Yeah, we know your names already.
We've got a neat little intelligence network of our own, you know?
Hey, Yugamu had...
The one he used to defeat No, he hasn't.
Why didn't you say anything? We could have used Mervrams before we killed him.
Me? Why didn't you say anything? I don't remember anything about the first cycle battle with Shanshin.
She was right, of course. Hiroko was already dead at that point, killed by Ito. I hadn't thought of taking DNA from Mervyn, but that wasn't me, but I never expected we'd have to face Shanshin again as early as day 15.
Oh, right.
I'm so freaking jealous!
Of what? It's better if you don't ask, Nozomi.
Don't worry, guys. Never mind. Just fight!
Alright.
And here I made
Don't say...
my only
He'll be... Ugh, can you not talk about your kid right now? It's making it really hard for me to work in dirty jokes.
At any rate, this means victory's ours. Yes?
Yeah, but don't forget what Siri told us. There's gonna be another one.
How disappointing. Valagarzo, Zanshin. I thought you were stronger than this. Or did you lose on purpose? So I could take your prey for myself.
So that's her battle form, huh? We learned a little
Wait. There's no need for us to fight her directly. Sirei? Nigo? Is everything ready?
You bet! We can fire at any time!
Get back inside the school! Post haste!
It's time to use the new weapon, huh?
Wait, new weapon?
You never told us nothing about that.
Everybody looked confused. Obviously, Sirei, Nigo, and Hiroko hadn't felt it necessary to tell them about the bomb.
There's no time. We'll explain later.
Trust me, guys. Just get out of here.
The others responded to my order and ran back toward the school. Hiroko and I brought up the rear. Once we were all inside, I turned back and saw Veshnes walking slowly across the battlefield toward us. It was now or never.
We're in. Fire when ready. Gotcha.
Here we go.
Undying flame bomb! Fire!
Boom. Yay. Nice work, troops. You did great out there. The credit for the final blow has to go to us and Miss Shizuhara, of course. That's right, we couldn't have done it if you hadn't got those materials for us, Shizuhara. We're truly grateful. Seriously though, Hiroko, you could have told us we had something like that up our sleeves. Yeah, this was no time to butter your lips. The expression is button your lip. If we'd known, we could have helped you get the materials you needed. Why'd you keep it a secret all this time? Let's just say I had my reasons. So Veshnes actually bit the big one? She's really gone now? She's got to be. An explosion that strong would have blown her to smithereens. It's true she disappeared without a trace when the dust cleared, but... since there is no body, there's a chance she might have survived somehow. Come to think of it, that did happen in some other timelines. Even after getting caught in the Undying Flame Bomb's blast, Veshnes came back to fight another day. I glanced over at Hiroko. She was resting a finger in her glasses, a distant look in her eyes, like her thoughts were somewhere else. No use thinking about what ifs now. I will say we enjoy this victory high while it lasts. I'm down for that. We gotta take our wins where we can. Then is it time for the usual? I think so. 1, 2. Special Defense Unit, best in the world, indestructible and defeated.
Never lose, never yield. Special Defense Unit, fight on!
So will we be having a party this time? We don't have the budget for that. No, we don't have enough budget for a CG of another party. This is a military academy, not some hedonistic tech startup. Alas. And so our post-battle meeting ended without any further discussion. Tired but satisfied we'd done a good job, we went back to our rooms to rest. That night, a little while after dinner, I made my way to the Hiroko's room. What? My shoes are already clean. I'm not here to lick your boots, Hiroko. What do you want then? My sofa and desk chair aren't broken. Fix your stuff? What? I didn't come so you could sit on me either. I wanted to ask. Oh.
Huh?
You said you'd be counting on me to get us out of this loop. Let us get into details. What exactly I'm going to have to do? Good question. First of all, we'll need to figure out an actual method of leaving the loop. Can we consider that our objective for now? If you want, but it's not going to be easy. If you can't just try anything that comes to mind and hope it will work, believe me, I'm speaking from experience.
Huh?
What should we do then? Don't get ahead of yourself. There's something else we have to deal with first. Something else? Tomorrow night we're leaping to this timeline. Huh? Hiroko took out her device and showed me the timeline diagram again. This one? Day 16. I call it Killer Zombie Branch. Oh. The slasher route. It's upstream from the serial killer and zombie branches, hence Killer Zombie. You mean? Yes, the timeline where you became a serial killer. Tomorrow we're going there. And we're changing history. Ooh. Is this the thing where we got attacked by masked guys and in that timeline? After breakfast I headed back to my room to think out my next move. Hiroko said we'd go change history tonight. That still gives me most of the day to do other stuff. Maybe I'll head back to my room, then go hang out with someone for a while. Free time? Oh my god. Day turned to night. Taking care not to be spotted, Hiroko and I snuck out of the school and made our way along the road that led to the old lab. Along the way, Hiroko began speaking. I discovered the parallel leap machine on my 37th loop. I decided to investigate every corner of this old town and happened upon it by chance. Over the next few loops, I'd go back when my memories returned and try to learn more about it. By the 49th loop, I more or less knew what it could do and how to operate it. So we still don't know who made it or why it's here. Why were you so determined to figure it out, though? Probably won't believe me, but don't laugh, alright? Okay. I heard the voice while I was sleeping. It said, that machine will be your salvation. Haha, you seriously? You said you wouldn't laugh. Sorry, it's just you must have been hearing things, right? She ignored me and carried on walking. I followed after her at a safe distance, feeling like I just spoke to a hornet's nest. I still can't help wondering what that machine is doing here in the first place. Someone here must have been researching parallel universes. Somebody who? Researchers, probably. What researchers? How am I supposed to know? Let's just be grateful we have access to such a useful resource. Come on. We do know this is Future Run, right? Like the last time Hiroko and I dispelled our class armor once we got inside the lab. We can't wear leap suits and class armor at the same time, right? We went over this before. The leap suits repel our hemoanima. I know, but why did they have that function? Leaping is achieved using cryptoglobin, or rather, using its energy waves. The infinite parallel universes out there exist in a space filled with cryptoglobin energy. It surges in constant waves and unpredictable patterns. To leap, we have to harness those waves. It's almost like surfing. We ride the waves in that space to get to our destination. Doing that without protection puts a lot of strain on the body. Yeah, I know, I've experienced it myself.
You got off easy. Serious leap damage can affect the brain and rob you of your memories and your ability to reason.
Hey, I'm tougher than I look.
Please take this seriously. If you parallel leap 2, maybe 3 more times with exposed skin, your body will eject all of its cryptoglobin. That means no more revivals. You'll die, and you'll stay dead.
My point is, to avoid leap damage, you have to avoid touching that cryptoglobin energy directly. So that's why the leap suits cover our whole bodies and just push it away from us. That's right. Thanks for clearing that up. I have another question though. You said we're going to change history tonight. What exactly is that we're going to involve? The same thing as when I went to the Hunt Mystery timeline on day 5, erasing the Gi data from that Takumi's brain. But we'll fail, right? I've got everything we need right here on this thumb drive. But that's the thing, sir, I gave you, right? The cerebral glitch repair program. Yes, the only difference is this time we'll be treating that killer zombie version of you. Let's call it Takumi 2 to make things easier. At this rate, Takumi 2 is going to become a killer. We're going to treat him before he can commit his first murder. But that's not all. We've got something else we need to do in that timeline. What's that? In the version of history I know, Takumi actually kills somebody tonight. Who's that? Hiroko 2, in other words, me. What? We have to prevent that murder before we move on to treat him. Hold on a minute, I don't remember any timeline like that. I don't know what to tell you. I'm the one who got killed, I remember it very clearly. Tonight around 11 PM I'll be killed by Takumi 2 in the biolab. You probably just haven't recovered those memories yet. No, I probably just remembered the already changed timeline, right? Is that why I guess I did repress a lot of memories of that time? Hey Hiroko, what time is it now? She tapped her glasses near her temple before replying. 9:18 PM. How'd you know? My glasses have a clock function built into them. Oh. The lenses can function as a transparent heads-up display to show me the time whenever I touch them just here. It'll be a problem if you can't keep track of the time here. You can have this. Your device? I have another of my own. Just switch it on and it'll display the time. Take it. Hiroko passed me the little machine. I slipped it into my pocket. You said 9:18 PM. 9:19 now. Then we'd better hurry. Leaping takes you to the same point in time, right? We can't go forward and back. That's true, but we can't go yet. Why? Remember what I told you about riding the waves to alternate timelines? They're from a space filled with cryptoglobin energy, so let's call them blood space waves. Anyway, we can only leap when they're at their highest intensity. That's why I likened it to surfing. Sometimes you have to wait for a big enough wave to come along. But when is that going to be? Take a look at the device I gave you. I took the thing out of my pocket and turned it on. It displays some kind of diagram of the waves along with 2 times. Between 10:20 and 1:15 AM tonight. Yes, we'll only be able to leap during that time. But you said Takumi 2 kills Hiroko 2 at 11 PM. So if we leap as soon as that window opens, we'll only have 40 minutes. That's right, 40 minutes to get it all done. But it takes over half an hour to just get back to the school from here. Would you prefer to call a taxi? I know it won't be easy, but we still have to try. While we waited for the blood space waves, Hiroko showed me how to use the machine. Oh, it's a lot more simple than I thought. Everything sounds simple when it's explained to you. I had to put in a lot of work to figure all this out. It was 10:19 PM, just 1 minute until we could jump. We'd already changed into our leap suits and adjusted the machine settings. Let's go over everything one last time. What timeline are we leaping to? Killer zombie timeline. And what's our objective? To remove the Gi data from Takumi 2's brain and prevent Hiroko 2's murder. Good, it's time. Let's get started. I hit the red button on the control console and we both step onto the platform. Okay, let's do this. Did we do it? Did we leap? No. Don't just stand here, we need to get going. Hiroko's already on her way outside. I grabbed the fire extinguisher and hurried after her. Shouldn't we take off our leap suits first? I can't remember which loop it was, but I tried doing this in irregular clothes once. It didn't end well. There's 2 Hirokos. This one's a fake. It must be a shape-shifting commander. He captured me and shut me up in a cage in the courtyard from then to day 100. If you want the same thing to happen to you, I won't stop you. No. Now pick up the pace, you know we don't have a lot of time. Hiroko took off running, I did the same, and we started our journey back to the school. We still had a ways to go, so I decided to ask about something. Hey, can you tell me more about what happened between Hiroko 2 and Takumi 2? It all started around this time actually. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to take a walk around the school. That's when Takumi 2 attacked me. The Gi data in his brain must have finally taken over. He chased me into the biolab. He was far stronger than he had any right to be. And a geek can draw out superhuman reserves of strength from his host after all. He slammed my head on the operating table, and while I was still dazed from that, well, you get the idea, I never had a chance to fight back. We'd almost reached the academy. I could see the wall of fire up ahead. Suddenly Hiroko stopped and picked something up from the ground. Is that a power saw? Yep, we'll be needing this. What for? The Kumi-2 locked the biolab door behind him when he attacked me. We'll have to break it down to get to him. This is the fastest way to do that. I was starting to get a bad feeling about this. Hold on, I've seen that power saw kill our friends in this timeline. By taking that into the school, you're putting them all in danger. That won't happen. We're going to cure Takumi-2 after all. Are we? What if we mess it up? Then we won't. How can you be so sure? Enough talk, you're my servant, aren't you? You said you would do anything to help, didn't you? I guess, but... Then don't talk back, just do as you're told. Hiroko took off toward the wall, power saw in hand. I followed a few steps behind, trying to keep down the panic rising in my chest. Before long, we arrived at the school. I checked the time. It was displayed in the corner of the little window in the front of my helmet. 10:56 p.m. We've only got 4 minutes. Will we travel to the timeline when we were in Redstone route and we saw 2 ocean men? Huh. We have to hurry. We barreled through the entrance hall and into the hallway. Hiroko kept going through the halls and up the stairs. It was all I could do to keep up with her. Oh yeah, and also in another timeline, what was it? Box of Calamity? I don't remember. There were also ocean men. Soon enough, we reached the 2nd floor. I found myself outside the door to the biolab. Hiroko had gotten there before me, of course. I saw the 2 of them run in here just now. Hiroko 2 went in first, then Takumi-2 chased after her. He was carrying a kitchen knife, just like I remember in that case. I was right, the door is locked. Damn it. I pulled on the door myself just in case, but it wouldn't budge. Wait. Didn't? In one of the timelines we didn't we fall into the wall of fire once? Oh, I remember that. Ooh. Then I heard the noise from inside the room. That was probably Hiroko 2 getting thrown around. It was already 10:59 p.m. This is bad, we're almost out of time. Stand back. I barely had time to react before Hiroko revved her power saw and charged forward. There was a terrible splintering sound as the door yielded to the relentless rotating metal blades. Come on. Following Hiroko's lead, I stepped through into biolab, but I was not ready for what was waiting for me inside. It took me a moment to process what had happened. Hiroko had gone in first, but now she was crumpled up in the corner. A blow from Takumi-2 must have sent her flying. From the sound of that groan, she was going to be out of action for a little while. And on the other side of the operating table was Hiroko 2. She was also on the floor and looked pretty out of it too. Both of the Hirokos were down for the count. Obviously, only one person could be responsible for this. Takumi-2, this timeline's version of me. Our eyes met and I froze up. I wasn't used to looking at my own body from the outside. It was such a surreal experience. I just stood there forgetting even to breathe. But it wasn't long until the time started to flow again and I was dragged back to reality. Takumi-2 raised his kitchen knife and rushed toward me. Hiroko said the leap suits repel hemoanima, but that wasn't the class weapon he was holding. It was more than capable of tearing through the suit and hurting me. It swung wildly, but I did my best to dodge his blows. Obviously, I wasn't about to let myself get killed, especially not by my own doppelganger. But I couldn't keep dodging forever. He was sure to hit me sooner or later. I needed a weapon, something I could use to fight back. Right as that thought crossed my mind, my foot brushed against something. I glanced down. It was the power saw. Hiroko must have dropped it when she got knocked over. It was still running. I ducked down, grabbed it, and swung it to the side. The blade connected with the other me's knife and sent it flying. That didn't stop him, though. He grabbed at my arm, trying to take the power saw from me. I wasn't about to go down without a fight. I wrenched it away and kicked him in the stomach. And now he's gonna transform back to normal, right? He slammed against the wall and fell to the floor, his face contorted in pain. I must have hit him pretty hard, he wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. I took advantage of the lull in the fight and to go check on Hiruka too. She didn't seem to have any visible injuries, but I had to make sure she was okay. With all the strafing around I had been doing, not to mention the run over there here, I wasn't exactly feeling at my best. I fought through the fatigue and lumbered over to this timeline's Hiruka. But just as I was about to reach her, something slammed into me hard from behind. I staggered a few steps, suddenly off balance. Kumitu saw his opportunity and took it. As the two of us grappled, we found ourselves near the window. And then... next thing I knew, I was in the air with Kumitu still clinging to me. He must have tackled me with so much force that it sent us right through the window. Shards of glass were all around us, sparkling in the night air. For one weird disconnected moment, it actually looked kind of beautiful. But then the laws of physics kicked in and we were falling, rocketing toward the ground faster than either of us could deal with. My leap suit must have provided some protection because falling from the second floor didn't hurt nearly as much as it should have. I saw the parasol lying to my side. I grabbed it and got to my feet, looking around for Takumi too. He was standing nearby, maybe 30 feet away. It looked like he just got into his feet. He was still swaying unsteadily. While it prevented Hiruko 2's murder, that just left one thing still to do in this timeline. We had to treat Takumi too. I couldn't let him get away now. I tightened my grip on the parasol and ran toward him. My double saw me coming and ran. I stayed on his tail and eventually cornered him right in front of the wall of fire. Yep, this is the place. I raised my parasol and grabbed it in the light of the undying flames. The blade glinted ominously. I wasn't going to kill Takumi too, obviously. I didn't even want to hurt him. He may be from an alternate reality, but he was still me after all. So what was I going to do? Just threaten him? If he thought I was out to kill him, maybe he'd come quietly. I decided to go with that and hefted the parasol again. Wait, something about this doesn't seem right. Haven't I seen this happen before? I couldn't have been distracted for more than 2 seconds, but that was all he needed. Pain flashed across my left leg and my view started to tilt to the side. As I toppled over, everything seemed to slow down. I found myself thinking I should have seen this coming. Then my downward movement came down to an abrupt stop. I felt my head slam against the cold, hard ground. Even with my helmet on, it was a real shock to the system. I was majorly disoriented. I could barely string 2 coherent thoughts together, let alone come up with a plan to fight back. Through instinct more than anything else, I managed to stagger back to my feet. My thoughts were still hazy, but one thing was abundantly clear. I didn't have the parasol anymore, so it must be. Now it's my turn. Fear took over and I ran back toward the school as fast as I could.
You won't get away!
The tables had turned. Now Takumi too was after me. Fortunately, he wasn't moving very fast, probably because he was weighed down by the parasol. My vision was back to normal now, but the haze around my thoughts were still there. It felt like I was forgetting something important, but I couldn't think what. Before I could figure it out, Takumi too made his move. He discarded the parasol, tossing it aside into the bushes. Now that he'd lightened his load, he was a lot faster than before and getting on me fast. He and I were the same person, of course, so our running speeds should have been the same, except I had a big clunky leap suit slowing me down. It's only a matter of time before he catches me. I need to find somewhere I can ditch the suit. Right as the thought crossed my mind, the outline of the school came into view up ahead. I put on a burst of speed, running for the school with all my might. I scrambled into the hallway and up the stairs. My feet were barely even touching the ground as I fled along the 2nd floor. Finally, I tumbled into the bathroom. I held my breath and listened hard. I could hear footsteps in the hall outside. They got closer, then passed by and gradually faded away. Phew. I let out a sigh and leaned back against the wall. My head was swimming. I just stood there and spaced out for a while. So what am I supposed to do now? I still have to get that guy under control somehow. Maybe I can hide and try to get the jump on him. This suit's so hard to move around in though. I won't be doing anything stealthy in this. It'll be easy for him to turn the tables on me if anything goes wrong too. The solution to that was obvious enough. I took off my leap suit. Looking around, I found a supply closet and stowed it in there. You had better get going. We need to fix this quick before our window to leap back closes. My first move would be to find Hiroko. She was probably still in the biolab. I walked toward the bathroom door. But just as I was about to open in... Could they have been hidden in the bathroom? Guess I'd better check. Darn it, why'd you have to pick now to think about looking in here? Through the window, I looked around for escape. There was no point in hiding in one of the stalls. I'd get found out right away. In that case, there's only one way out. I ran to the window and opened it. I jumped out with all the energy I could muster, but something went wrong. Maybe it was the fatigue setting in, but I couldn't control my posture like I wanted to. I fell. Flat on my back, my head's hitting the ground with a sickening crunch. I'd really done it this time. My consciousness was leaving me like smoke blown away in a strong breeze. Right before it all went dark, I was aware of footsteps nearby and somebody saying something.
Takumi, are you okay? Hold on. Stay with me.
That was where my memory cut out for the day. The next thing I knew, my mind melted away into chaos and confusion. How did you know it was the friendly me? Or was... Wait, she was in the suit? Or maybe no, it was just his hearing from being knocked out. I woke up suddenly. I looked around trying to orient myself.
Where am I?
Can't you tell? It's your room. In the SF timeline, that is.
SF?
SF?
Study Fundamental. It's the one we started off in.
Study Fundamental?
Did you have to carry me here again?
Yes. You need to start taking better care of yourself. I'm not your mother, you know.
I don't understand.
It's like when a child falls asleep in front of the TV, and their mother picks them up and puts them to bed. I've basically done the same for you. Several times now.
When she put it like that, I did feel kind of guilty. I shifted uncomfortably and sat up in bed. What happened after I blacked out?
Oh?
Don't worry about it. We fulfilled both of our goals. Oh, we did? Or was it the zombie timeline that was now going on there? Right, I figured we saved Hiroko too, but what about the other one? We don't need to worry about Takumi 2's parasite problem. I actually had 2 thumb drives. Nigo gave me an extra one as a spare. I gave it to Hiroko too. I revealed myself to her and explained everything. Did she already know about the time limit parallel leaping? No, not me in every timeline has the same memories. She's only recovered a few fragments so far. It must have been hard for her to wrap her head around. She managed just fine. I should know. She's a past version of me after all. I know her history very well. I even remember what happened next from when I was her. As Hiroko 2, I injected Takumi 2 with an anesthetic and used the repair program to treat him. A program I got from a thumb drive given to me by me, Hiroko 1. That was all well and good, but she hadn't seen it for herself this time, and this made me uneasy. I took out the device Hiroko had given me. When's the next time the blood space waves surge? Thinking of leaping back to the killer zombie to check on it? Don't you believe me? It's not like that. Either way, we won't be leaping anytime soon. Look at the screen. 1 to 5 PM on day 20? Right, we won't be able to leap again until then. That's 3 days from now. So we're staying put for 3 days. That's just how this works. Do these surges have any kind of pattern? Unfortunately, not. Everything from their variation to their wavelength to their irregularity is completely random. Same goes for the periods when they surge and how long they last. We never really know what we're dealing with until they arrive. We're lucky these devices even allow us to predict the next surge. For now, you'll just have to trust me. So Takumi 2 is really fine now? We don't have to worry about him anymore? That's right. After breakfast, I went back to the roof to think. Our next leap is on day 20 and the next battle is on the night of day 21. That gives me some downtime before then, but I still have to use it predictively. I decided to go back to my room, then take a walk around the school and see what everyone else was doing, okay. Yeah, it's gonna be speed time. Yep. Fuck. Okay. Hiruka said the killer zombie Takumi 2 was fixed now, so where was she going to leap on day 20? I had other questions for her too, but they could wait until tomorrow. Right now all I wanted to do was go to bed. As usual, everyone wandered off to do their own thing after breakfast. At some point I lost track of Hiruka. Maybe I'll wait until tonight to speak to her. Having decided on that, I began looking for ways to spend the rest of my day. Why did you ask me to come all the way out here? Sorry, I wanted to make sure we wouldn't be interrupted. But I didn't even bring my riding crop. Right. I didn't call you out here so you could give me a secret spanking. Riding crop? What? Crop. Oh, I see, yeah. It's a short whip used in horse riding to help communicate with the horse. Do you want me to step on you then? Ooh. No, not that either. So what do you want? It's about leaping. I was worried if someone might overhear us if we talked in our rooms. Like how you ended up following me and poking your nose where it didn't belong. I nodded. What did you want to ask? First of all, the blessed space waves are going to surge on day 20. What timeline are you going to jump to? You really want to know? Yeah. Can I drip molten candle wax on your cowlick?
Hey!
What is a cowlick? Okay. A section of human hair that stands straight up or lies at an angle at odds with the style in which the rest of an individual's hair is worn. Okay. I want to see what it looks like slicked down. I'm actually still thinking about which timeline to visit next. I'll let you know when I come to a decision. We switched to a new location before continuing our conversation. 2 days ago you said the parallel leap machine was made by some kind of researchers, right? I don't know that for sure, it's just speculation. That's fine, let's assume it's true. But which side were these researchers on? Were they human or invaders? There's really no way to tell. From the look of the lab building, it doesn't seem to have any governmental or military connections. Perhaps they were part of a small organization or built in secret as part of some private endeavor. I mean, think about it. No matter who built it, that machine could provide a huge advantage to the war effort. So the fact that no one's used it means neither side knows it exists. That's what I think anyway. Neither Veshnes nor Sire or Nigo have ever mentioned parallel leaping either. Not ever? No, not in any timeline I've seen in any of my 146 loops. We moved again, a new location, a new question. So about our most recent leap. Our objective was to change history by saving Hiroko 2 and stopping Takumi 2 from becoming a serial killer. Did we really achieve that though? Of course, Hiroko 2 is still alive and Takumi 2 was just successfully treated. What are you so worried about? It's just, isn't there a timeline out there where we didn't succeed? Naturally, there are infinite possibilities out there in the blessed space realm. But if that's the case, is it even accurate to say we changed history? Isn't it more like we created a new timeline, kind of like laying down new train rails to replace old ones? Yes, but what of it? I'm just wondering if there's any point in it. The old rails still exist, so have we really fixed anything? Trust me, there's definitely a point. Why? Let's say there is a train that is destined to constantly run through a fiery hellscape. The passengers inside would be forced to endure constant pain and suffering. Now imagine we lay down a new set of rails branching off from that line. One version of the train now gets to enjoy a safe, comfortable journey. Of course, one of them is still destined to burn in hellfire, there's no changing that. But it's better that if we'd never added that second line at all. At least this gives the passengers a 1 in 2 chance at happiness. I think I get what she means, but still. I'm still having trouble coming to terms with this. What's the problem? Are we even laying down new rails at all? What do you mean? When we left 2 days ago, things played out in the killer zombie timeline exactly like I remembered from when I was Takumi 2. The only difference was I was seeing them from the steady fundamental perspective as Takumi 1. The person who attacked me with the parasol when I saw it was Takumi 2. It was actually me, Takumi 1. Took me a while to notice what was happening and I still don't understand it. Without even meaning to, I ended up making history repeat itself. Almost like I was on rails going along a predetermined route. It makes me feel like destiny is controlling us or something. And I got to thinking, what if history refuses to change? What if our actions don't create new timelines after all? I already told you Hiroko 2 is alive and Takumi 2 has been treated. That's something that wouldn't have happened without our intervention. We definitely created a new timeline. But the fact that history seemed to repeat itself for you is probably just leap damage. Remember what I told you? Leap damage can affect your memories and your ability to reason if it reaches your brain. Obviously, I hadn't made my points clearly enough. I had a feeling that loss of reasoning was also something that happened because it was part of a predetermined history. Like we couldn't escape it no matter what we did. Hiroko and I finished talking and went back to the roof.
Oh?
You look like you're still having doubts. I'm telling you, it's nothing to worry about. We're creating new timelines and it's changing things for the better. If we weren't, there'd be no point in anything we do here in this timeline. And don't forget your promise. I'll build us a future where we can all be happy, and that's what you said. Does that help? Are you going to sleep better tonight? I don't know. I'll go get you some medicine to help you sleep. Take it, go to bed, and forget all about these groundless worries, understand? She left before I could respond as usual. After that, I took the sleeping medicine that Hiroko brought me and sank into a deep, dreamless sleep. Oh, she mixed in something. I jolted awake suddenly. Judging by the sky outside, it was already nighttime. I practically slept the whole day away, and the sleeping medicine had done its job at any rate. That's some strong stuff. Weirdly, my face really hurt now. I had no idea what could have caused that. Rubbing my sore cheeks, I looked at the clock. It was 7:15 p.m. What's gonna happen? What's happening? Why did we sleep like that? What caused our cheeks to be swelled, sore cheeks? At this time of day, there might still be people in the cafeteria having dinner. Okay, I'll go check it out. Here there, Sumino, you're finally awake, huh? Right. Man, I still can't stop thinking about what we just saw. It was awesome. I know, right? So much fun. What are you guys talking about? Yeah, Nigo's hidden talent, man. It was some next level shit. Oh, very nice of you to say so. Alright, this is day 19. I always seem to miss it, no matter what timeline I'm in. It was a wonderful performance. Indeed, it was truly high-class entertainment. I was so inspired I practically ascended to a higher plane of consciousness. Isn't that right, sister dearest? Those 6 hours went by in a flash. We did try waking you up, Takumi. But no matter how hard I slapped you, it never did any good. Oh, okay. So that's why my cheeks hurt so much. Nothing special then. Well, that's too bad for you. Nigo, could you do it one more time for Takumi? I'm sorry, but each of my shows is absolutely unique. No recordings, no repeats, no exceptions. I looked over at Hiroko. Our eyes met and she joined the conversation. They gotta do Nigo's performance as an credits scene, like they did with AI Somnium Files in that credit screen. You missed out on the opportunity of a lifetime. Apparently I was the only one who missed it, and this time too. This was so unfair. I gritted my teeth and glared daggers at Hiroko. Hehe. She just laughed. She was enjoying this all at once. Her offering to help me sleep made a whole lot more sense. I ran to the war room as fast as I could. Sir and Nigo were there waiting for me. Wow, Nigo, turn around, Sprite. I turned to Nigo and made a sincere, heartfelt entreaty. Please, just this once. I don't need the full 6-hour show. 5 minutes would be enough. Sorry, old boy, but like I said, I never repeat up. Can't you make an exception? Give it up, Sumino. Oh, come on, you two always do whatever Hiruka says. I'm afraid I don't follow. The cerebral glitch repair program, you gave that to her when she asked for it, right? Yeah, well, she's hot as shit. She really needed it. And that was enough for you to hand it over? No, of course not. Oh, this was on day 4, right? Shizuhara came to us and told us about the time loop.
She even told us top secret intel only Nigo and I should know about. That's what convinced me she was telling the truth. And that's when she made us an offer we couldn't refuse. I know which days the enemy attacks will happen. I'll share this information with you, but you have to do as I say in return. I mean, who's gonna turn down a deal like that? Her ultimate goal is for all of you to survive through to day 100. In other words, she wants to win the war just like we do. Her interests and ours match up. So it only seemed natural that we agree to work together. Hence, why I gave her the thumb drive.
Do you feel the same, Nigo? You mean, is that why I comply with Miss Shizuhara's requests? I nodded. Not exactly. It's more that I feel indebted to her. She went to the trouble of forcing me away from second to last Defense Academy on day 6 after all. If I'd stayed there, I'd surely be a pile of lifeless scrap by now. I'd have been obliged to self-destruct at some point, and well, I'm just so grateful that it didn't have to come to that. I didn't give up. I begged Nigo to show me his hidden talent for a while after that. But my pleas fell on deaf ears and I had to leave, disappointed. I returned to my room and got into bed. Despite not doing very much during the day, I fell asleep pretty easily. That night I had a dream about Nigo juggling flaming torches while playing the theremin. Theremin? An electronical musical instrument controlled without physical contact by the performer. What?
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine!
What? You don't touch it? Now I'm interested. What? Okay.
Get ready for your...
After breakfast, I went looking for Hiruko. I found her up on the roof. I made sure no one else was around before speaking to her. Hey, got a minute? You want to know about today's leap, I assume? You can go starting from 1 PM, right? There's still plenty of time to train in the meantime. Don't forget we have a battle coming up tomorrow night. Have you decided where we're going? Yes, to the Red Snom timeline. Yay! Red Snom? I suppose you don't know about that one, or you just haven't remembered it yet. In that timeline, you and Darumi are raising a strange creature called Red Snom. Okay, but where are we leaping there? To find someone, specifically a mysterious old person. For some reason, he only appears in certain timelines. We won't find him here in the steady fundamental branch, no matter how hard we look. But he's there in the Red Snom timeline. I think so. I met him there once before. I was exploring the ruins and found him standing outside a cave. Then he said something. It looks like to me you're caught in the cursed cycle. I could only vaguely remember, but that phrase sounded familiar to me too. The cursed cycle. Yeah, wait, who said that? Dalsha?
Oh.
I hadn't recovered my memories at that point, so I didn't recognize the significance of what he said. But I do now. When he spoke about a cursed cycle, he was referring to the time loop. So whoever this guy is, he knows about that loop? Yes, and there is a chance he also knows how to leave it. I gulped. With that in mind, we're leaping to that timeline this afternoon. But, no buts. Just be a good servant and do as you're told. Do I make myself clear? She left before I could respond as usual. Red Snom, huh? Nope, still doesn't ring any bells. But if this strange old man could tell us how to escape the loop, that would be a big step forward. My heart beat faster just at the thought of it. I'd have to wait until the afternoon for the main event. I still had the first part of the day free. I decided to go see if I could find a way to use the time productively. "12:59 p.m. We'd set up the machine and had our leap suits on ready. Now we just had to wait. When it was almost time, Hiruko spoke up suddenly. Let us do a recap before we leave, like last time. Which timeline are we leaping into? The Redstone timeline, Miss Shizuhara. And what's our objective? To find the old man and ask him about the cursed cycle. Good, I'm glad you have a grasp on the basics. The moment she finished speaking, I saw the time change to 1 p.m. in the corner of my eye. You want to get going? Hiruko pressed the red button and the two of us stepped onto the round platform. Yes, let's do this. So this is the Redstone timeline. Everything looks just the same to me. Were you expecting to see dinosaurs walking around or something? It's my third time leaping to a parallel universe, but it still doesn't feel real. In a broad sense, these alternate timelines aren't that different from our own. By the way, about our leap suits. We're keeping them on. You never know when we might run into someone unexpectedly. Yep, we will. I thought you remembered what happened in this timeline. Do you remember what you had for dinner 3 nights ago? I've been doing this for at least 146 loops. I can't remember every detail from every timeline. I never thought of it like that. So where do we find this old man we're looking for? Like I said, I found him outside the cave the first time. I don't know if he'll be there now, but it's worth a try. Okay, let's go check it out. I don't see any caves around here. How much farther is it? What, do you have a problem with walking? No, I was just asking. Stop flapping your gums and start moving your feet. Or curl up in a ball like an armadillo and I'll kick you all the way there. Pardon me for breathing. I did as Hiruko said, the part about staying quiet and walking, that is. We made our way through the ruined town, but just as I was turning a corner, we met ourselves. Yep. A strangled cry escaped my mouth. I tried to smother it, but it was too late. There was really one thing I could think about now, getting away from here and fast. I looked at Hiruko and saw her helmet move up and down. I know, that was our signal. We turned away and began sprinting as fast as we could.
Hey, wait!
Who the heck are you guys?
The other two chased after us. We had to shake them off. We did everything we could to get away, turning corners, ducking down side streets, and cutting through abandoned houses. After running around like that for a while, it finally seemed safe again. There was no sign of our pursuers, so we stopped to catch our breath. Who was that back there? Do you really need to ask? It was this timeline's version of the room and you. But it's not like in the killer zombie branch. I don't remember anything like this happening before. I can think of 2 possible explanations for that. Either you have experienced it but don't remember, or you're going to experience it at some point in the future. In the future, no, that can't be right. I'm determined not to go through this loop again. This will be the last time I experience these 100 days, so there's no way I'm seeing something that I haven't lived through yet. Now don't worry, I've seen that already. At least we got away from them. If they'd gotten hold of us and taken off our suits, we'd have really been in trouble. Yeah, I don't want to end up fighting myself again. They're probably still nearby. We should get moving before they can find us. Oh, really?
I'll take this.
Yes!
Fuck. Okay, we can battle quickly.
Let's go. Here we go. Let's go. My turn. I've got this. Take that!
I'll take this.
We did it. Yes!
What? I pressed right? Oh my god.
Good to go. Yeah, my turn. Let's do this. All good to go. Here we go. Yeah, my turn. Here. We did it.
Oh my god. So this is what the cave's for? Nice. Oh my god.
I've got time. Let's do this. Yeah, my turn. Yeah, let's go. My turn. Ready when you are. Yeah. Say when. Ha! Yes.
I'll take this. I'll take this. I'll take this.
Yay. Phew, we're finally here. Now where's the old man?
No.
I thought I already explained this. I met him here once before during a previous loop. There's no guarantee he'll be. Marinate. We both spun around and standing there was. Oh, my apologies. I meant you're late. It's my age, and my memory isn't what it used to be. That doesn't seem like the kind of mistake you can chalk up to forgetfulness. Marinating is actually the process of soaking foods to soften them up. I could tell you a wonderful recipe for ginger marinated squash. I was just about to ask him to get to the point, but Hiroko beat me to the punch. Sir, I believe you're familiar with the cursed cycle. You mentioned it to me before. Well, it wasn't really before from your perspective. The point is, I've heard you mention that phrase. Ah yes, it's that. Look good, but once you equip it, you can't take it off. That's cursed equipment, like you find in RPGs. This isn't a physical object we're talking about, it's... the loop, yes. Huh? The time loop, that's what your young people call it, isn't it? So we do know about it. The cursed cycle is a legend passed down in this land since time immemorial. A legend. There once existed a race with the blood of God running through their veins, the so-called Brethren of the Blood. This was long, long ago, but who knows, there may still be some out there today. These were people created by God's own will who lived a blessed life. Until one day, evildoers from a distant land appeared, and by use of secret arts, created copies of the Brethren. God was angry and visited a terrible retribution upon a number of these copies. That is what came to be known as the cursed cycle. Indeed, a truly dreadful punishment, a prison constructed not of brick and mortar and iron bars, but of time itself. Those within it were forced to watch history repeat itself over and over again in an endless loop. That is the cursed cycle. As for those trapped inside, not even I know what became of them. Perhaps they linger, they're still never able to leave, constantly longing for the sweet release of death. And they all lived happily ever after. Nothing about that was happy. Sir, we're looking for a way to leave this loop. Can you tell us anything that might help? There's no mention of anything like that in the legends. Our shoulders slumped in disappointment, but now that your tensions hit, now that you mention it, there was somebody researching the cursed cycle many years ago. His name was Noriru Inone. How long dead? He was an impressive polymath in his time. He excelled in the study of both folklore and particle physics. I heard that Professor Inone compiled the results of his research, his life's work, into a single volume. One of his goals with it was to prove the potential existence of the cursed cycle and examine its mechanics from a scientific perspective. What's this book called? I can make so many jokes. Reflections on Imprecatory Metempsychosis. I know it all sounds very occult, but it's got no relation to cursed spirits or sorcerers, in case you're wondering. No, not Jujutsu Kaisen. But it's telling us how to get out of the loop. I've never read it myself, so I can't say for sure, but there's a chance it could offer you some clues. Hiroko and I looked at each other and nodded. I must say you two are dressed rather strangely. Have you maybe come from space? Well, in a way, something like that. We thanked the old man and went our way. We returned to the lab and from there leapt back to our steady fundamental timeline. On our arrival, we took off our leap suits and talked about what we should do next. On our only lead is Professor Inone's reflections on imprecatory metempsychosis. Where do we even start looking for something like that? True, there's no sign of any libraries anywhere outside the school. We'll just have to try inside the school then. We walked back to the school and headed for the library. Hiruko and I spent the rest of the day and most of the night searching for libraries' different index lists. It's no good, there's no sign of that book ever having been here. Nothing else by Professor Inone either. This message came up when I searched on the PC though. The records in this database are incomplete. New books may have been added to the collection without the index being updated. So we have to search the stacks manually. Have you seen how many books there are here? I'm afraid that's our only option. I stared in bewilderment at the rows upon rows of books and documents tied up throughout the room. It's getting late though, let's call it a day for now. Our next offensive battle is tomorrow night, so we should be fine to start looking during the day. Speaking of which, you remember which commander attacks tomorrow, don't you? I nodded. Yeah, it's Ava. We'll need to think about what to do with her as well. Once we got to the roof, I parted ways with Hiruko and went back to my room. What to do with Ava, huh? I thought about it alright. I got into bed and thought about it for several hours. By the time I'd reached an answer, it was starting to get light outside. So... After breakfast, Hiruko and I headed straight for the library. Before we started looking for the book, did you finish that homework I gave you? I nodded and looked Hiruko in the eye. Oh. Yes, we're definitely not killing Ava. And why is that? There's a timeline where Ava's ghost tried to strangle me. It turned out to be just a hallucination that my mind made real, but still. I remember that too. It's the timeline where the Leo Jr. doll almost killed me. Or rather, the zombified Gi-possessed creature inside the doll. I've been calling it the Box of Calamity timeline in my head. All the terrible things that happened to us in that timeline. All of our friends who died painful deaths. It all leads back to one thing. Opening that little box was the start of it all. In which timeline will Kako be joining us? The crazed Kako. This one? But that's true enough, but it's possible to trace it back even further. You could say it all started when I made the decision to finish off Ava. That was when she told us about the Box of Blessings. Or the Box of Calamity as it actually turned out to be. So we want to keep Ava alive to prevent this timeline going in a similar direction? I nodded. Alright, that makes sense. I'll back you up on this. In the meantime, start looking for the metempsychosis book. I've got something I need to do first. Huh, what? Nothing you need to worry about, just follow my instructions, understand? I spent the next couple of hours scouring the shelves in the library. Try as I might. I couldn't find any sign of the book we needed. Just as I was about to take a break, Hiruko walked in. How's it going? Nothing so far. How much of the library have you searched? Maybe a tenth of the whole thing? That's barely anything. What are you doing here? Going on a bizarre journey rereading your favorite manga? Of course not, I'm trying my best. Well, in a way, I suppose that's good news. I mean, it means there's still a possibility of finding it here. Hiruko looked up at the remaining shelves hopefully. How about you? What have you been doing all this time? We're stars that got Kako and Ima to stop fighting and make up with each other. I also spoke to Sir and Nigo and told them any relevant details about tonight's battle that I could remember.
Huh?
Does that mean everyone else knows about Ava too?
Oh.
Yes, Sir and Nigo should have told them by now.
Huh?
Okay, what else? What else? Don't forget who's the master here. Why should I have to explain every little thing I do to you? I was just asking. Hiruka sighed and touched her glasses near her temple. She must have been checking the time. Anyway, until we send out soon, I'm sure you have things you want to do before the battle as well. You will spend your time wisely, I'll take over in here. And just like that, Hiruka was being nice to me. I get emotional whiplash trying to keep up with her mood changes sometimes, but I'm not going to complain. Alright if you say so, thanks Hiruka.
Intruder alert.
Yeah. There's a plate of my Suzuki curry. Yeah.
Not enough.
Hey, Takamar.
Yeah, well, my body clock ain't even past 5 seconds.
So, where's...
She should be
She'll cover the battlefield.
Is the...
Siri,
Ima, come. Your skills complement.
say no more.
Show everyone how strong our sibling love really is!
Here we go.
All right, look over.
Yes.
That's Ava. Enough yapping.
You can do it, everybody. Phew! Thank goodness.
What are we to do with our Please, my
Ava, the paragon of nature, right?
We know that already.
What? How?
We've got sources of our own.
I see. Well, at any rate, I beg of you, please, spare my life.
I say we kill her.
What?
I agree. Yeah, let's rip out her entrails.
Now you mention it. My neck's been feeling awfully cold lately.
You want to wear intestines as a scarf?
Sorry, but I'm with them. She has to die.
Nah, she wouldn't be like that, right?
You too, Tsubasa?
I hate to say this, but I think
Nah,
so
this
too.
is just so Hiruko could sweep in and say, no, I agree with Takumi.
Even you, Nozomi?
If we let her live, you can bet it'll mean trouble later down the line.
No matter how nice she may look,
Yeah,
she's
even
still
sure.
our enemy. Kinda sucks, but that's just how it's gotta be. Well said.
Yeah.
What's going on? They all want to kill her?
I'm sorry, Takumi. It looks like we'll have to finish her off after all.
Hiruka?
No.
Please, no! Don't kill me! Let me live. I beg of you. Please don't kill me! Please don't kill me! Please, don't kill me.
But then...
Everybody ready? 1, 2, just kidding.
Oh. They got me. What? For a moment, it felt like time had stopped. I think my heart did too. I tried to speak, but I could only manage to croak out a single confused syllable.
Huh?
What?
Yeah, he totally fell for it. You've been dynamite, bruh. Today is your birthday, right? We all wanted to give you a surprise, so we all got together and decided to trick you.
Guys, it's not my birthday. And even if it was, this isn't the kind of surprise anyone would want.
Yeah, don't sweat the small stuff, man.
Anyway, I'm glad we got this chance to shake you up a little.
You are? Why?
Lately, it feels like you've been keeping your distance from the rest of us.
We thought a communal event like this would help boost our affinity level with you.
Affinity level? No, I've got no idea what that's supposed to mean.
It was Miss Shizuhara who gave us the idea.
She knew you wouldn't want to kill Ava if you had the choice.
I looked at Hiruko. She smirked back at me, a satisfied look on her face. Then I looked back at Ava. She was taking the news well.
Oh, thank you.
She was still crying and stammering, but now it was from relief more than fear. After the battle, Ava was officially taken prisoner and detained in the courtyard. She obviously had no way of knowing how Aito had escaped those cages, so there wouldn't be any problem with keeping her in one. It was late, so we didn't have any kind of post-battle celebration. Everyone seemed pretty happy though, both with our victory and with how successfully they pranked me. They all went back to their rooms with smiles on their faces. That just left me and Hiruko. She was still smiling that same infuriating smile. I can tell you're dying to ask, so I won't beat around the bush. This whole thing was my idea, just like Iman Kako said. I genuinely did agree with you that we should spare Ava. So I took the opportunity to convince everyone of that, while also setting up the surprise. Were Suri and Nigo in this too? Of course, at first they were opposed to letting her live, but then I gave him some tips on how to improve their dolmenic cognitive reconstruction therapy. With this new and improved version, the brainwashing won't come undone, provided she isn't subjected to any powerful shocks. No, they will still brainwash her. Ava will remain our loyal ally right up to day 100. Once they heard that, they agreed to it readily enough. Why did you do it? Do what? Why did you set up this cruel surprise in the first place? You really haven't realized, have you? You're so cute when you're facing a situation that looks absolutely hopeless. Your face gets all tense, you go as white as a sheet, and you practically drench yourself in cold sweat. You look like a peeled banana that's been sitting out in the sun. Why did I do this? It's really nothing special, I just wanted to see that look on your face. Well, good night. With that last remark, Hiruko walked away. I was left standing there and heaved a sigh so heavy it could have been made of solid lead. After a late breakfast, I went to the courtyard to check on Ava, but when I got there, she couldn't have escaped already, could she? That's when I noticed I wasn't alone. Yugamo, you here to see Ava? Sorry, but she's not here. Yeah, I can see that. She's in the infirmary. Apparently Sir A is brainwashing her. I am so jealous. You'd think he'll throw in some physical torture to make the conditioning sink in? To really make the conditioning sink in? I'm getting chills imagining what kind of atrocities he's committing in there. I wish I could be there to watch. Sir was very firm, though. No one's allowed it in until the process is complete. Sigh, how mortifying. I reluctantly gave up on talking to Ava and headed for the library. When I arrived, somebody else was already there. Hiruko. You're late. Have you been off shooting the breeze somewhere? Yeah, almost hit it too. I told Hiruko about Ava. Her reaction was more or less what I'd expected. I don't want to sound too dismissive, but you already knew she was going to be brainwashed once we took her prisoner. I guess so, but take your mind off it and get to work. Back to looking for the book, huh? One more thing before you start. Your joke about shooting the breeze and almost hitting it just now, it wasn't the least bit funny. Alright, let's get to it. In that moment, my face probably looked like a peeled banana that had been in the sun for too long. Who just said that? You look like a peeled banana that's been sitting out in the sun, yeah. But I didn't want to give Hiruko the satisfaction of seeing it. I turned away and began examining the books on the shelves, searching for the title we wanted. Hours went by, but we still failed to turn up reflections on imprecatory metempsychosis. Don't get discouraged. We've still only searched 40% of what's here. So we're not even halfway. That's depressing. No, it means we'll still have hope. Hope. If we'd searched everything and still hadn't found it, that would be depressing. I admire your optimism. While I sighed in exhaustion, Hiruko tapped her glasses by her temple. It's almost evening. Let's call it a day here. Already? Don't forget what Shoma said yesterday.
Lately, it feels like you've been keeping your distance.
As our captain, you need to maintain a good relationship with all of your teammates. That's true. So you want me to use this time to go hang out with someone? Hiruko nodded. I'll go crazy if I have to spend the whole day in here. I'm going to go somewhere else for a while, so you may as well go take a break too. I left Hiroko to do her own thing and went back to my room. Coming back here feels like a good way to center myself. It was almost like getting a fresh start on my day after taking a moment to get my thoughts in order, headed out like usual. Let's hang out with friends, right? Evening came and went. On my way back to my room after dinner, I happened to see Hiroko in the hallway. She didn't notice me and kept on walking until she reached the Dorte Gaim. She opened it and went inside. What could she be doing in there? Curious, I followed her. The secret hangar? What, are you stalking me now? No, I just saw you going in here and wondered if something was up. Nothing's up here apart from the punching bags, the lights, and that weird statue. So what are you doing? It's hard to explain, but I just got the feeling that I'd find him here. Him? The ghost boy? Do you mean me? Shion. Shion? Yes, that's my name, though I'm not really used to it yet. Apparently it's what I was called in some other of the other timelines you've experienced. I was majorly confused now. What's going on here? Okay, so you two have met before, and Hiroko told you about being called Shion? Both of them nodded. But all this is news to me. Why don't I know about any timelines when you've been giving that name? You probably just don't remember them yet unless you're going to experience them later. Shion, I did have a vague feeling like I'd heard it before somewhere. I told him everything else about us too, time loop and parallel leaping included. You don't need to hold back around me. Ask me anything, I'll do my best to help. I thought for a moment, was there anything? I know this is a long shot, but do you have an idea how we can get out of the loop? Sorry, I don't know anything about that. I agreed that a time loop was probably caused by your specialist skills, but that's all I can say for sure. How about the metempsychosis book? The one the old man in the other timeline told you about? I've never heard of it. I see. Sorry, even after offering to help, I'm not doing very much, am I? Don't apologize, it's not your fault. I do have some information you might find useful, though. What kind of information? Something I overheard Sir Inigo talking about a few days ago. It turns out there's something called a distress signal transmitter around somewhere in the school. Well, that was disappointing. I'm sure Shion wanted to help, but I already knew about the transmitter. Hiroko probably did too. Sorry, but we knew that already. It came up in another timeline. Oh, I see. Yeah, the mystery timeline. I remember it clearly. It was in a hidden room in the basement. We never actually used it, but we figured out what it was for at least. A room in the basement, not even I knew about that. Hey, why don't we go check it out now? What, even me? Let's trigger the poison gas. Of course. We arrived at the stairway, ducked underneath it, and touched the wall. And then...
Wow. I had no idea this was here.
It's not exactly easy to notice.
Come on. Let's go.
I opened the hidden door that had appeared. Our little party stepped through and followed the stairs beyond it down into the basement. So this is the distress signal transmitter. Do you know what it's for, Shion? I think so, based on what Sir Inigo said anyway. Tell us just in case it's worth checking if it lines up with what we know. Alright. Okay, once again, but there's some specialized terms involved that I'd like to clarify first. The school we're in now in Last Defense Academy is also referred as the first campus or number 1. The second is called the second campus or number 2. Likewise, the members of the special defense unit who started out here are sometimes called Team 1, while the others are called Team 2. I remember hearing something like that before. Was that in the mystery timeline as well? If I remember while listening to Shian's explanation, it was more or less what I expected. The distress signal transmitter was put here in the event of all but one member of Team 1 dying. No matter how strong they were, a single fighter wouldn't be able to win this war on their own, unless it was Red Snom. Instead, they'd be extracted and put on standby while the people in charge put together a fresh team for a new attempt. Once the correct series of codes had been entered into the transmitter, it would, well, transmit a distress signal. If the artificial satellite were to receive it, they'd send a rescue craft to the school. But how would they get a new team ready? Didn't they mention that we were the only ones with the crypto globe? I don't know. The survivor would get on the board and taken back to the satellite. Also, the rescue craft has a maximum weight capacity of 2 tons. Sir A said the rest of the unit's bodies can be put on board to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. That's the first I've heard about that. Sounds like you might have some new information for us after all. Go on, Shion. Shion nodded and continued. When a member of the Special Defense Unit dies and loses all their crypto globe, they enter a state known as total death. After entering total death, something called a liver mortis code appears on their back. To send the distress signal, the survivor needs to input 9 codes, one for each member of Team 1 besides themselves. That's their way of proving everyone else is dead. Then this distress signal is sent and the extraction is authorized. I'm guessing the 2 teams were never meant to come together like we have here. Only the liver mortis codes from Team 1 are required to send the signal. I thought so. Was there anything else? But the other team was supposed to come here sometime, right? They said that. Or maybe we just guessed that, I don't know. Was there anything else? Yes, if the codes entered are incorrect, everyone in the room will be killed. Poison gas will come out of those tanks over there. Will we use that for something? I don't know. It's a terrifying toxic gas capable of melting any object into a soupy mess. Sir Inigo said that gas masks or protective clothing won't do anything to stop it. That's all I know. Did I tell anything new? Hiroko and I shook our heads. It's more or less the same as what we already knew. Apart from the rescue craft maximum capacity. So it wasn't very useful after all. That's not true. Yeah, it's enough that you reminded us that this place exists. Really? Well, that's good. Shion looked a little happier after hearing that. I'm sorry, I have to go. I've stayed out longer than I should have today. If I don't get back soon, my energy output will start to fall behind. Goodbye for now. With that, Shion faded away, then disappeared. So what are we going to do about this place? We should just leave it alone. It can only be used if all but one of us die, after all. Yeah, and that pretty much goes against what we're working towards here. Getting out of the loop and making it to day 100 with everyone still alive, that's still our goal. Alright, there won't be any need for us to use this room. It's better if we just forget about it. Alright, let's get back to it. Hiroko and I began our day's work scouring the library for Professor None's books. This was our 3rd day of searching. I was starting to get the hang of it now. Scanning the titles on the book spines didn't take me as long as it used to, and going through it all shelf by shelf helped me feel like I was making some kind of progress. Unfortunately. Time's up, I'm calling it here for today. How much have we got through now? Maybe 50% between the 2 of us, we're halfway done. It feels like our progress has gotten slower. Maybe it's because you've been spending too much time absorbed in the salacious literary culture of yesteryear. I have not. You're the one who's been taking breaks to read. So you saw that. Are you even looking for this book? Of course I am. There's nothing wrong with taking a little time off now and then. Speaking of which, why don't you go hang out with somebody else for a while? Yeah, sounds good. One more thing. Can you meet me behind the school tonight? I have something I need to discuss with you. Yeah. Why so loud? So what did you want to talk about? The blood space waves are going to surge tomorrow at 4:15 AM. I want to do another leap. Are we going to fix another broken version of me? Huh? Do you know me with the Gi data in his brain at the Kumi G? The Kumi G? Do you want to give him a weird code name? What in the world are you blabbing about? The Kumi Gs only exist in the Killer Zombie and Hunt Mystery timelines. I treated the Hunt Mystery version at midnight on day 5. As for the Kumi 2 and the Killer Zombie line, we dealt with them on day 16. I gave Hiroko 2 the repair program and she used it on him. He's fine now. You should know all this. You were there for most of it. But isn't there a chance another Takumi G could be out there somewhere? No, there's not. If there was, we'd know about it from multiple murders being committed in that timeline. Really, why are there so few of them? I can think of 2 explanations. It could be because the versions of you in all the other timelines are from before you were infected. Or because they all come from loops after you were successfully treated. I'll say it again, only the Killer Zombie and Hunt mystery timelines contain a Takumi G. And both of them have already been dealt with. Right, they've been treated and we've created new futures where I'm myself again, so we don't need to leap to other timelines to fix Takumi G's anymore. That's right. As usual, we changed locations before continuing our conversation. So why are we leaping tomorrow? You're familiar with the mystery timeline, yes? You remember who was killed? Ooh. Well, no need to talk about Gakko. I'm sure you don't want to think about that. Her Ava, since she died via self-destruction. Flashbacks. About who else died in the mystery timeline? Shoma, Gakko, Moko, Tsubasa. Finally, Kurata, 5 victims in all. So who was responsible for those 5 murders? It wasn't you, that much is clear. They all died after you were treated. I nodded and thought about it. It turned out Shoma killed Kako. Ava killed Shoma. But they both said they didn't really want to kill anyone. They were just following orders from someone called X. That person was probably the mastermind behind the other murders as well. So is that Kako? Phrased Kako? Gi Kako? I don't know who else could it be. In other words, X is their one responsible indirectly or otherwise. Yeah. The second murder occurred early on day 27, today's only day 23, so we still have a chance to save Kako. That's our objective this time, to prevent the tragedies that occur in the mystery timeline. As for how we're going to do it, that much should be obvious. You mean?
Yes. Tomorrow, we're going to expose the true mastermind. And stop X before they can start killing.
But we don't have that kind of split, so maybe... Or maybe one of our choices, like who killed who, was actually the split. Oh shit! You have arrived at Story Lock 2. You will not be able to progress without meeting certain conditions. Try exploring other branches for now. Reached ending 100? What? Yay! This place. Cannot believe there's... Okay. We have to skip until the lock, right? Yay. I thought back to what happened yesterday. After Hiruko and I found that secret basement room, we ran to the roof and told everyone about it. Not everyone though. Because the fake Kurata wasn't present, she had disappeared. As much as I wanted to immediately send a research party after her, that had to wait. Because we had something more important to attend to, Hiruko and I led everyone to the secret basement room. After explaining what the liver mortis codes were, we showed them the distress signal transmitter. And one more thing, we showed them Kurata's dead body as well. After an initial bout of astonishment, everyone started talking. So that fella is in Kurata's clothing. Is the real mastermind? That was X. They have been pretending to be Lady Kurata all this time. The real Kurata had probably been killed more than 50 days ago. Her cryptoglobin hasn't been completely drained, but most of it is gone, probably absorbed by X. I can tell at a glance. I am, after all, an expert in dead bodies. That's why the life detector always showed the same number of people as everyone present. After that, we embarked on the search for fake Kurata X together, but found nothing of note. The same thing happened again today on day 83. We ransacked the entire school trying to find X. Did we check the live signal? But they had disappeared without a trace. Did we check the signal? Night soon fell and we had to call off the search. Oh, the number shown on the live detector stayed as 9. Meant that X was still hiding somewhere in the premises. Ooh.
No matter where in the academy X is hiding, tomorrow's the day we'll find them for sure.
Clenched my fist in determination. That day we continued with our frantic search for X. Unfortunately, our search bore no fruit. Time passed mercilessly and the evening soon came. And then it was night, but just as we were about to call off the search, Terumi brought some news. See, one of the fire extinguishers missing. Oh my god. Does that mean 8? Hey, the number's gone down by 1. I knew it. X has escaped outside the school. It was still 9 just a short while ago. They could not have gotten far. If we give chase now. I grabbed the remaining fire extinguisher and ran outside with everyone else right behind me. We could have checked the history when they ran away. I cut through the wall of fire and went into the city ruins. In the distance we could see the outline of someone running away. Ooh, that has to be X. We immediately gave chase. Oh shit. It was 10:30 p.m. when we finally arrived in front of a dilapidated building. I saw them with my own 2 eyes, our target entering this building. What kind of building is this? There's only one way to find out. We stepped inside and continued down the cold and unwelcoming path until we reached a large door. We opened the door and finally came to face to face with the person who had been tormenting us all this time. We finally found you, X. I see there is no point in hiding any longer. Yes, I am the person you refer to as X. Who the hell are you? I just said I'm X, didn't I? Not that it pleases me to take on this name. You're the one who ordered Shoma to kill Kaku and Ava to kill Shoma. I am indeed. You see, I have no interest in killing other people and would rather not have to dirty my own hands if possible. But Gaku and Kurara, Tsubasa and Moko, you killed them yourself. No, I wasn't the one who killed Gaku. What? I wasn't in the academy yet. I only arrived on day 24. You can believe me or not, of course. I don't really care. No, but I'll admit it. I killed the other 3. Kurara, I killed her day 28 at around 2 a.m. The day before on day 27, Tsubasa said too much while you were in the leisure lounge, remember? I was actually hiding in that room at that time and heard her say it. I know I can make an organic life detection device. That would be highly inconvenient for me. You would all realize I was hiding out somewhere in the school. So I decided to borrow Kurara's mask and clothes. That's why I killed her. I absorbed her crypto globin as well and gained her hemoanima as a result. As for Tsubasa and Moko, it was our turn to watch that night. That made it easy for me to get close to them. I knocked them both out by injecting them with gamma fuel and dragged them all the way to the parking lot. Then I stabbed Tsubasa multiple times and cut Moko's carotid artery. Tsubasa's multiple stab wounds were to make her cryptoglobin drain out as quickly as possible. That also why I hung her up in a tree. As you've already deduced, my objective is to obtain the liver mortis codes from all members of Team 1. There was no need to hang Moko since she was from Team 2, but leaving her lying around would take the gloss of the scene and somewhat to know what I mean. So I strung them up together. But it would take some time for all cryptoglobin to be drained out of their bodies, so I returned to the gym and the rest is history. If all you wanted were the liver mortis codes, why did you also kill Moko? Are you stupid? Because if I'd only killed Tsubasa, Moko would have realized I was the one who did it. Just for that? That's right. Moko was killed just for something like that? I already said yes. What difference does the life of a maggot make anyway? By that point, I had lost all sense of reason. In the frenzy of the moment, I charged at full speed towards X. Oh. But the moment I took my first step... Oh shit! As you can see, this is a grenade gun. It's loaded with a grenade imbued with the energy of undying flames. Once it hits, the grenade will instantly burn any organic matter within our 16-foot radius to a crisp.
Let's play a game. I love playing games. Here are the rules. I'm going to fire this gun after counting to 10. If you can guess who I really am before then, I'll lower the gun. As a bonus, I'll even tell you everything I know. But if you guess wrong, it's game over for you. Because I'll shoot the person who gave the wrong answer. Alright, let's play. 10,
Okay.
9, 8,
My head was spinning. Think Takumi, think who could be X?
6, 5.
X said they've come to Academy on day 24. That's the biggest clue they've given. Ah shit, I need to check. I need to check. What's this romance route? Box of Calamity. Box of Calamity. Box of Blessing. Oh, I need to go all the way back. Day 24. You did... Huh. So we're jumping on day 24? Oh my god. Someone who had arrived on day 24.
3, 2.
I know the answer. I should know it. X is... The real identity of X is... The true identity of X is... Oh shit, I shouldn't check that. That could be the answer. Box of Calamity, what happened here? What now? Turn to face the voice? Attack the shadowy figure? Did Hiruka bring Kako on this day? Because I think it was Box of Calamity. What else? What else? Hold of Takumi, no. Here we skipped romance route. We were unconscious. So blessings. Second scenario, Veshness, no. Invader hunt. It has to be Kako, right? Wouldn't be Hiruka or Takumi. Okay. I feel like the game is trying to like say, hey, Hiruka and Takumi will be traveling on day 24 to another timeline. You see, but actually it's Kako because Hiruka brought her there. Is Kako X? Yes.
I knew you had it in you.
X put both hands on their mask and quietly removed it. Yeah.
How?
Why?
You... Kako. But Lady Kako was... She was...
You kicked the freaking bucket on day 27!
Sister dearest, my dear sister. She's still alive. Alive. Rima collapsed on the spot. Probably out of sheer exhilaration. Like how a superfan would react upon making eye contact with their favorite celebrity on a stage. Basically swooned. Oh, you guys think maybe she had another twin besides Zima? An identical one? Or a clone of some sort? No, none of those. She came from another timeline using the PLM. Timeline? PLM? I'll explain later. Long story short, this is a Kako from a parallel world. Everybody tensed up and stared around in sheer utter confusion. Another thing, you're all calling her Kako, but to be precise, she's no longer the Kako we all know. There's a parasitic creature called a Gi in her brain that's taken over her body. It's going to be easier if we call her Kako G from here on. Kako G? I nodded and continued. The Gi inside her body. That's the real mastermind who killed our friends. That's who X really is. You're absolutely right. I have nothing to add or subtract from your explanation. You said you'd tell us everything if we got your identity right. I did say that, didn't I? Good, because I have some questions for you. Go ahead. First of all, you said your objective was to obtain the liver mortis codes, right? How did you even learn about them? From Shion in the Box of Calamity timeline. It was before I got banished to this world. That's also where I learned about the distress signal transmitter. So your ultimate objective is to summon the rescue craft? That's right, I'm going to ride it to the artificial satellite. So my sisters can bond with the remaining humans there. Next question, where did you put the liver mortis codes that you cut out of the others? I have them right here, you can have them. She pulled out some kind of file binder and tossed it over. This little scrapbook contains their skin fragments. You won't know which number belongs to whom, so I tell you. Eito is 8, Gaku is 0, Kako is 9, Shoma is 3. There's just one more confirmed liver mortis code. I didn't take her skin, but you must have seen it too. Yes, Tsubasa is 2, that's 5 confirmed so far. Just 4 more to go. May I ask a question as well? Go ahead. Why did you leave the bodies in the morgue? You didn't want us to know about the liver mortis codes. You could have just thrown the bodies into the wall of fire. Call it instinct, my primal desire for my species to survive. I left the bodies there to provide suitable seedbeds for another Gi queen. There was a powerful urge within me to leave the bodies alone. I can't explain it very well. I suppose it's like the urges you humans feel when seeing an attractive member of the opposite sex. Are we done here? I have to go now. Go? Go where? You're beginning to annoy me, so I'm going to jump into another timeline and kill all of you. You're gonna what now? I wasn't lying about having no interest in killing people. I don't kill for fun, if you know what I mean. I kill to vent my frustration, like crushing a pesky roach. Words that disgust even an assassin like myself. Besides, I still need to verify the other liver mortis codes. So we're going to leap out of here? I've had enough of this timeline. I'm the one whose enthusiasm wanes as quickly as it waxes. Oh, that reminds me. The PLM was locked until very recently. I unlocked it just before you arrived, so it's all good. I can leap into any timeline now. Locked? It's fine if you don't understand. Don't go worrying your precious heads about it. So did the Hiruka send her here and locked the PLM so nobody could use it to extract her again? Extract her somewhere else? You all need to leave the room now. I have to change into my leap suit and make the other preparations before I leave. You think we're just gonna let you go after all you've done? Oh, don't make me do this.
I'm going to count down from 10 now. Get out before I reach 0 or else. 10, 9, 8.
The burning rage within me flared up into an inferno. I could no longer contain myself.
7, 6, 5.
This lunatic killed Kako, Shoma, Tsubasa, Moko, Kurara. I was not going to let her get away scot-free.
4, 3, 2.
No, not if I could help it. I'd catch her and punish her for everything she'd done. I swore to myself that I would exact vengeance from my friends no matter what it took.
1.
Started charging forward as I yelled, taking 1 step, 2 steps, and then I saw a grenade flying through the air, making a beeline for my face. Suddenly, no. What? What just happened? This can't be real. Nozomi. She's trying to protect me. No, don't do this, Nozomi. Get away. Please, get out of the way. I'm begging you. Nozomi. 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 97? My heart felt hollow, my mind, emotions, sense of self all gone. I couldn't think, couldn't feel. I had become emptiness itself. I held together by a sack of inconsequential flesh.
Are you awake? It's already day 97. 0 reaction. No surprises there. I can hardly blame you. After seeing Nozomi die right in front of your eyes like that. You may not be listening, but I have something important to report. Kakoji leapt to another timeline after she killed Nozomi.
Okay. Well, we're gonna have to beat her in the... what's this called? SF? I forgot how it's called. But it has a cool name.
We tried to stop her. But she threatened us with the grenade gun. I am sorry. Please, forgive us. Unfortunately, we cannot ascertain where she leapt to. We checked the logs, but someone had altered the program to automatically delete that data. Everyone else is safe, by the way. They were more than 16 feet away at the time of the blast.
What about us?
Not that knowing that would bring you any comfort.
Can you walk? Follow me. I need you to... Nice, nice. Can you walk? Follow me. I need to show you something. The secret hatch, yeah. Ah, shit. Doesn't this surprise you? Is it because you already saw it on another timeline or because you've completely lost heart already? I noticed it 3 days ago and have already shown it to the others. You've actually been leaping into different timelines in search of Kakoji. So far we haven't found her. So a lot has happened, but we did find a ruined escape pod in one timeline. It occurred to me that this may have happened in our timeline as well. I came back to check, but unfortunately I was right. As of right now, we don't know what caused the damage. We can't fix it without Tsubasa anyway. And even if Tsubasa were still with us, it would be impossible for her to fully repair it in just 2 days. We can't use the escape pod anymore. What do you think happens next? We can go to the artificial satellite when the omnidirectional attack launches on D100. Okay, we've seen this. The only way to survive in our current situation is to stop the omnidirectional attack. For that to happen...
We have no choice but to release him from here, and by doing so, sentence him to certain death. Who would ever feel good about willingly sacrificing an infant to preserve their own lives? So, I've made my decision.
I'll leave it to you.
You're going to leap, aren't you?
Oh.
Huh?
You'll leap to another timeline. You want to find a way to save the baby somehow. Isn't that right?
Iruko fell silent for a while before answering.
You're not wrong. I intend to steal a device called the baby jar.
The baby jar.
To do that, I have to go to the steady fundamental timeline.
Oh, steady fundamental. My heart remained empty, floating about quietly in darkness. I melted into the formless void. I could no longer tell where the darkness ended and I began. My outline was slowly dissipating like an abandoned sand sculpture blown by the wind.
I'm glad you're awake. Today, we celebrate the arrival of our long-awaited Day 100. Not that there's anything worth celebrating right now. We've won the war. We've defeated Veshness. Emptiness is our spoil. That is all. Are you worried about the others? Don't be. Everyone is safe. The omnidirectional attack won't be happening in this timeline. As you can see, the missiles are no longer being charged.
147. Is this the Hiruka timelines? Oh, I just realized Shion. It's more like Shi and Yon. 4-4.
They won't be used to eliminate all life on this planet.
Alright, I'm leaving now. Come join us on the roof as well if you're feeling up to it. Hello, it's been a while.
Huh?
Shion. Huh? Shion. That's your name. Shion. Okay, it feels strangely right. You can manifest yourself now. Yes, thanks for your help. But was that you solved the future case, didn't you? And the flow of the malicious aura has been stopped. Thank you, I'm really grateful. I'll see you around. Takumi, you gotta come see this. Oh, will you quit with the morose character archetype already? Come on, this might actually cure you. What's that? Just come with me, hurry up. We brought Nozomi from another timeline. Darumi grabbed my hand and grabbed me outside. No, probably won't be happening. There stood the 6 other survivors, Hiruka, Takemaru, Ima, Kyoshika, Yugama, and of course Darumi. When they saw me, they beckoned me over. Get your ass over here now. Come this way. I ran with the rest toward the fence and we glanced down at the schoolyard together, where we saw...
What? No way. How?
The rocket fixed itself? We can talk more in the schoolyard. Run, everyone. Yeah. Ah, shit. Okay, it's not just Nozomi, it's just who brought them here.
Whoa, what?
How?
Why?
Impossible.
Y'all are supposed to be dead.
How are you here?
A question we seek an answer to as well.
It doesn't matter.
Because it's a miracle. A miracle!
Everybody is alive?
Is this like the steady fundamental, the result? I don't know.
Yes, we are.
They brought from there to here?
Brother dearest?
Sister dearest.
Brother dearest!
Sister dearest!
The twins ran and leapt into each other's embrace, but I wasn't looking at them at all, because my eyes had gravitated toward...
Nozomi? Nozomi!
Driven by an unstoppable impulse, I ran to her and enveloped her in a crushing hug.
Takumi, what's wrong?
Sorry, it's nothing. I'm just so happy.
Everyone started gathering at one spot as well, exchanging hugs, patting shoulders, and rubbing cheeks. Which cheeks? Shouts of joy filled the air amidst the occasional sobbing. In that moment, I suddenly felt like there was someone standing behind me. But when I turned around, there was no one. All that remained was a faint scent, a hint of lavender. Hiruka. We inadvertently ended up on the roof after that and stared at the distant landscape beyond the fence together.
It's over.
Yeah, and we all made it out unscathed, more or less. Why so unsure? This is exactly the kind of moment you should be shouting from the rooftops about!
Yes, you're right.
My dear sister is alive!
And so is my dear brother.
The baby's been saved.
Yes.
Right here with us.
Everything turned out well.
All thanks to you. Shion! When did you arrive?
Am I not allowed to join you?
Are you kidding? Of course you are!
I'm just so happy everyone's alive. Right, Gaku?
Yeah, absolutely!
This is a day I shall never forget.
Me too. I feel so light right now.
Come on, Shoma, turn off the waterworks already.
But I'm just so...
Did our dead friends come back to life? While on the way to the roof, we asked them about this. Apparently they had left from another timeline, so it wasn't like those who died in this timeline had gotten revived. That gave me mixed feelings. The Eito, Gaku, Kako, Shoma, Eva, Tsubasa, Mogo, Kurara, and Nozomi who were here with us right now, they weren't the same 9 people who had gotten to know that we had gotten to know from this timeline. I would never forget those who were killed here. The pain of losing them would live on forever in my heart. But it was just like Kurata said. Right now was the time for us all to go all out and celebrate the fact that everyone was still alive. I didn't want to think about how Shoma and Eva of this timeline ended up becoming murderers.
The only thing I regret is not being able to capture Kakuji.
Yeah, but it's only a matter of time before we do. And exact vengeance on her for everyone's deaths.
Well said, Takumi.
We continued staring into the distance together for some time after that. Reflected in each of our eyes were the purple flames and the boundless eternal future that stretched out ahead of us. Yay. 100. Mystery route. Visitors from day 100. So yeah, we're gonna go to the study fundamental route and learn how this happened. Yay. Now we gotta finish other mystery endings. Who's X? Yeah, we gotta die a little bit. Eito!
Wrong answer. Game over.
Without any hesitation whatsoever, X pulled the trigger. Immediately after I saw a grenade hurtling toward me, getting closer and closer. Explosion. What's next? Shut Ava up. Yes.
Ava, stop! Don't say anything.
Hey, what are you up to now? Wherefore have you stopped her? I explained my reasoning to the others. I get it, you're afraid X may try to take us all down with them. And at that, all of a sudden we heard... Eva burst out laughing to everyone's astonishment. Mind
sharing the joke with the rest of the class?
The joke is how you are all being so obtuse.
What?
It's the same.
What is?
Your ultimate destiny.
Wait, are you?
I shouted, but it was already too late. Eva had pinched her little finger and pulled it out without any hesitation. Boom. Pinky promise. Okay, who killed Shoma? Takumi.
I don't have any memories of it, but the killer, it could very well have been me.
Yeah, like I've been saying all this time, right? But how could you not have any memories? It's simple, I just don't remember. Then you cannot be the killer. But I don't believe any of you here could have done something so cruel. I also am the only one who could have gotten inside since the key was with me. There are other reasons too. Nothing happened when I was unconscious, right? That would make sense if I was the culprit. The cause of my fainting disease may have played a part as well. Traces of treatment found in damaged parts of the brain. Fainting disease likely developed as an artifact. If those damaged parts have actually yet to heal properly, I could have gotten up subconsciously at night and did all those things without being aware of it, right? That's why I'm saying it was probably me, maybe. Then you leave us with no choice but to lock you up in a cell. Are you okay with that, Takumi? No. Huh? You're still trying to put up a fight even after you've confessed? I wasn't confessing, I was just saying it's a possibility. But you were so confident you knew who the killer was. You were being utterly incoherent. Anyway, hold him down, everyone. Okay, stop. Stay away from me. I said, stay away. I screamed and started running. You bastards, stop right there. I burst out of the room into the hallway and just kept running. Some time passed. I was finally able to throw off all of my pursuers after running around the school haphazardly.
I'll be in danger if I stick around here. I should leave the school for a while and get my head together.
I headed to the entrance hall and grabbed a fire extinguisher before sneaking outside. For long I arrived at the wall of fire, but somebody had been lying in ambush there. Yugamu, you are X. No, but you basically admitted to it just now. I told you I was just throwing out possibilities. Save your excuses now, I can finally kill you without regret. What? Have you forgotten that I'm an assassin? What does that mean? Yugamu pulled out a dirk and walked to me with a smirk. What's dirk? Nice one. A dirk is a Scottish dirk. What? Okay, some kind of a knife.
Nozomi! Why?
I saw you, so I ran after you.
Yugamu! How could you do this?
Hey, this wasn't my fault. I was just trying to intimidate you. Killing you had never been my intention at all.
Shut up!
I charged at Yugamu with a feral roar and we grabbed hold of each other. As we were struggling, we lost our balances and our bodies careened into the wall of fire at the same time. Nice. The very next moment, our bodies vaporized in the blink of an eye. My consciousness ceased just as quickly as my body was reduced to ashes. Dance in the purple flames. Okay, others. Eito! The real killer is him, Eito Atsuki. Sorry, what? Huh? Eito's long dead though. Yeah, you killed him yourself, Takumi. What are you trying to say? How does a dead body do any killing? Very well, allow me to explain. What you did was, you know, it's all very simple. You were this guy stinking to high heavens. Of course he's X after all. Hey, now that I think about it, nobody got attacked whenever he was unconscious, right? Maybe he's trying to frame someone else to make the rest of us let our guard down. After that, he'll tell us there is no need to travel in groups or sleep together anymore and then commit his next crime. So he brought this matter up in a futile attempt to shift suspicion away from him. It doesn't make sense. Yes, it does indeed. After one after another, the others started voicing their agreement and I found myself unable to offer anything in rebuttal. You leave us with no choice but to lock you up. Wait, this is a mistake. I was just... In the end, I was detained by the others and locked inside the cage in the courtyard. What possessed me to even say that? I couldn't remember, but it was too late for regrets. I had no strength left to even sigh. Only a little while later, my consciousness fled from me. I had no idea how long I was unconscious. When I opened my eyes, I saw that the cage had been unlocked. Unsure what that meant, I pushed the door and opened and nervous, then stepped outside, only to notice that someone was lying in the cage next to mine. I ran over to see who it was.
Ava.
I didn't even need to check. She was clearly already gone. The cage was unlocked. I went inside and touched her arm. It was deathly cold. She'd been dead for at least a few hours.
What's going on here?
Everyone's dead. I stamped down my disquieting thoughts and quickly started searching for the others. My next destination was at the library. As soon as I entered, I saw...
Yoshika!
I checked her body. She wasn't breathing and had no pulse. Judging from how cold she felt, it seemed like she had died a few hours ago as well. Thinking everyone might be in the rooms, I proceeded to the roof. It was eerily silent all around. There were no signs of life anywhere. Still convinced there had to be somebody around, I opened every single door to check. Takemura's room, Hiruko's room, Darumi's room, their rooms were completely empty, abandoned. Kurata's room was next. I went inside and my glance fell on her bed. Lying there was...
No! Kurata too!
Was she brought up here? From the basement? Checked her body like Ava and Kyoshika. She was cold to the touch.
No, wait. Maybe...
Clinging to a ray of hope, I decided to move Kurata's body to the infirmary, but... Too much time has passed since death. Possible to revive was all the monitor would display. I had a really bad feeling about this whole thing. Dark despondency pulled and congealed at the pit of my stomach. But it's fine, it's going to be fine. That's why I kept telling myself as I continued searching. I checked every room on the second and third floors, and then any other rooms I had yet checked. I didn't find anyone. Finally, I reached the first floor. Upon stepping inside the mysterious room with no name, I saw...
Yugamu.
There was no need to even check his body. I could feel an eerie chill crawling underneath my skin and spreading to the rest of my body. The last place I visited was the garage. I pushed the door open and cautiously stepped inside. And then... Whoa. When I finally registered the scene before me, I thought I could hear the sound of my heart breaking apart. I felt nothing, not even sadness or despair. I simply turned over at the bodies mechanically and emotionlessly. Kimaru, Imadarumi, and Tsubasa's hearts had been removed through their backs. Acting on a hunch, I peered underneath Hiruko's clothing to check her back as well. There was a large empty cavity there as well, just as I had suspected. But I was no longer capable of reasoning this through. My mental faculties had been taken over by a thick impenetrable fog. Stepping outside, I wandered around aimlessly for a while before coming to a stop in the schoolyard. I stood rooted to the spot in a daze for quite some time, then a passing soundless breeze blew past. As I took in the breeze, a slight sense of suspicion flashed through the back of my mind. How many dead bodies have I found? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. I was put in the prison cell on day 75. How many survivors were there at the time? Including myself, there were 12, which meant... But that suspicion was quickly dispelled from my mind when the remaining 2 survivors appeared before me. We fought so hard in the defensive battles. Everyone gave their all. We even beat Veshness. And yet, this was what we woke up to.
Takumi... You killed them all, right?
What?
We're the last 3 still alive. No one else but you could have done it.
Her accusation jolted my mind to action. I started to defend myself desperately.
No, it wasn't me. I went through the same ordeal too. My cage was unlocked when I woke up and I walked out to almost everybody dead.
You really think we'll believe you after what you've already done?
Who else could have done this, huh? Tell us!
Moko was right. The 3 of us were the only ones still alive. It's the reason that one of us had to be the killer.
Come on, we're waiting! Who killed everybody if not you?
It was...
What? 3 extra endings? Wow, well, for the hell of it, Takumi.
I think I probably just didn't remember it.
Because there is no way either one of you here could have done all that. That means you must be right, it was me. I must have killed everybody somehow without being conscious of it. I slumped my shoulders and hung my head weakly. Immediately after, I knew it. As Moko said that, she reached behind her and took a large butcher knife. Ooh. Next thing I knew, I was staring at my kneeled body, arms drooping lifelessly on both sides. How was I able to see my own body from this angle? That was the last thought that ran through my mind before I blacked out completely. Terminate Sumino. Yeah, just some more endings, just to get to 100. Moko!
You! Moko Mochiro!
You killed everyone, it had to have been you. There's no mistake about it. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Moko charged at me deliriously while brandishing a massive butcher knife. I instinctively grabbed her wrist, snatched the butcher knife away, and slashed her neck. I watched in horror as Moko collapsed to the ground. I killed her. I hadn't intended to, but it just happened. My knees were knocking against each other, my strength gave out, and the butcher knife fell to the ground. The revival-matic. Immediately after...
Moko!
Nozomi screamed at the top of her lungs and dashed forward. The knife that had fallen from my hand was lying at my feet. She quickly picked it up and swung it wildly.
Nozomi, why?
Nozomi was standing in front of me with an astonished look on her deathly pale face. Wow, this is just like ending the second scenario ending. Nozomi is the only one left. I stared absently at her until my consciousness faded into nothingness. Revenge for Moko. And the last one, Nozomi.
I'm sorry, Nozomi, but you're the only one who could have done this!
How? How could you even say such a thing? It wasn't me, it really wasn't me. No, forget it, I don't care anymore. Everyone died like that. So I... She suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs and ran off toward the wall of fire. Oh no. quickly followed her. Before long we reached the wall of fire, but Nozomi did not slow down. She continued running at full speed right into the wall of fire.
No!
And this wasn't what I wanted, all because I made that accusation. Because of me, Nozomi. No way, it's going to be fine. I may still be able to make it. I'll save Nozomi, drag her out of those flames, and my body was already moving before I could finish the thought. I launched myself into the fiery flames. And the very next moment, I was vaporized in an instant. My consciousness ceased just as quickly as my body was reduced to ashes. Nice. Kind heart, well done. Okay, last one. Who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma? Yeah, other. Of course. Of course, Eito! The real killer is him, Eito Otsuki. Sorry, what? Huh? Eito's long dead though. Yeah, you killed him yourself, Takumi. What the hell, I don't get what you're getting at all. But I think that makes you the killer, Takumi. Wow, I feel the same. Indeed, he's behaving very strangely. One after another, the others started voicing their agreement, and I found myself unable to offer any rebuttal. You leave us with no choice but to lock you up once again. Wait, this is a mistake. I was just. In the end, I was detained by the others and locked inside the cage in the courtyard. What possessed me to even say that? I couldn't remember. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go back to date. Yep. I had no idea how long I was unconscious. When I next opened my eyes, I saw that the cage had been unlocked. Unsure what that meant, I pushed the door open nervously and stepped outside. It was eerily silent all around. There were no signs of life anywhere. Wondering where everyone had gone, I decided to walk around the campus and search for them. I went to the garage and on the ground floor first. I opened the door and I stepped inside, where I found... Whoa. I hadn't even needed to check. She was clearly already gone. I went closer and touched her arm anyway. It was scaly and dry, the touch. It had been quite a while since she passed. I checked her back and saw a large gaping hole there. Her heart had been removed through her back.
Why would someone do this?
I put that disturbing thought aside and quickly continued searching for the others. My next destination was the library. As soon as I entered, I saw... Yeah. Oh, her heart hadn't been stolen. Oh, because she's not the main campus? What happened here? I checked everybody's bodies. They were all cold to the touch, just like with Darumi and Kyoshika.
No, wait. Maybe?
Clinging to a ray of hope, I moved everybody to the infirmary. Everybody? Too much time had passed. Yeah, Hirokatsuba's and Ima's hearts have been dug out.
Shoma.
Yep. And 10th and 11th dead bodies.
Takimaru. Ava.
11. I was put in the cage on day 50. How many survivors were there at that time? Including myself, there were 13. The very next moment, a great amount of blood suddenly started spurting out from my neck. I understood for the first time in that moment that I was still alive. At the same time, I realized I would be dead in 2 seconds. But I had no way of telling if that prediction of mine came true or not, because by then my existence had already been erased from the world. Yay. Lost in darkness. Mystery, complete all mystery routes. Yay. Study fundamental is the only thing left. We'll see that another day. We'll reach the end maybe, and we'll see how this all ends. Well, we probably will send everyone to the mystery timeline, right? Okay. Oh, see you next time.